Hey, what's going on, guys? Xbox on channel, host Sega Forever. We're gonna talk about the soup of the day, which is Black Myth Wukong. Shout out to Sega Man, who did a video earlier today. I know he's busy, and this is gonna be an all-in chat, guys. I want to just get my thoughts out there, and if people join up in the chat, then we'll address the chat. But for the most part, man, I just want to talk about this because it's getting a little bit ridiculous at this point, and I know I do this a lot on my channel when I talk about certain things, especially when it revolves around Xbox. Dude, it's just keeping things 100%, man, when it comes to a lot of the stuff that's put out there by either the gaming media or people that don't like Xbox at all. Because at the end of the day, man, I know a lot of people went ahead and bought Xboxes, or their parents bought Xboxes for them. I can see it, dude, because I've been playing Call of Duty. There's a lot of noobs on there, right? And Call of Duty is a whole other thing. We can talk about that a little bit later. Kind of was going to do a podcast and then wrap it into this, but I kind of want to focus on this, um, because we're going into 2025. This was definitely a 2013 through 2024 type of talking point that needs to die absolutely and positively. I mean, it's something that you have to deal with as an Xbox guy. Hey, what's up, Tool Man? What's up, brother? Yeah, dude, I've seen people doing videos, man. Unlimited did a podcast the other day. They kind of addressed it there. And then Sega Man did one this morning, which I thought was really good. Kind of inspired me to do my own. I was going to do a video anyway talking about this. Because like anything else, man, it just starts making the rounds. And for most of us who have Xboxes and Game Pass and bought a bunch of the games that were on sale for this holiday season. And if you guys didn't know, Microsoft actually extended one of the sales for an additional 10 days. And it includes a lot of great games. I'm possibly going to pick up Fuga Melodies of Steel, right? That game is awesome. The first game is awesome. I know the second game is good too. Again, time is an issue for me, more than the money aspect of it. So I got to pay attention to both. But you can get that second one for 35. And then also, if you guys want to, just keep in mind when these games go on sale, they're usually for the standard edition or the second tier edition. But they also put the collectibles or the collector's editions on sale as well. There'll be more money, right? But they'll be far more cheaper than if you paid for it day one. So that's something to keep in mind when you guys are looking at adding any of these games to your collection. And then look, the choice is yours too. I do not judge you, man, if you guys don't support like every single game. I don't judge you guys if you guys support a collector's edition above a limited edition, um, or above just a standard edition. Right, dude. You guys know where your money's at, dude. You guys just want to play your games. That's fine. Again, you guys are occupying an ecosystem when it comes to Xbox, so you don't have to really worry about it. It's not just you doing it; it's just a whole bunch of people. Of course, there'll be winners and losers, right? Because the competition is so high. There's so much content out there, man. But it's just like everything else in life, man. It's not that just doesn't apply to gaming. That applies to employment. That applies to entertainment. All of that stuff across the board, right? But this is why I think Xbox is going in the direction that they're going. Even though a lot of people says that they're kind of rudderless, which is not true, man. Xbox knows what they're doing. If there's anybody that knows how to graph something or anybody knows how to read numbers, it's definitely Microsoft. Okay, whether that's working out the way they want to, that's a whole other story. But in my opinion, given the amount of money they're making, like any other business, they probably want to make more, right? Where things don't go according to plan, which is fine, dude. But at the end of the day, they're making profit, and that's a positive stuff. When you're not making profit, that's when it becomes a problem. But yeah, so man, thanks for being here, dude. We're just gonna talk around this issue a little bit, man, because it's something again. Um, Once the media picks up on it and it becomes a talking point, and then influencers start talking about it, of which I talk about all the time on this channel, man. A lot of these guys probably don't own Xboxes, don't have Game Pass, and don't play a lot of video games. Right? Everybody has a right to their opinion, man. I don't bemoan anybody the fact to speak their mind, right? But then you have to be able to be able to look at what the people are saying and take it as truth, or take it as lies, or take it as just plain ignorance, or they just don't know what they're talking about. Hey, what's up? What's up, Daniel? Welcome, dude. Sorry, no podcast this week. I might do one a little bit later. We'll see how things run out because I do want to talk about a couple things. In fact, you know what? I will do a podcast because there's a couple things I want to get off my chest. But I'll do this video first. Sorry, I can't record. like I used to, man. Because what I would normally do is just record this, get my thoughts out there, and then move on to the next thing. But yeah, but thank you guys for being here because it's crazy to me, man, that this still continues to this day. And the only reason I'm doing this video is because I know there's a lot of people that are out there that have Xboxes now, right? If you guys have been keeping up with everything in the media, as the news, especially when it comes to the financials, man. Xbox definitely pushed some consoles out this Christmas holiday season. A lot of it has to do with COD. A lot of it has to do with Indiana Jones. Even though that game was almost torpedoed, right? People are actually starting to play the game. And probably the biggest tell of this holiday season was I can't remember the guy's name, but he did a video, PlayStation fanboy, right? His wife was nice enough to buy him an Xbox Series X for Christmas because he likes playing Elder Scrolls. And the thought of them not being able to play the new Elder Scrolls when it comes out, the wife went ahead and bought him an Xbox Series X. And if you guys haven't seen the video, I did it on our podcast, kind of reacted to it. It's a really great video. And not just because he got an Xbox Series X and that his eyes were open on how great the system is, but it's just the level of excitement that he has when he talks about the Series X and the games and Game Pass, right? He definitely was a person that believed all the negativity when it came to Xbox. And until he tried the system himself, he was really excited and realized what he was missing out on. And that's the kicker with all of this stuff, dude. I've been gaming my entire life, dude. I've been gaming since I was a little kid, dude. And I can tell you right now, that's one thing that never gets old as a gamer, as a person who's actually likes to play video games, that likes the culture of gaming, is when you find a game that you enjoy or you find a system that you enjoy. It's like Christmas, dude. And so for this guy, man, I think his video, if you haven't checked it out, definitely do it. I'll try and put a link in the comments a little bit later. But it's a great video, man. And again, as an diehard Xbox fan and stuff like that, as an Xbox channel, yeah, definitely glad that he's come over to this side. But more importantly, man, is that he's realizing that Xbox has games. Xbox has a powerful console. Xbox has everything you need in an ecosystem, regardless if you want to play video games, listen to music, buy movies. It does everything, man. It's getting back to 2013 of what the Xbox One wanted to be. Right? And it's sad that Xbox One didn't come into full realization because I think that'll push the industry a lot more faster and put us in a better position than we are right now, dealing with this stuff, trying to backtrack and bring it all the way forward. Right? Now, on the flip side of that, dude, we got some services and stuff like that we might not have gotten had Xbox One been successful. I don't know, though. Right? This has been their roadmap for a while. And for me personally, as an Xbox guy, I loved every step of the way. Regardless if I have to deal with ponies, regardless if I have to deal with the hateful media. In fact, I'll show you a couple articles real quick to make a point. But hey, Faded, welcome, dude. It's either Sony money hat or the developers are lazy because there are interviews that said it's still coming. I partially blame Microsoft. If game science needs help, Microsoft usually sends help. Yeah, a great point, Faded, and that's one of the things I wanted to talk about today. Right, I find it hard to believe that it falls on Microsoft, given everything Microsoft does for developers and their own studios. Right, Microsoft bends over backwards to a fault, in my opinion. Right, because they want. Look, we talk about this all the time on the channel. Dude. We know how Microsoft is, especially the Xbox crew, on how they want gaming to involve everybody, or involve everybody. That they want everybody to play on the devices you choose, where you want to play, all that stuff. Right, that's a message they've been preaching since 2016, and it's not just and it's just not something they say that just comes out of their mouth, dude. They've proven over these last 7 years? No, wait, where are we? 2016, I'd say, probably 7-8 years, right? That's been their motto, dude. That's been their creed, and they've done everything they've done up until this point. Their roadmap is part of their roadmap. It's part of their game plan, right? So they're not lying about that. So I find it hard to believe that all of a sudden Microsoft would pick this one company and not help them. We saw what happened with that other game that came from Europe. Can't remember the name of it. I think it's releasing soon. Where the developers complained that they weren't getting help from Microsoft, especially the Xbox team, right? And within a week, right? And if Phil then addressed it, Aaron addressed it, and then within a week, dude, they helped the company. Dude, you know how many people are trying to get into ID at Xbox? All you have to do is go on YouTube and look at ID at Xbox. If you guys don't follow that, you guys should subscribe to that channel and keep up to date. In fact, you guys should be doing it. Xbox Wire doesn't have a YouTube channel, but There's specific outlets that Microsoft uses to get their message out. And if you're an Xbox guy, you should be subscribed or follow these channels. That's what I do. That's why I don't really panic with a lot of this stuff, right? And so Microsoft reached out to those developers for their RPG, and they got them all on board. Again, this is not, you hear some negative news when it comes to developers, right? Then they complain, and then Microsoft gets on it. Now, in the case of Wukong, man, it could be a lot of things, dude. They are a Chinese developer. China is a territory that Microsoft, I know they're trying to get into. So they might not have the resources or the ability to reach out like they would in the US, right? Or in Europe, where they have a footprint. Dude, Asia is a whole nother ballgame for Microsoft and Xbox, right? So you guys got to keep that stuff in mind. But if you look at the track record, I'm pretty sure Microsoft, if they can't reach, if they're not reaching out, it's probably because they can't for a good reason. And it shows, dude. It shows. But all you have to do is open Game Pass, and it tells you right there how many people had good experiences because they're putting their games on the servers. Some people are coming back and they started off when Game Pass first started, right? And then they're still there. Some of these developers, a lot of these indie guys, right? Because it's been a place where people can get a chance to play their games. And again, everybody's different, man. Everybody's different when it comes to this, dude. It's worked out really well for indie games because what they want to do is get their games out there and build their companies, right? And build their product. So it's a good avenue for them. Maybe not so much for EA, or maybe not so much for the bigger AAA titles, even though they're bringing their stuff in. Capcom is a good example, right? Next week, Exo Primal is leaving the service. I'll probably pick it up. Just to show my support for them. Plus, I thought the game was awesome. I kind of fell off of it because Dark Tide came out. Right? Again, time is my issue right now. Oh, sorry, Faded. I didn't see the comment. Faded said, by the way, I heard rumors that Sony is planning to sunset Ratchet and Clank. Yeah, I saw that in the news. It looks like it's not performing well. And that's another thing we talk about, right? A lot of the Xbox guys talk about that, kind of know what's going on. This is why I don't trip out about them having Wukong and we're not having Wukong. Right? They try and weaponize that, right? But it's my understanding from everything that I've read, right, that Wukong doesn't perform very well on PlayStation either. At least it didn't when it came out. In fact, the majority of the sales are on PC, which takes us back to square one with this whole Wukong stuff. Sure, it's not on Xbox because they can't optimize it for the Series S because there's a parity thing, right? Microsoft wants the game on both Series X and S, right? And again, I can't fault Microsoft for that either because they have other games on both systems that perform very well. Right? And then it delves and devolves into this whole narrative of the Series S was a mistake for them to do. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't, dude. It wasn't a mistake because number one, they sell a lot of Series S's because everybody's at certain levels. And Microsoft understands that. The Xbox team understands that Microsoft is at different levels, right? Whether it's a money thing, right? Or they want people to just buy into the Game Pass service, right? There's just options. I say that all the time on this channel, dude. You have options. Like if the S is underpowered or you feel it's underpowered and you're not getting the best out of every game, both visually and gameplay wise, then get the X. You're going to pay more, right? Because it's the higher tiered system, right? That's the reality of it. Though I would say $499 right now is not a bad deal for the Series X. I believe that's how much it costs. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong. Right? But at the end of the day, dude, you have choices. And it blows my mind. I don't know if it's because we're so spoiled in this day and age, but when I was growing up, the choices was a big deal. Being able to pick and choose what you wanted, to have variety, right? That was always something that me as a consumer always wanted. And we live in an age where that's not a problem. Sure, it might be hard to get some stuff, right? We got some issues going on in the world right now. I'm not trying to, I talk about that on the channel as well. I'm not trying to skip over that. But for the most part, especially when it comes to gaming, because we are in a digital age, you do have choices, right? So if you prefer a better performing console, get the X, dude. That still is the most powerful console. You've seen all the information coming out on the PS5. A lot of smoke and mirrors. That's what Sony does. They've always done that, right? I think people are finally picking up on that, which I think is great because at the end of the day, that hurts your bottom line, right? And again, I'll reference the dude's video, the PlayStation fanboy who has a Series X and is using it, and he's using this Series X the most. And the thing that blew my mind is that he's getting attacked right now, but he's still a Sony guy to me because he has the PS5, right? What he's gonna do is he's gonna wait for all the games to come out for the PS5 that he wants to play on the PS5, namely they're exclusive. And that's actually been something that's been going on with the PlayStation community for this whole generation, and even in prior generations. They used to get a lot more exclusives back in the day, during the PS2 kind of era, right? PS1, PS2 kind of era. PS3 they kind of fell off a little bit, right? Because it was easier to mint the games. Right now, they cost these games, the AAA titles cost more money, right? They put a lot more into it, so naturally the cost is going to be higher, right? But they don't come out as much as they used to. And even back then, I would challenge people to say that they didn't come out all the time. There was a cycle, with 2 years being the most, right? So the thing that kind of blew me away about all this kind of stuff is that these dudes are actually just doing the same thing they've been doing this whole generation. The problem is Microsoft actually went out and bought some big studios, right, and is producing more third party content within their own ecosystem, right? Because the thing that Sony was relying on this whole generation was third party support, as can be seen. Like you can't deny that anymore, man. You can see that the money added a lot of stuff. Which again, I've said this a million times on my channel. I don't care because if it's not coming to Xbox, I'm not going to play it. Like if you want me to buy your stuff, you have to put it on Xbox because I'm not going to get a PlayStation, and I don't really play on PC, right? And then I'm in the Game Pass ecosystem. A lot of my time, effort, and money goes into Game Pass. Now, I will say last year was pretty hard for me in 2024 because 2024 was, dude, I don't know what the rest of the people are smoking that's out there doing these videos saying how bad 2024 is. Totally disagree. Again, probably you guys are not as hardcore gamer as I am. And I don't even consider myself hardcore anymore because I don't have the time, right, to be hardcore. But I will say, dude, there was a lot of great games. So much so that I looked at my library of games. I actually have 999 games digital in my library. That's what Xbox is telling me. Now, I will say, when I look at all games, right, that's what it's telling me. I'll deduct like 100, maybe 150 on demos and some other games that are just kind of lingering there, which I've got to go through and clean up. But I guarantee you, I have like 800 plus, easy. Oh, sorry, missing the chat. Every week, something to trash Xbox on. Yeah, Google, it is. And again, I'm doing this because you have a lot of people right now, dude, who are Xbox owners, right? And this is why a lot of the haters out there do this, and they run with these narratives. And the media is just as guilty, dude. I'll share some articles, right, from our favorite guy Paul Tassi talking about this, right? And what people don't realize, dude, or what these guys are missing, and they're missing it really badly, is that people are moving on, right? To me, Wukong not being on Xbox that's not anything on Xbox. It's more on the guys who develop Wukong. I'm telling you right now, dude. This is why I sit here and tell you guys all the time. I want Xbox to buy everyone. I want Xbox. I want Microsoft to buy anyone, and I want Xbox to make all these guys bend the knee. If Xbox truly becomes the Netflix of gaming, this is all over. There is no debate, and they're on their way. I'm telling you, man. Once 2025 rolls around, people are beginning to get the Indiana Jones experience, right? People are going to get the COD. They have the COD experience. That was a game buster, right? Then you had the Indiana Jones experience, right? Then there's a bunch of other stuff that dropped along the way. Then you have people coming in, again, using that the PS4 fanboy dude as an example. I should get his name, dude, but I feel bad calling him that, right? But his experience, I'm sure a lot of other people are having that same experience right now. Hey, what's up, Unlimited? Let me know if you want to pop in, dude. Go over if you want to pop in. Let me know too. I'll open up the chat. I mean, you guys are more than welcome. I know I'm kind of doing this at the last minute. Unlimited production. Wukong not coming to Xbox means nothing when we got 3 day one games on Game Pass this month alone, plus all the other library of games there is to play. Yeah, 100%. Right? 100% unlimited. In fact, this wasn't even tracking on my radar because I was too busy trying to play all my games. I bought Persona 3 Reloaded, started that again. What else did I buy? I bought Subterranea. I thought I owned that, but I guess I didn't. Or I might have had it on Games for Gold. I had it on something, dude, but it's no longer on my own list, which is something that I got to work on. I got to start putting this on a database so I can track all my games. The only way I track my games right now is in my email because when you buy something on the store, Microsoft will send you a receipt. And then I also use PayPal as a double receipt. And I like PayPal for that reason. It's helped me get rid of some charges that I was erroneously charged. And I'm talking across the board, not so much gaming, but like food and stuff like that that I've ordered. That's one of the reasons I got rid of Uber Eats, man. I was getting tired of that, getting overcharged by them, or them messing up my orders too. Not Uber, but the people I was ordering from. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think this is a big miss for them. Actually, not really for us. We're so inundated right now with content on the Xbox side, dude. That's why the narrative where we got no games doesn't mean anything anymore. In fact, our narrative, and I know Unlimited will agree with this, dude, is we got too many games. That's how I feel. Like, I love December for Game Pass because there was nothing really dropping. We had games drop, but it wasn't a deluge of weekly drops, man. Like if you guys are on Game Pass, you know that it's not just the titles they put out, what's coming, dude. Throughout the month, dude, you'll get stuff dropped in there. Sometimes I'm glad when there's a game dropped and I'm not interested in it, even though I try and play every game. But I don't know, Sega Man. I gotta say out to Sega Man, dude. I might have to drop that now because I can't get to every game. There's games leaving next month that I didn't get to play. Like Figment was a game that was on my radar, didn't even play it. So I'm gonna have to take time out of my schedule to actually write in me just actually taking time to play Game Pass games because normally I don't do that. Like something that interests me, then I'll just play it. But I will say at least the cloud service is working better for me, so that's gonna help with that. Hold on, guys. Dang, dude, I am getting sorry, man. Again, dude, this is crazy, man. Like I tell you guys, I go to my X now, and I try to send stuff to people, man, but my whole stuff is inundated with paste. My whole stuff is inundated with messages from people that I follow, and I'm like, dude, I can't keep up with this. Sorry, I'm just sending the links out. Yeah, if you guys want to jump in, man, please do so. I sent the links out. Logo says, "What's up, Unlimited and Two Man?" Let me hold on. Unlimited says, "Sony third-party strategy fails because nothing Sony can do can keep up with Game Pass." Yeah, dude, 100%. And all the smoke and mirrors are starting to collapse around them because they've been lying for a long time, guys. This whole generation they've been lying, and their fans have been lying, especially the ponies have been lying about. And look, I'll be honest with you guys. A lot of Sony guys, people that are in the Sony ecosystem, it fits their gaming style because they're not hardcore gamers. They're casual at best. If I'm being nice, they're just casuals, right? It's no problem for them to play like a big third party exclusive like GTA or Madden or Call of Duty, and that fills up their time. And until their AAA exclusive comes in that they like to brag about. But Microsoft blew that all up. In fact, Microsoft loves that you like playing COD right now, right? They're all on board with that, dude, because all that money goes to them now. And so all of that, all the stuff that they've been talking for this whole console war. I know people don't like I use that term, but it's look, dude, we're gonna keep it 100 on this channel. It's a console war until these guys die off, right? It's gonna always be a console war because they won't let it go. I'll be more than happy not to console war with anybody. Just stay in our ecosystem, enjoy our games, right? But we can't have that as long as there's ponies around. That's just the reality of it. They're always gonna stick their nose in our business, right? They come to the channels. They come to channels, dude. That's how bored they are on their side. That they can actually come to Xbox channels and talk trash to Xbox guys. Now, I'm not a big channel, so I don't get a lot of people that do that. In fact, I do get people coming in that might be PlayStation first, but they're pretty mellow, and that's cool too. Right? I would like to get beyond all of this kind of stuff, but until these guys are absolutely destroyed, we're stuck in the same situation. I'm sorry. That's the reality of it. Yeah, 2024 is bad when Microsoft won Best Graphics of the Year. Yeah, yeah, that's a good point, Fade. Good point. Google Unlimited says, "What's up, Google? Google Pull Facts." Hey, what's up, Google? Speak of the devil.
Oh, hey, Sega.
I'm just
Can you
reading
hear
these
me?
comments real quick. Yeah, I got you. I got you.
Oh, okay, good.
Unlimited says there's hardly a debate right now. Yeah, I mean, there. You look. I mean, it's the same tried and true formula of what they do when something like this. This makes the news cycle, right? And everybody's talking about it. And the reality of it is there's a lot of channels out there on YouTube that focus on this mainly, which I don't have a problem with per se. Um, but a lot of times when they talk about Xbox, these guys don't have an Xbox, or they don't play games. That's the bad. That's the thing I see right away, and I try and correct them as best I can, especially guys that actually follow. Gogo says, "Oh, here's your comment, Gogo."
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm just like this is like non-news to me, but it's funny that they keep like you'll do a search, not a search, just to do normal news, and like after one day that comes out from like Jez Gordon, it's like
Yeah.
on everybody copies it. It's like they can't wait to like trash Xbox.
Well, let me share
And
this.
I really, a lot of people hate it. Those people hate Xbox. You wouldn't be because if you just compare what when bad news comes out for PlayStation,
Yeah.
they'll like word it very nice. You know what I'm saying. So I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of these people get paid with like consoles and games. Little gadgets.
I mean, it definitely helps their numbers, and that's what they're concerned about as well.
Oh, you mean for the clickbait?
Yeah, like Paul Tassi's. I mean,
I think
anytime
it's more than that, though. To be honest,
well,
there's
anytime I see negative stuff coming from forums, it's always Paul Tassi writes the negative stuff when it comes to
he's
Xbox.
a piece of shit.
Yeah,
He's an arrogant piece of shit. I think he's over. I used to like him because he did Destiny, but then ever since like 21, and ever like a lot of these guys, I can't stand them. It's like it's so simple what Microsoft's doing. You don't have to like their games. You know what I'm saying? Like people have choices, like preferences. Like they like the Sony games, but at least realize what they're doing. They're not like they're even giving Sony a hand, giving them games. So even after that, they're like fucking pieces of shit, like smash, smacking him in the face like daily. It's like it's outrageous to me. It's so annoying. You know what I
yeah,
mean, right? I mean, it's like if this was another company, I would get it. If they were a piece of shit company like Sony, yeah, I would understand that. But they are. It's an inversion. You know what I mean? It's like really weird, and it's been happening for like years, and it's just gotten worse, and it gets worse, and it's so obvious now when you look at like the year coming. Sony has nothing. They have like one or two first party, and it's all third party games. They money hat. We don't even know what they have, but and
I
now
actually
this
saw,
Wukong. Oh, go
but I
ahead.
actually saw, I actually saw where people were doing the good and bad and ugly of 2024 when it comes to
hmm
gaming, and I was laughing because they, of course, Microsoft is included when we talk about it, but they don't even touch Sony at all.
They
They're like,
never touch them because they're fucking the golden child.
yeah,
It's so effing annoying,
yeah,
dude. And this is the funny thing. I think there are a lot of people that are getting tired of it because they're like, dude, they're like have no games. They don't make any new games or they take too long, you know?
yeah, yeah. I do like what you say here that Microsoft isn't messing around. Too much money at stake. That's 100%.
Yeah, they're not.
When you have the
Cuz it
guys on the Microsoft side, the two
mhm,
money hatters and Satya addressing Xbox, you know that they got their
yeah.
their
I
fingers on
think
it.
they
Yeah,
did I mean, if you just look at it logically, gaming is not going anywhere. It's going to stay it's part of our life, It's part
yeah,
of it's just a lifestyle. It's a life thing.
yeah. Like movies.
Like movies, yeah, like movies and TVs. It's just a matter of how much can it make? Like, can it keep rising? So they see it. It's like really bad right now in terms of how money is made. It's so obvious most of it is made on, the services or gas. So sales are dropping. Nobody's buying. Even I'm not because there's so many games. So people get, people don't understand the subscription. It's like, how long do you need to understand why they're doing it? These games can't survive in the long run if
Well,
nobody's
what's that
buying
guy's
like they
name? This
are.
dude, Sam. Oh, what's his name? The dude that does the Xbox news on YouTube, Sam. I can't remember his last name, but
Sam.
Brad Sams. Brad Sams. So
Oh, I
he,
heard about him. Yeah. What about him?
So I used to kind of listen to him because he talked more about the technical side with Microsoft,
Hmm.
not just Xbox. He did both. But then he came out with a video like, "What if Game Pass fails?" Right? And I'm like, dude, really?
Well, I mean, it could fail. But what is?
Oh,
But
but I
why is
mean,
he saying that now? What is his? That
yeah.
guy's a fucking retard. He looks like a retard too.
But I was laughing because I'm like, okay, so this is how we starting off 2025, right?
Dude, it's like they're doing this on clickbait. It's like, can't they say anything positive? Or at least frame it in a way that's like just like it's always trashing them, man. And it's like it's so effing annoying. I'm tired of it. I'm not even like console warring. I'm just tired of it as just being a bias. It's really bad, you know.
I mean, for
Because
gaming to move forward, I mean, we really need to get this out of the way.
it's not.
Uh,
Yeah, I mean, I think at least 2 or 3 more years of this, but it's getting worse for Sony because they have shit. They don't have anything. I mean, they have their like staple studios, but even those studios, I think they're burnt out, man. I've said that before. I
right?
think Naughty Dog, Santa Monica, the only one maybe not no, I even think Insomniac is out of it. I don't think the one that I think is maybe the one that did uh Horizons, I think kind of keeps it because they've been steady, you know.
Yeah,
Even though I don't really like that game, but of all those studios, only Horizon because that and well, we'll see with that Ghost of Yote, whatever. So
yeah. No worries, unlimited. It's fine, bro. Um, it's fine. I mean, this is kind of impromptu. I normally don't do
yeah,
podcasts on Sundays, right? But on Saturdays, I've been having therapy, so I can't really do much. Um,
physical,
so
right? Or
yeah,
mental? Yeah.
no, no, my back, dude.
No,
Yeah,
I know you told me. That's bad. I hope
they,
you get better, man.
I went back to the chiropractor, and I basically went back to square one. So
Yeah, I'm old.
it's yeah, that's crazy. Unlimited Production says Sega Man is impressive. He legit plays every game. Meanwhile, I'm struggling to catch up ever to the point people question if I game. Yeah,
Yeah,
I game. I think you meant right. Yeah,
Sega plays a
Unlimited. I mean,
lot.
yeah, I'm the same way, dude. I've been playing COD nonstop. So that blew up all the stuff that I was planning to do. I forced myself to play some other games, and not in a bad way, forced, but like I really have to put down the COD and like, pick up other games and try them. That's what
Yeah,
I'm doing. And in fairness, I'm waiting for the stats to reset because I want to beat man. My goal is to beat T Reaper. I don't know if I
yeah.
can, but I'm gonna try to.
You mean beat him in leveling or beat
Hours.
him? I don't know if you could do that. That guy plays all the time.
I know, but
I think
huh?
you might beat him in KD. I think you are.
I mean, I definitely like
You already
I'll
are.
it's like when I play certain games, especially I get mostly I'm top 1% for games played because I
Hmm.
do try out every game.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah,
Yeah,
that's
you're in the higher percentile for sure. Because when I was playing with you, you were over one for sure.
yeah.
One
You know,
point
COD is
oh.
just like Black Ops 6 that I've been enjoying it a lot. There's some issues, and I'll probably do a
Hmm.
podcast to talk about that more directly. Like this
Hmm.
past weekend, man, it really showed when I was playing. There's just cheaters on, and I know
There's yeah.
they tend to be on Warzone, but they're
Hmm.
grifting over to like the multiplayer. They have the
Hmm.
Squid Game thing going on, which is awesome, and
Yeah.
they're grifting over there, and it's kind of like it's just irritating, right? Because they don't even hide it because there, there's no consequences for them
For the
cheating.
cheaters.
Yeah, I'm talking
Yeah, that's
obviously. Like when I'm coming around and there's no way you can pick me up on radar. You guys have no Overwatch, no see it. And I already got my perks all set up. And then I come around a corner, like I was on one map and I was coming up the ladder, and the dude literally was waiting for me just with the gun aimed when he
yeah.
killed me.
When
And I
you
was like,
see that, yeah. Oh, go ahead.
no.
And
So
then
then I
he,
just dropped out of the game. After that, I just drop out.
yeah. Sometimes it's a lag, but I know what you mean. There's a lot of cheaters. There's a lot of
Yeah,
cheaters
there's
because
lag
it's so
too, but
popular. Yeah.
I mean, I can handle the lag. I can handle dying 100 times if it's fair, right? That's
Hmm.
and so because the way I play COD too is I'm just not playing like to be the best, right? I'm playing to like get my XP. I'm playing to level up. I'm
That's
playing to
yeah.
find my
Same
kits,
here.
set up my kits to be playable and stuff like that.
Hmm.
Prestige. stuff like that.
Yeah. I think it's the same that happened when I was playing Modern Warfare 3 last year. After Christmas, after New Year's,
Right.
there's like hardcore that come in and then they just stay longer, I think. And then there's cheaters too, which makes it worse. But yeah, I like to the best time to play, I think, for anybody is just play when there's more people, like after work, you
Right.
know, like after rush hour, like when you get home. I mean, I'm talking about like in America, so it might be different for you, but because that's when you have a wider range. Whereas if you play like at the wee hours, like 2 a.m., it's all hardcore people and cheaters more too. Yeah. So.
Well, it's interesting because I was off a lot this past this Christmas season, and
Hmm.
so what I did was I played like all time. I was playing like nonstop, and for the most part, dude, it was really good.
Oh
And then
yeah,
like I said, dude, if I'm in a match, look, dude, I'm not going to be your target practice. So if the lag's bad, I'll drop out. If the if somebody's cheating, I'll drop out. And so
yeah,
I know Activision understands this, right? Because before you would get a penalty for dropping, but not anymore.
yeah. They could see if you keep dropping, if you're dropping every game, then it's
Oh,
like
I mean, they can't fix the problem. Is the real is the real
it's
stick.
hard.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
hard.
because there's so many players.
That's why a lot of the Xbox guys want to not play with the PC guys. Right? They're like,
But
dude,
it's not just PC. It could also be console, but it's mostly PC.
it's
I'll
mostly
I'll
PC.
admit that. Yeah, I would say it's 90% PC,
And then
maybe
if it's console,
95.
especially with Xbox, you can report them easier.
There's ways to do it on console.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's ways. I
yeah.
already know. I mean, but yeah, because they have like auto aims and stuff like that just for console as
Oh yeah,
well.
you can tell, dude. I'm like I was playing, I was coming around a thing, dude, and the dude shot me, and I'm
Hmm.
moving, right? And I'm like, no, dude, come on. I know there's great.
Yeah,
I've been one shotted with the sniper rifle, but
yeah.
if you're using an LMG,
Hmm.
right, and I'm like at the other end of the board, you
Hmm.
might get a lucky shot in, but this dude was nonstop doing that, and I was like, okay, this dude got
What?
innocent.
Yeah. But what I noticed that Activision is not. They don't mess around either. So they're gonna ban those accounts when they know they're for sure cheating. So I think it's a lot better. I'm not compared to last year, but I
I mean,
haven't played this. I played a little this weekend. I played like 10 matches, but
for the most part, it's been a great experience. I think this
yeah,
weekend was probably the worst that I've seen it, that I
yeah,
experienced.
that's yeah. There's, I mean, you really can't avoid cheating to be honest, especially with the game
Yeah,
this popular. I mean, you have to like the best thing to do is just to leave. That's what I do.
yeah, that's what I do. I went ahead and
How
played
many
zombies. So
how many times have you left though? Like last night, like the last 2 days, did you leave like
I left out of 5 matches, then I switched over to
five?
zombies. Yeah.
Wow, 5 out of even zombies too.
No, no. So I played out of probably the 70 games I played. I
Hmm.
dropped out of 5 of them,
Oh my
and
God,
then
70. That's a
and
lot.
then like I was looking at that, and I could tell like I'll probably end up in another match with these dudes, or that people are cheating. So then I just went and played zombies, which is a lot of fun. I like this. I like this version of zombies.
What are you? You like Prestige 6 now?
I'm like 8,
7?
almost 9,
Oh my God. Oh
because
my
they've been having
gosh. You're higher than him then. Yeah.
no, because
I
it's
don't.
double XP, right? They got double XP nonstop. Like for the last
It's true. Yeah.
yeah during Christmas, like the whole week was double XP. So I was just playing. You play all the and then you play zombies on double XP, dude. Your level super fast.
Yeah. I'm
That's
like
what I
only
recommend.
Prestige. I just got to 3 or
I want to
4.
prestige to 10. I want to get to 10 fast, so then I can really start laser focusing on the guns and the kits that I want to play as.
Yeah, that's true. So yeah, what's called again? Zombies is the fastest way to level. I still think.
Yeah, like yesterday I
And
leveled, but
yeah,
I
they
leveled
added
up maybe five
Warzone.
times. Yeah, I can't stand Warzone.
But Warzone, yeah, you can get annoying players. I think there's more cheaters in Warzone.
Yeah, it's way bad.
It's easier to cheat because you only get like 2 or 3 kills, but those 2 or 3 kills make a difference, you know? So,
Yeah, they got to do something though.
well, I think they are. I mean, yeah, there's nothing. I mean, it's just a part of you know what I mean? If it was another game that was big like Battlefield, there was cheaters in Battlefield too. I mean, I even saw them in Titanfall when I played Titanfall. I was like, come on, man. It
Yeah,
was retarded. But
yeah, yeah. I don't know. I
but so
mean,
this yeah, but this news like this getting back to the subject of the what's it called again? It's been like because this is already like a week and a half old news already, wasn't it? It was like right before Christmas, right? And then it just went to everywhere, and everybody's talking about it like it's like a big deal. It's like they just money handed the game. That's all it is, you know. And the studio has no experience to. They even said they don't have an experience. That's a lighter way of saying we can't do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I read the actual article where the person was actually speaking, right?
Hmm.
So if you look at a
Yeah.
caption of some of the articles, it's like they're against Microsoft and Microsoft's against them, and it's not that at all. In fact, when you see what
No.
the guy writes, he's just saying like, "Look, dude, we're struggling doing this." He's saying
Exactly.
he's saying the
Yeah.
part out loud without actually saying we can't do this. Is what he's saying.
Yeah. Well, the main thing is that they're saying they're blaming uh Series S, and I'm like, well, they didn't say that. They just said that.
Yeah, they did say that.
Yeah. First off, the game runs on less hardware. Everybody's been saying this because they know it's been
Right.
running on hardware on PC, less hardware because they can make it look less, less detailed. Obviously, lower the details, and so I have the game. It's not. I mean, it looks good, but it's not as. I wouldn't even put it in the top 5 this year, to be honest. I don't think it looks that great.
Black Myth, Wukong.
Hmm. Yeah, I have it. I have about 15, 20 hours. I would put it. There's some parts of it that look really good. It's like really inconsistent, in my opinion.
All right.
Like the green areas, they don't. They look good, like really good, but they don't look as good as like I'm comparing it to other games I played. Like I think the Star Wars game looks really good, but it
Right.
all looks good on. See, this is the thing. The Xbox Series X, I think people are underestimating. They've been a lot of companies like Ubisoft, like the Star Wars game and what is it called again? The Avatar game. They look really good on Series X. They really optimized for it because I have PC with a 4070 Ti,
Right.
and those games they look a little less like they don't run as like consistent. They have these like hips, like hitches and stuff,
Yeah.
and they look good, but they don't look like consistent. Like the not just the frame rates are okay. It's just the look of the game, especially like Stalker 2 on release, it was like night and day. Now it looks good on PC. They've been like the second patch was like a big deal. It was like like they like optimized it fully. But my point is that a lot of games look really good on Series X, and I think people are underestimating it. That's why with that Digital Foundry, they're probably like, because when I look at even Indiana Jones on PC versus Series X, I played on Series X. It looks better, you know,
Mm-hmm.
because it's people think it's because it runs faster. No, it's because of the output to your TV. Because TV, like a really good TV, is way ahead of a lot of gaming monitors. The gaming monitors are shit these days. They haven't advanced a lot. You know what I mean? And the really good ones are really expensive. They're like I would tell people just get a 40-inch OLED, for like 800 bucks, 700, because some of the monitors now they're like 1,500, $2,000, and they're only like 27 inches. It's like so stupid. I mean, if you're gonna go that far with it, for a good monitor, I would just tell somebody to get a good TV.
Yeah, I play on a
And it
TCL.
does.
I
You
play
have an
on a
OLED,
TCL.
right?
Well, I play on a TCL QLED.
Oh,
Yeah, it's pretty good
yeah.
though.
Because if you see like certain games, it's like night and day, and
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
it's frustrating because people will say, "Oh, it doesn't look that good." I'm like, "What are you crazy?" It's like
I just
Gears
can't.
4
I just can't get myself to pay 1,500 to 2,000 for that.
for what? Oh, for OLED?
Yeah,
Oh, you can get them for cheap now.
not in Hawaii,
Well,
but
I bought mine at 950, but it was like it was a Vizio, so and I'm surprised it's the best TV I bought. It's like 4 years old now, and it's still good.
like TCL, I mean, it meets my needs. It could be better, but I
Hmm.
mean, for the price, you can't touch it.
Oh
So
no, yeah, yeah. Oh no, I'm sure your TV's fine. If you just bought it, it's recent, right? Like the last 4 years, right?
yeah,
Smart TV.
3 years ago, I would say 2, 3
Oh
years ago.
yeah, then it's fine. The only difference is that is like in the blacks. That's all. Like when you see
Oh
the
yeah, nothing
gradation between
like nothing can touch
OLED.
the
You
Yeah.
know, yeah, the OLED is different, makes it a huge difference. But
Oh yeah. Yeah. Agreed.
and the thing is, that's the thing where I think the consoles are better. They're better optimized for those games. There's like because I try to compare like I'm trying to think of a game that is just as good on PC with a monitor because I have an HDR monitor, but it's not OLED. It's an
Right.
HDR, and it obviously is not as better. It's not as good as TV, but for some games it doesn't matter. But for some games it really is. Like I said, like Star Wars, like I couldn't play it on the monitor. It's like this doesn't look good. It looks really bad. And not bad, but just like generic. But then it pops on a TV, so that's why I keep telling people, I go, you got to play some of these games on a TV. Not just a TV, but I mean on console because even on a normal SDR TV, it still looks way better than PC. Like Stalker 2. Yeah. But so look at all the games that Xbox has got, like Stalker 2, Indiana Jones, which is awesome. I'm about a third of the way through that, two-thirds I'm near the end of Egypt. It's like so cool. All they're like all different. They're not the same. And then you get the PC games that they put out too. So it's an advantage for everybody. I mean, like that guy was talking about, he was talking about the quick resume. But the biggest thing for me is that they have Game Pass that is crossplay, and also you can play with, you buy a game like the all the first party games from Xbox. They're and like Sega's games, they're all dual play. You can get it for PC and Xbox. So
No, yeah. I mean, the variety is off the charts. Let me
yeah.
refade it real quick. As much as I don't want Sony to die off, if fair games flopped, like if their games flop, like
Oh,
Sony really will die. Yeah. I mean, yeah, dude. I think
I
they've,
want them to die.
yeah, I think they've outstayed their welcome, faded. If I'm being totally honest with you, I mean, they're the reason why we're in the situation we're in my opinion. Because the entire industry revolves around them, right? So if they want to charge you more for games, they will. If they want to come out with subpar equipment, uh, and I'm just not talking about the consoles. I mean the peripheral stuff as well. They'll do that.
Yeah,
If they don't want gaming to move forward, they'll do that as well. They have too much of a chokehold, and I'm not just talking about the financials and the industry standard. I mean, like in the culture as well, right? Because everybody familiarizes PlayStation with gaming on a level that Nintendo used to have and Sega at one time had, right? And that's not where we want to be when it comes to in 2025, going into 2025 in the gaming industry. These guys need to go away. They've relinquished the crown, if they've even ever had the crown, right? But they've relinquished that and that responsibility, and that's fallen on Xbox because Xbox does all the heavy lifting for the gaming industry, but they get the most hate, right? They never get any of the credit, and they're constantly being berated. Now, some of that I have to put on Xbox as well because Xbox allows this stuff to happen, right? Then they don't have to allow these things to happen. Xbox, if they wanted to, could totally just have a complete shift in the gaming industry across the entire spectrum if they wanted to, but they choose not to for whatever reasons. And I think that's because of the current staff that occupies the Xbox, for lack of a better word, the Xbox, where Xbox stands right now.
oh, you mean like playing hardball with Sony?
Yeah, and that's something that they won't do because at the end of the day, right,
I think they will. I think people don't understand. I think they're just waiting for
they
the next gen.
well, I mean, it's like they're going in a direction, but it's too slow, right? They should have done this years ago. We could have
Oh no,
dusted.
I don't think. I think they would have if they could, but I think they knew when he. I'll just when he said that thing. That was a truth. But he didn't say that it's forever. When he said that they lost this generation, he's basically telling the fans, don't expect us to be like number one. We're not going to be number one. They're not. They're not. They're just PlayStation is popular. It's more popular. It's people have to accept that. That's how it is. It's the Coke. It's the Coke of the consoles. But
Yes.
there's only two. There's only two choices. Okay, So it's not like it's a big deal anyway. It's either PlayStation or Xbox. And Xbox is still popular. It has enough that it's relevant. It's 30 million. You know what I mean? So
Well, we don't. Okay, so we don't know the exact amount that they have. Number one.
no,
Number two.
I mean,
Number
you
two.
could.
For me
It's 2 to
personally.
1. It's about 2 to 1. We know
Number
that. It's
two.
a little.
For me personally, right? I'm tired of
Hmm.
it. Right. Let's move on. Let's get these guys out of the way. Because literally Microsoft,
But
everything
no,
Microsoft did in 2024,
yeah.
right, is puts them as the industry leader, and they've been doing this for years. Right. The only thing that people have to hold on to when it comes to PlayStation,
Hmm.
right, is the amount of units that they sell,
Yeah.
which
No,
I
no.
think is suspect as well. So for me personally, it's like you already do all the heavy lifting within the industry. You just might as well just take it over, right? And they
I don't
won't do
think that.
that, right?
Yeah, they're not done. They could do that. They haven't said they can't do that. They never said they're going to stop doing it.
If Microsoft wants to, they'll do it.
Yeah, I know. We all know what we want them to play hardball. Nothing's going over, and there's going to be exclusives only on Xbox. But there already are right now. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? So if they really cared about putting things on Sony so bad, then fucking indie should be on there right now. It's not because they still want to sell it. They still want to sell the console. But
I don't know the whole. I
I
see what
understand.
they're doing when it
Yeah,
comes to like their little ecosystem of trying to get it
yeah,
everywhere because it does push their message, right? So that's something
yeah.
you can say. It's like, look, we even put it on PlayStation. We even put it on the Switch. Yeah, okay, whatever. Right? You guys do whatever you do. You guys give me everything I want. Again, that's something I
Hmm.
don't agree with. But you guys give me everything
But
I
it's
want. So I can't.
yeah.
But on the flip side of that, I can't really fault a lot of the stuff that goes on with them. Like we're here
Hmm.
talking about Wukong, right? And Microsoft never really comes out and says things that they never say what they should be, in my opinion. They never
But they
come out
already
and
did
talk
say. They
about
said that there's business between it. Business was done with another publisher, with
yeah,
another party, which is
yeah,
obviously Sony.
right.
They
And
could be
then
lying, but I don't think they're lying. Why would they lie about that?
yeah, but he kind of talks around it, right? He kind of says, "Well,
Because they can't. They
we
can't.
don't comment, we don't comment on
Yeah.
things that would be on other parties."
Because they. What good would it do for them to crucify Sony? And then they're not going to even make it look. They can't. They can't fight the media. The media's already on Sony's side.
Yeah, they
So
can't fight the media. They definitely can't fight the media,
of course not.
especially
So
now.
they're doing as much as they can. Is what I'm saying. I understand
Oh,
though about like you were
yeah,
saying they took their time. The
dude.
mistake they did was they waited too long.
No,
From
so okay, let me throw this at you then, since you want to debate this.
okay,
Um,
go ahead. Yeah.
okay, does Apple take any of this crap from anybody?
No, but this is
No.
Microsoft. They're not Apple.
Oh no, no.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. Does Apple take any crap from anybody?
No, but
Okay, so
nobody. Microsoft has a different.
there is a way, right? There
Yeah,
is, but Microsoft just won't do it. There is a
they
way.
will. Trust me, they can and they will if they have to. It depends. The only thing I worry about this is I'll be honest. The only thing I worry about is if they just leave, because they can and they would,
Who
because it would be
Microsoft?
too small for them. Yeah, but they already spent
Yeah,
this much money. They're not going to.
yeah. I
So
don't
they're
think they're
gonna.
gonna leave. I think this.
Of
I
course.
agree with you. They set in
Yeah.
stone on that, right? But that's been one of the things as an Xbox and anybody who
It would.
follows Xbox, they understand that about Microsoft because they've done it with other stuff. They've done millions and billions of dollars
Yeah.
in stuff and just walked away.
It's not rocket science. They're taking their time because they really don't know where the market's going exactly. So they're just throwing out a wide net to see what happens. And first off, you should read like what Sony says, because Sony is not even happy. They don't what they say is like they don't even want to be in it anymore. It sounds like, you know what I mean? Because even though they sell all those consoles, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? It's so small compared to the market that buys. You know what I mean? Like, okay, the real number we should be looking at is the revenue. Sony's revenue was like 29 billion and Microsoft's was 21 billion. So they were 8 behind last year. This is before they have full year of ABK. So with a full year of ABK, Microsoft would probably be at the same or even above. So that's the true number we should be looking at. That's revenue, not profits. So, but when you look at the profits, the profit margins, Microsoft's ahead already. They're making more money. So that's the more important thing, because Sony can't keep doing this for so long. And even Microsoft can't keep doing this for so long. But that's why they bought they bought that. They looked at ABK and they're like, oh shit, these people make money. It's just a matter of how long and if they can keep it up or they make more. That's all. So their thinking is, well, we got to keep those games on all those platforms for now because they're making so much money. You know what I mean? It's like it'd be stupid to take it out. And actually, it would be negative because you'd lose fans. So for certain games, they have
Xbox doesn't have fans.
what?
Xbox don't have fans.
What do you mean Xbox doesn't?
Xbox doesn't have fans.
That's the perception. You have to, not you, but people in general, even me. But when people have buy something, when they sell close to 30 million, whatever it's 29 or 31 or whatever, I don't know the exact number. When it's that high, people are buying it. They're not just buying it just because if Sony was so good, then Xbox would sell maybe 5 to 10 million.
Yeah, but it's
It'd
just
be
a
like Wii
transaction.
U.
It's just a
What?
transaction. It's just a transaction at the end of the day for Microsoft, for Xbox.
No, I mean consoles are
Realize that.
important. I'm not saying console sales are
I'm not saying they're not
important.
important, but they don't have a look, dude. If you look at I'm a Sega dude, and I still rock
Yeah,
out,
I know. Yeah.
right? So what I'm saying is that's a fan to me, right? A
hmm
fan is like even the PlayStation guys. I disagree with them. I think they're psychotic. I think they're a cult, but they're fans. Xbox doesn't have that.
No, you're thinking about the people on YouTube.
No, I'm talking
That's
about in general, brother, in gaming, right?
no.
Every time I
I'm a
hear an
fan.
Xbox guy or somebody who promotes Xbox, right?
No, there's
It's
people
in
who
the
are.
vein. It's in the vein of a transaction. Okay, like I got
I
this
think
from
yeah.
Xbox. I'm getting this from Xbox. Xbox gives me this. It's never like about them in the actual culture of being an Xbox fan.
Well, you're thinking of what comparing it to PlayStation. That's different. I
Yes,
think
hundred
there's a lot
percent.
of people who buy PlayStation. It's for the casuals because they think it's the sure thing.
No, the casuals are everywhere. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Xbox has.
Well, I think people prefer Xbox because they like shooters or they prefer that
Yeah,
system. That's
exactly,
it. It's not
exactly.
about and they don't care about those fucking games from Sony. It's
Yeah.
enough to matter. That's my point. So
Well, I mean, they mattered when everybody played COD on PlayStation, right?
Hmm. And
So,
it, and
of
the
course,
whole
yeah, because it's such a that game goes for
the reality of it is that Call of Duty got big on
so
the 60, not PlayStation. So most of those
yeah.
people were casuals to begin with. They only transitioned over because now it was on another platform and they wanted to make sure that was early to anything they gave you right away. Listen, anything that's going on out there, I know exactly what he means to. Um,
This is I mean
so,
we've been having this conversation about why are they playing nice. So
oh,
we already know why they're
oh,
doing it.
Xbox,
Yeah.
Microsoft themselves. Why? I mean, because they're worth $3 trillion. That's why. Because they're the biggest company in the world in the gaming space. Because they got any move they make, the ABK is going to be like, "Yo, what are you doing?" Because they're an American
Yeah, I
company.
know that. Yeah, yeah. You don't have to explain. I know, but people are arguing about they should just destroy Sony, but they don't understand that that's the market that they want to keep alive. Sony, even if
Well,
because they just have to
to
convince
be,
those people to buy it, but they can't convince them now.
but to be honest, Sony doesn't make them viable. Sony doesn't make Microsoft more viable. Sony doesn't do anything for Microsoft. So if
No,
Sony's around or not, it doesn't
no.
matter.
If you want to
But
stay on the
Sony does
console
nothing.
market,
Sony does
yeah,
nothing for the industry or gaming. They do nothing. It's the
well, to
media.
us, yeah.
It's
Okay,
the
we're not.
media.
That's another argument. Yeah,
The
we're
media
just.
and the perception in stores that keeps
Mhm.
Sony like a prevalent thing. Oh, because it's the best console. Because everybody wants
But
it.
not everybody thinks that.
Oh no,
It's still
but in the real world, yes. In the real world, the
It
casuals
doesn't. But see, you keep
really
saying
think,
that you the way you say it, you make it sound like they're selling 10 to 1. They're not.
oh no,
They're
they're
selling
not.
2 to 1.
Absolutely, they're not. But in the real world, when it comes to sales, when they're buying, when people are buying, right? Because I don't know
No,
how it is.
I'll tell you what I think. I think
Speaking about, I'm
yeah.
speaking
Go
about
ahead.
here in the States, right?
hmm
When people go to the store, all
They're
you
about
see is
50-50 in the
buy
states. You know that,
buy
right?
PlayStation. They go buy PlayStation because it has the better games, The best
No, they
exclusive.
don't have the better games. They just have the
Yeah,
more
but this
popular third
being
party,
said
this first part.
is,
Yeah,
but it was
It's
being
the
said.
perception. It's the
yeah, we
I'm
perception.
know.
trying
I
to
know.
tell you. I'm trying to tell you it's being said, and I
No,
can.
I understand this. You don't have to
You
explain it because it's
know what I mean? So because of this is why the domino effect continues, where
yeah,
casuals that go in, right, casuals, they automatically think that Xbox is garbage, it has
yeah.
no games,
But
and
that's
they buy
changing
PlayStation.
already. That's
You know what
it's
I mean?
already changing.
Well, it's changing, and it looks like it's changing as far as YouTube goes, right?
No, I
But
think it's changing in the sales. The sales
oh,
are
dude,
not as much as we want them.
I'm telling you, in the outside, in the
Oh
real
my
world,
god.
it is
Yeah.
not changing. It's not changing. Not around here, anyway. In the states, all I
No,
see
it
is the
is. The number
same
of
old
it's
bullshit,
only the big difference is this
same old
Europe
rhetoric.
and Asia is still heavily PlayStation. We know this.
Yeah, no, but I'm talking
Already
about
this
even here. I've seen it. Same old crap.
no, I
People
understand. It
go,
still sells
"Oh,
more
I don't
than
want an
Xbox.
Xbox.
I
I
don't
don't want an Xbox." You know how many people I have to
you're not
talk to
listening
other
to me.
day?
I'm not disagreeing with you. But the way you portray it is that it's only selling a PlayStation. Why would people still buy an Xbox then? It still sold 500,000 last month.
Yeah, I understand
Half
that,
a
but
million to 1.2 to Sony. It's
those
still a
numbers are
lot.
based off. Those numbers are based off the entire United States
Yeah,
and
we
other
don't even know. Yeah, so
countries.
my point. Yeah, so we
And
know this already. We know the numbers, all three of us. So my
Mhm.
point is that they can't change that overnight. It's not going to happen. That's
Oh,
just
I mean,
how it is.
this is how it's
It's like
this is
Coke.
how,
They're not going to suddenly.
this is how it's been since the OG though. Because even in the OG, they had the
Even
better
the 360
console.
was like that. I bought the 360, and I had a friend, a coworker. He would never fucking buy a 360, even after all those games.
The only reason the 360 did well, the only reason
But
360 did
even
well,
then, okay,
yeah, but the only reason 360 did well, it was because there was no console ever in history
the
that
first
was
year
that
was
powerful, that price ever in the market,
yeah,
except for Dreamcast, right at the time, right before it, right, that was offering all these fucking games. Plus, they had all these third parties that signed up with them right away, and because
yeah.
they came out way before they came out before
This is
PlayStation,
not.
they
This is
came
not
out
the
with their new
issue.
console. That was it. That was the only
Yeah,
reason.
this console war is like. I mean, we care about it. I mean, I actually don't give a shit about it, but I just want them to make games and make good games. That's it.
Yeah, but
But I
it's
don't
not
care
a
about.
console war. It's not a console war. It's not a
I
console war.
know, but you.
It
Well, we're
Sony has done
talking about.
nothing for the industry, Gogo Pole. Nothing. They have
No,
done
no,
nothing.
I know that, but
So
you're
because
saying
of that, they've gotten away with doing all these things and keep doing well, purely out of perception, luck,
you can't do
and
anything.
and because they had more
For
money than
Apple.
anybody else at
Yeah,
the time.
but
That's it.
it doesn't matter. People still prefer it. That's
Yeah,
just how it
because
is.
they don't know. They don't understand. They don't
Exactly.
get,
You could,
don't get the
dude.
history
They they
of how
stole.
bad, how
I,
unhealthy they are.
yeah,
That's
they see the numbers. Microsoft sees the numbers after all of what they've done last year, the last 2 years. Before this year, they dropped the price on Series X and S a lot. You know,
hmm
they had it on it for 350 for the Series X, and it was like near 200 just for the Series
hmm
S. People are fucking stupid. That's how it is.
Plus,
It's just
they,
how it is.
plus, they, plus they had other.
Yeah. Plus, it was a bad timing because you have one big game like Spider-Man 2 and God of War. Those affect people's perceptions. I get it. So the point is they know this. Microsoft knows this. They're not fucking stupid. So they can't. They have to go with the grain. You know, they could do what we're telling them to do to like say make COD exclusive, make fucking everything exclusive. But how much more would you? Okay, let's be realistic. How much more would they have sold this winter? So instead of one, let's just talk about America. I'm being serious now. What do you think we would have sold instead of what they sold? So let's say it was like something like 500,000 in November to like 1.2, 1.3 billion for PlayStation 5. What do you think would the difference be if they found out that if COD would be a big difference, but that's too much, they wouldn't risk that. But let's just say anything but COD and everything they was it was like they're all going to be Microsoft only.
Well, to my point, right? I don't just buy
What
everybody and they won't have a choice. So that's my point.
No, but that's you can't. That doesn't. People would just not buy it. They'll
No, no.
still
Okay,
buy
so
PlayStation.
you're asking me, right? What I would do, and my point has always been this way on my channel for the longest time.
I would
Just
agree
make
with
these
you.
people bend. No, no. I'm just
Yeah,
saying. Just let me get my point out. Just make them bend the knee. Don't give people a choice. That's my perspective on it.
you mean don't give them a choice of what to play the game.
Yeah, if
You get it
Microsoft
all
owns
everything.
everything, then eventually people will come around
Yeah, but
because the gaming community is filled with a bunch of normies, and when that perception and when this narrative switches, then they'll be on Xbox. Ooh, people.
mhm.
Hey, sorry, dude. Go ahead.
Well,
Yeah,
my
yeah,
point is,
yeah. Well, you answer a question. That you
yeah,
said
go ahead. So tell
would have
me
made
how
a
much.
difference. The numbers would have. The numbers would have definitely gone up. Not maybe in a big amount, but it would have gone up because it would be like you just said. It would take time. Because the fact of the matter is, when you give somebody the absolutely no other choice but to be on your platform, they
Mhm.
will go. They will come over. And the way you know this is because when Starfield was announced and you saw that everybody was talking about Starfield, it brought
Mhm.
up it sold. Okay? Just like when
I don't.
we're talking about Indiana Jones, you saw a bunch of people, YouTube, social media,
Mhm.
Instagram, everywhere, talking about, I gotta
Yeah.
get an Xbox. Listen, even people that do movies, like what's the cornball's name? John Campia. Even he was saying, I gotta get an Xbox,
John Campea.
even though I'm a PlayStation guy because I love Indiana Jones. That right there tells you that what Sega Man just said is an absolute fact.
Yeah,
If they
but I'll
give
tell you
them
this.
no choice but to play certain games on their platform. You see, the thing with me is that I don't like about Xbox is you complain that nobody's really buying the console enough, yeah? But you're
Who,
not
me?
making the console
I'm not
worth.
complaining.
You're not making the console worth people yearning for it. If you're telling me, you're gonna
No,
tell me,
because you have to
people,
understand
if you're
people
telling
don't.
people, if you're telling people, if you told people you could only play Call of Duty on Xbox, right? As far as the console goes. If you're telling people you could only play Indiana Jones on Xbox, if you're telling people you could only play uh, anything else like Blade
You're
coming up,
saying it would sound
on,
like what? So instead of 400, I just wanted you to guess the number. Like I would guess. Okay, I'll give you a number. I would probably be like maybe at the best 900,000, one
of
million. But
of
Sony would
what?
still best sell better. Last
No,
month,
not if Microsoft has more games. Absolutely not, because
they already
Microsoft has
have
more
the
money.
games. That's the
Because
point.
Microsoft
What are
has
you
more
talking
money than
about?
Sony.
Nobody
Sony can't
cares about
compete
the
with them.
actual exclusives.
Sony can't compete with them anymore.
Only the hardcore. That's the point.
Well,
It's more than just that. It's not just the exclusive.
Sony has no money to compete with them anymore. They can't compete
We
on that
know
level.
this. I know. We're not
So
arguing
so
that.
if Microsoft
Uh,
look at the for example look at the list of games coming out this year versus PlayStation.
yeah.
Already you're seeing the paradigm shift of how much games versus PlayStation Microsoft has. So if
Yeah.
Microsoft continues to do this, where they just keep bringing out big ass games after game after game after game, license game, whatever, right? The shift will come, and people will not care about it.
Exactly.
It will come, absolutely.
It's gonna take
But
time regardless. Even if they did
it's
the
not going to happen.
you
It's not going to happen with them saying, "Oh yeah, you can play Doom on PlayStation. Oh yeah, you can play Indiana Jones on PlayStation. Maybe not right away, or because it's on Game Pass. Game Pass is not enough to convince people to go play it because you got dummies out here that say, "Oh, I'd rather pay $70 to own it instead of playing on Game Pass."
no,
Because
I yeah, I
the
know.
other
You're running
problem
into
is Microsoft
yeah.
doesn't give you the option
Well, you have to
to
think
buy
about
the game
what's
and put it on the disc so that you own it. That's another
yeah.
problem.
So we have to look at the options of why they chose that because I don't think people really think it through. They just think like,
No,
oh,
they did that
why
because they're
would they pick
trying to
this?
make sure that they don't have nobody for the government bother them.
Well,
That's
that's
that.
one. That's one
They're
plus.
not
That's
doing
another thing.
it. They're not
It's
doing
more.
it
I
to
think it's
keep
more
the
than just
people
that.
happy or to act kumbaya. They're doing it because they're trying to protect their culo, their butthole. They may not
Exactly.
say it,
So
but
it's
that's
more.
the thing. Because Sony's not going to get the government behind them because they're a Japanese company. If they
It's
go
the
keep
sad
look
thing.
how much stupid shit they do. They paid for Wukong. They paid for Final Fantasy. They paid for
No,
Last Ronin.
yeah.
They paid for Stellar Blade. The government hasn't told them jack shit. They own all of the anime scene. The government hadn't told them jack shit. Sony can get away with whatever the fuck they want because they're Japanese. The government in America is not going to bother them.
Mm-hmm.
Microsoft don't have that privilege. If Microsoft did what they wanted to do and be like, no, fuck you, you gotta get an Xbox, we're not getting play COD, you're not getting COD, you're not getting Indiana Jones, you're not getting Starfield, you're not getting all that.
One reason.
No, but that's the main reason. That's the biggest reason.
I'm not denying that. That's because they want to.
I mean, I don't know what other reason. I don't think they're doing it for any other reason. That's the main reason. That's the reason.
Content. So they prepare to buy more, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, I mean, why do you think they haven't bought anything else?
Then that should be. I mean, people have to get that because it doesn't matter. I mean,
they haven't made no more acquisitions, even though they said they were.
Because
why do you think that is? Because it took them 3 years to fight in court just for fucking Activision. Yeah, that's why. And because they did that, they wasted so much time and lost so many opportunities, like getting other things like Stellar Blade would have been on Xbox had they not been in the Activision.
Because it's a third party. That's still Sony spending a lot of money.
Yes, but Sony spends to buy for an exclusivity.
They let them buy
it. It's nowhere near an acquisition cost. You get what I'm trying to say? Them paying the developer Stellar Blade to make Stellar Blade exclusive is not nowhere near what Microsoft spends to make an acquisition.
How do you know that though? You don't know that.
I get it's a fact because they don't have to. They're only worth $73 billion. Logo Pole.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Sony. They don't have the pockets, and they don't spend the amount of money for buying exclusivity.
The third party.
For Stellar Blade, I guarantee you was a joke. The guy hasn't said it, but I guarantee you was a joke. But the guy did it because one. He's been working on the game for 7 years or so. Or 8
years. You notice how Microsoft? Well, that's another thing. Why doesn't Microsoft money hit third party? They don't.
Well, but there's a difference from money adding, and there's a difference, for paying for something else, like helping a developer. Microsoft not bought. They had Tomb Raider exclusive because Crystal Dynamics was not going to be able to make the game, for example. Yes. So Microsoft
right now.
No. But I'm getting to the point. That Microsoft paid for Tomb Raider because it wasn't going to come out. It was going to be episodic, where you bought it on the store by episodes. And they said, no. This game has a lot of legacy, legend. We will help you. And at the time, Cory Barlog was working for them in the game, doing the game, right? Because Cory Barlog, that did the God of War afterwards, he pitched to Crystal Dynamics about doing Tomb Raider the same way he did with God of War, where there's no loading, where it's a transition and it keeps going without loading, right? And they said, no, don't do that. They didn't want him to do that because it was going to be too costly at the time, right? Microsoft paid to make the game, develop the game, and market the game. And then they already knew they were going to allow it to go to PlayStation a year later, and they didn't get the freedom to be able to keep that a secret, because the first people that were already talking shit was the media. And on their what are you doing? What are you doing? How you do this? Yeah. How dare y'all? Tomb Raider belongs to PlayStation.
Yeah, we know this.
No, it don't. Tomb Raider was on me on Saturn, and fucking Crystal Dynamics made the deal with Sony because Sega didn't have enough money to pay.
Yeah,
it came out on fucking goddamn PlayStation.
I was there. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So again, bullshit. But the media makes it seem like Sony owns this, Sony owns that. No, just like Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill 2 is exclusive. So they're like, oh, it's synonymous with the PlayStation 1. No, motherfucker. At the time, Sega couldn't afford to put it on, to pay, to keep it on Saturn and keep it multi-plat. Sony did, and Sony fucked them over and put it on PlayStation exclusive. That's the bottom line. So that bullshit perception and lie is still present today in today's market. That is why Sony doesn't deserve any respect. They don't deserve no sympathy. They don't deserve anything. And that is why Microsoft should just shove it down their fucking throat and tell them, fuck you. And they can't because of the government. That's it. Because they can't get away with doing what Tencent does and not have nobody down their throat. How come nobody says nothing to Tencent? Tencent owns 57% of the market of developers.
Yeah, but did you notice? Did you notice all those games they're Bethesda games?
Huh?
The
Yeah,
games that were
that's the game.
announced, those were just
But you
Bethesda
know,
games.
but
Not
the same.
all of them yet.
But
So
but Garfield is not there. Valve is not going to go there because
yeah,
Todd
we
Howard
don't know. We
made
don't
it.
know.
Todd Howard
I don't think so. I think some of
made
those.
it very clear that he doesn't like Sony,
Oh,
doesn't like working with their machine. He made it very clear.
who?
He's Todd Howard. He said that many
Oh
times.
no, yeah, I know.
You know what I mean?
Some of
Now,
those games, all their games run better on Xbox PC. That's a given. Everybody
and if
knows.
Microsoft thinks that
Everybody
by
knows
being
that on both.
Microsoft thinks that by being nice and allowing them in another console, not to force nobody over, is going to work. That's not going to work.
Well, I think
Not going to
Bethesda,
work.
when they were running as a business by themselves, they knew the
But
numbers. So they
But
knew
it's
that.
not going to work. It's not going to work as far as if even if Microsoft keep playing
No, I know.
nice,
I'm just let me finish.
saying to the PlayStation community, we're not going to force you to come over. You can play the games you want on your platform. They're never going to convince them to come over to Xbox by doing.
Oh, they will. It just takes time. That's all it
They're
is. It
not.
takes
They're not
time.
going to convince them. They're not going to do it. I'm telling you, they're not going to do it.
They're not
The
going to do what?
PlayStation hardcore community, the ones that are hardcore, right? They're going to play on PlayStation hard. They're never going to buy an Xbox
Oh,
because
you mean
they're
there's going to
already
be some
convinced.
who won't, but I
Just
think
like the Nintendo community. The Nintendo heads that are hardcore will never buy an Xbox.
that's you're looking at it as like it's everything is static, like it's going to stay the same way.
It's not going to
It's
change
going to
because it's
change.
been like, it's been like that since Xbox came out.
What?
Xbox has always been treated like the intruder coming into the space that belonged to the Japanese
Yeah.
market.
The only thing we have to worry about as a fan, okay,
The reality of it is Microsoft been here since before all of them in the 80s when they made the MSG or the MSX rather. Okay, that they've been here before anybody else, and people
I
don't even
know
realize that.
you're telling me stuff I already know. I know. I get it.
No, I'm not telling you.
But it's
I'm
but that's
saying
how
it
it is.
out
It's
loud in the
open
conversation for
testing.
the people watching the podcast because you know it. But just because you know it, don't mean that people watching know this.
No,
And that's
they
why
know.
I'm saying that.
They don't care. They don't care what's for. Nobody cares about what's in first place. They just want to make sure that they have the best device possible, whether it's a brand name
Yeah,
or
and why do you think PlayStation and Nintendo's
played
name
or
always
for
comes up?
library. No, I know.
PlayStation's name and Nintendo always comes up, like you already know, and like
Yeah.
I already, because the idea and the perception is that they're the only platformer with exclusives. And if Microsoft wants to have that same
They
perception,
have, but the exclusives is not done. They never said they're done with exclusives.
yeah,
So we don't know that yet.
but that's not the way it looks like when everybody that's on
That's
social and
perception.
on
Of course,
YouTube
they didn't say that. They
are
didn't say that
pushing.
yet.
Go. Do you understand that nobody watches TV anymore? Everybody watches YouTube. Everybody,
Yeah, you
everybody in
don't
the world watches YouTube. That's the most biggest
explain
influential
stuff to me I already
space
know. I
in
mean,
the world. And all you see
yeah.
on YouTube, 90% of the time is Microsoft has no games. They're getting out of the console market. They don't want exclusive.
The only argument I am having with you guys, I don't even. I think we all agree that we want them to be play harder, but I understand why they don't. You just said it yourselves like a few minutes earlier. Is that because they have more to buy and they're for the FTC? But now that the FTC is now under, it's going to be under what's his name, Trump. Now it'll be
Mhm.
easier for them if they want to
Oh yeah,
buy. We
absolutely.
don't know
Hopefully.
100%. Yeah, so I think they know that it's like you're clawing at a wall to get those numbers higher. It's fruitless right now. You have to just chip at it. That's all they have to do.
They
So
definitely got to chip
all
at
they have
it.
to do is
Absolutely.
outlive PlayStation. And they don't even care about PlayStation. They just want to make money off them. You
Well,
know what I
they've
mean? So
said it before that they don't see PlayStation as a competitor. They've said that. They said that their competitor was
it is
Apple.
they know they are a competitor and they aren't. I mean,
Well,
in the grand scheme, they aren't
it's
in the long run. So that we
it's
get
the
it.
same.
Yeah, we know that they don't have the money that Microsoft has, so it's more about the market itself. Is it worth it be in it for Microsoft? So that's the only thing we have to worry about, or I mean, as gamers, is that if it doesn't work out, Microsoft could just leave. They could be just like, "Fuck this shit, we'll go." You know, and they'll still divest from. ABK and Bethesda, and they'll be back and just get out of gaming. Just publish a few games and that's it. You know what I mean? Xbox is dead. But then they're not going to do that. They've already said they're going to have another console.
My only argument to all this is, if they sit there and complain that the console market is not growing for them, is because they're not giving the console the perception and that it has value.
I think they're trying to find more,
but the value that they're trying to offer is a value that only people that don't have a lot of money are going to worry about.
So what you're saying is that they're not marketing enough,
no, they're marketing it, but what they're marketing is that look. The reality is most people don't give a shit about playing their games. The reality is that people don't give a shit about playing everywhere. Go look at the cloud name numbers. They're not there.
I care just about PC and Xbox.
No one cares about playing on a tablet, on a portable, on a fucking phone. No, that's not. Maybe in Japan, China, maybe. Here, no. Even on PC. The only reason PC is growing is because now all these people that have PCs for years, because there's millions and billions of PCs around the world, they know that they can play Xbox games through Game Pass, so they're buying Game Pass. Or they're buying Xbox. Because Game Pass made PC a better place. If Game Pass would never been on PC, guess what? They would have to find an Xbox console.
Telling me,
because they're not going to be able to play those games. They would have been forced to buy it on Xbox or on the Windows Store, which they already stopped that as well.
Yeah.
They made PC a better place because the Steam store alone ain't going to help the PC more. They're going to keep growing the PC market. Because when they sell the game...
Wait. Say that again, because I think that's something I could argue with.
Because the Steam store alone would not have grown the PC market with gaming.
It did,
because all they do is sell their stuff
a lot every year. It's growing.
Name me one game that people buy PC for.
Consoles, but there's more players on
obviously, because everybody in the world has a PC. Because everybody in the world has a PC. It's like a phone. It's like a phone. More people can play on phone because everybody has one.
Exactly.
That doesn't mean gamers, actual gamers. Listen, it doesn't mean actual gamers play on PC.
They do, though. Gamers,
no, only a handful. No.
What are you talking about?
If that's the case,
okay, I'll give you the numbers. I can pull
every time you see a new game, every time you see a new game release, right? And you see it on PC,
it's game will tell you how much player people are playing right now.
It's 100,000 people playing, or it's 200 or 500,000.
It's just those are specific game numbers.
Yes.
Total.
But when you see the numbers on console, they're much higher.
No, they're not. They're not.
Yes, they are.
No. They're not. They're not higher.
Numbers are higher. More people were playing Starfield on Xbox than they were on PC.
Certain games, of course, are going to be more popular on console. I would bet right now.
So, PC gaming market, they don't buy games. They don't buy games at full price. They don't buy games like that.
I didn't say they make more revenue. That's different.
I'm just trying to explain to you, and they don't play more because the highest games and the highest count of games are.
We're arguing about two things now because you're saying
more money. They all connect. They all connect. It's all in the same conversation. The point is that the PC market, they don't buy or play more games than
constant. That's they do. What are you talking about?
No, they don't. They don't.
I do.
You're talking about them buying a bunch of different games for $1, $5. That's it.
Who do you think?
Talking about every new big release. Every new big release does not sell more on a PC. It doesn't. That's a lie. No, it doesn't.
No. Look what Pal World, and what's it called again? The hidden. What's the Sony game?
Yeah,
on PC.
You're talking about one specific
20 million, 50 million.
No, you're talking about online games.
On PC.
Every online games like Power World, that's a different scenario. We're talking about games, actual games, not
Yeah, those are games. What are you talking? Don't look at just because they're
multiple
sold for
games.
$30. They're not
Indiana
less
Jones,
games.
like
Those are
Indiana Jones.
games.
More
They make
people
more
want.
money.
I'm talking about regular games. Regular games,
Those
like
are
actual games,
regular
not
games. You gotta stop
online
thinking
competitive.
about games just as like fucking Sony games or
I'm
just
not talking
Gears
about
or Halo.
online competitive games. Power
What?
World, just an online competitive game.
That's not a competitive game. It's a builder game. It's a
Yes,
open
it's
world
online heavy, right? With
crafting game.
online heavy components, right? Right?
It's a big game. It's even going. It's gotten back
Online,
to like over
it's an
100,000.
online competitive game. It's a game that very reminiscent of Pokemon, right? Which they don't have on
Pokemon's a
PlayStation
different
on
game
PC.
though.
Which they
His
don't have on
the
PC
market.
because Pokemon games only exist on Nintendo consoles, right?
I'm just
Let's
okay.
say
We're not.
emulate.
The only
So
argument I'm
that
going
is
to tell you is
why
that I
it
think you
was
underestimate the amount of
why
people who play on
that is
PC.
why it was attractive. That's why it was an attractive thing, and that's why it did well. You're talking about games with online components that are online heavy. I'm talking about a game like Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones, it was
Yeah,
played and bought more on a
just
console.
understand that's where the market.
Starfield
Those
was
games.
played and bought more on a console.
Yeah,
I'm talking about traditional games, not
yeah, but it's not
online
that
competitive
much.
games.
It's not
You
that
understand
much.
what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
Online competitive
understand.
games is
No,
one
there.
different thing. You
You could.
understand?
The way to check would be to check a game like Skyrim. I don't know the numbers,
Uh-huh.
but I would say it's about 2 to 1 on console for sure. But that those 2 to 1, 1/3 selling on PC is still big. But that's a
But it's
pass.
going to be big on PC because there's more PCs in the world. You
No,
understand the PCs aren't in schools,
I understand. I'm just
PCs
telling
are in
you,
workplaces.
but the
People
number
play
gets bigger
games,
and bigger every year.
play
That's my
on-
point.
of course, because a PC is used for everything.
Consoles don't
The
go
world.
up. They're not going up. You know
Yes,
that.
the
They're actually
consoles don't
flat.
go up. Consoles don't go up because the console market is only a particular type of player, a gamer that
Exactly.
only plays games.
So
But
that's
in the
why
PC
Microsoft is doing what
market,
they're doing.
the PC
That's
market is only going up. Like I
oh my
said, it's only going up because everybody in the world has one. Do you understand? Everybody in the world has a PC.
Yeah, I
So
understand. There's like low
for
end and
them to
high
get
end.
Game Pass,
You're underestimating
for them
people
to
want
get Game Pass
PC
at
more.
$12, listen, for them to get Game Pass for $12 is not rocket science.
No, but some people don't even buy Game Pass. I know people that just go on PC because
They
it's
be
got all
buying
the
new
DLC
games.
and play
They're buying
everything.
new games. The PC don't even have exclusives. They have no
What are you
exclusives.
talking about? They have. It's not even. They don't consider it
What they have
exclusive.
is
It's just a cheap
shovelware.
game.
Games that have no
I can tell you
control
all
and
the
no
games on
quality.
Steam right now that are
They
not
throw
going
it
to
on there from smaller markets because the people that put games on PC
Oh
don't
my
need
god.
a publisher, a third party publisher to put it there. So a lot of stuff they have is shovelware.
That's not. No. You don't play PC then at all. You don't understand the
Uh,
market.
I have a PC, Gogo.
I do
Yes,
know, but you
I know
don't.
what
You
you talk
have to
about.
be
You
on
talk
Steam.
about all these
You have
little
to be
independent
on
games
there.
that are there that you can play.
There's
But
console games
a
on
lot of them, a
Steam
lot
that
of
are
them
not
are
going
not
to go to
quality.
console. That's how big it
A lot of
is,
them
and
are
they're
quality,
good.
Gogo. A lot of them are not quality. There's a lot of indie games on
No,
the PC.
there's a lot of quality. You just don't. You
Okay,
can't
mention
say
them.
that unless you go.
All right,
Unless you
mention
know.
them. All right, tell me, mention them. Go ahead. Tell me what game I can go on PC right now and play that I can't play it on Xbox that has quality. Tell me.
Okay,
Tell
I
me
can
one.
go. Let me go through the list.
Triple A, because they is it Star?
Okay,
What was the
Dota
name of
2.
that
You
game?
can't play
Star
that on console.
what?
Dota 2. You can't play that on console. I'm going through
Okay.
the list right
And
now.
what is Dota 2? And what is Dota 2?
Dota 2
Online
is an
heavy.
online
It's an
game. Yeah.
online game. Yes.
Delta Force, you can't play that. That's a big game.
Another game. Nobody gives two fucks about Delta Force.
What are you
Uh,
talking about? There's
no,
150,000 players playing right now.
100,000 players is not a million, Gogo Pole. What are you talking about? We're talking about millions of players versus
That's just a listed
a
number. That's
hundred
one
thousand is a
tenth.
small market.
1% of the
A
number you
hundred
want.
thousand is a small number.
That's
I'm
no. I understand
saying
what you're saying, but that's
100,000 is not a big
I'm
number.
talking about
Big
right
number,
now,
not a big
playing
number.
right now,
Okay,
current players.
continue. What else?
Percentage of
Tell me what else? What other reason I have to go buy a PC other than be able to emulate or mod my shit? What? I don't give two shits about any games on PC. What? What game?
I'm not telling
Tell me
you.
a triple
No,
A
I don't
game
think you
that I
understand the
can play
market.
on
You're
PC.
not under, there's like
Age of Empire? I can play that on Xbox.
that's RTS. Project Zomboid, Euro Truck Simulator 2.
Oh, okay. You should hear what you said. A truck simulator. That is not a triple A. That is not a big game. Yeah. Truck simulator is not a triple A. That's not a big game.
That's a big game. It's a popular game. Those I'm not. I'm
Okay,
just
why? Because it has 100,000 people. That's why it's popular. Do you understand 100,000 is a joke? That number is a joke. It's not a big
games. I have over 100 hours in both Euro Truck
Okay, and how much does it cost to buy a truck simulator?
Well, now it's $20 because it's been out.
Okay, $20 times 100,000 people is how much? Do you
Let me tell you how much they sold.
Let's do the numbers right now. Let's do the numbers right now, because that's the problem. You got people make PC.
You back? We lost him. Yeah, are you guys still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, okay.
No, I understand. He's saying that.
It's $2 million of profit. $2 million. $2 million of profit for the truck simulator.
No, but then when it first came out, it was $49.99.
Okay, even if it was $50, then it was $500. Then it was $5 million. $5 million is a joke in the video game space. That's not a profit.
That's how they make money on Steam. They release DLC because it's a popular. It has a hard niche.
They make money on Steam. I get it, because in Steam you don't need a third-party publisher. Like I said, it's like the Xbox store.
That's the future. That's already here now.
Again, but you have no ownership because it's all digital.
It's not about digital. Nobody cares about that. We're not talking about that.
It's all digital. You have no ownership. So again, more people are not going to buy games.
You know what I do? If that
more people buy games on consoles for that same reason.
Let's listen, because it's not about having like a physical. Nobody cares. Most people don't care. I don't care.
No. You don't
care. And the power's out.
You don't care.
I have a copy.
I definitely care, because I'm not spending
but that's
a buku amount of money. Right?
About the market. We're talking about how Steam.
What I'm trying to tell you is that more people buy games on console because they have bigger AAA games.
It's popular because it has such a wide variety of games that you can't get.
But people, listen, it's the console market that keeps moving the gaming forward. It's not PC.
Not anymore. No.
I'm telling you, it's not PC.
Every game on console that's
I guarantee you that if the console market space dies, so will gaming.
I didn't say it's gonna die. It's just
no. I'm telling you, if console cease to exist, mark my words. If console cease to exist, the gaming space will die. PC will not move it anywhere.
That was not the argument.
The argument will not move it anywhere. Because they are conditioned to getting things a certain way, either cheap, free, or doing what they do. That's how the mindset of most PC gamers are.
If you look at the MMOs, they're actually more. They have more like I'm looking at Throne and Liberty. MMO. That's a high class MMO. It's like really better than most.
But again, you're talking about games with online components that are online heavy.
Like a single player game. What does it matter?
Yes, but most people. What I'm trying to tell you is that the games you're mentioning are games that don't do well on a console. Because they're in a console space.
They're MMO.
They're
Nobody plays MMO.
PC-centric games. Logo Pro. They're PC-centric games.
You're explaining
when you mention World of Warcraft, most people associate it with PC, for example.
You're making all these arguments about why it sucks to play on PC.
No, I'm not saying that. I just said that the PC market doesn't buy more games than console. Because the console gamers are different than PC.
It's just it's not the highest revenue because it's the whole world.
They do not buy more. Absolutely not. They do not. Yeah. They do not.
So the numbers they've come out.
How many people on that game that you just mentioned?
Oh my god!
How many people on the game you just mentioned?
They were like at the same time. They were about the same.
Logo Pro. How many people are in that game you just mentioned? That RPG. On the RPG. How many people are?
It's a free to play. Right now it's 50,000.
Okay, it's free to play. Right there. It's free to play. They don't pay nothing. Whatever they buy, right? How many people downloaded it and play it? How many people?
I don't know. I would guess if Throne and Liberty, probably 2 to 3 million at least.
Okay. You realize that Dead Rising 3 sold 5 million copies?
We're not okay. We're not
You
comparing.
realize that, right?
Yeah,
You
but that's
realize
not
that
every game. That's not
one
every game
game
is
that was
going down
considered.
for third
Listen,
play
see,
game.
the problem you're not understanding what I'm saying because you keep interrupting. You're not listening.
I'm,
Dead Rising 3 sold 4 million copies,
I
to,
have never.
almost 5 by itself, right?
Yeah,
And it was
I'm not.
considered a failure. It was considered a failure. It was considered a failure in
Yeah,
the console space. And you're telling me that one of the biggest and most important or
you're just
popular
making
games right
my
now that's free to
argument better.
play
Actually,
on
yeah,
PC, right? Only has about 3 million players, right? Do you see
yeah.
what I'm trying to tell you? And that's a
No, I
free
don't
to play.
understand
You
what you're
can
trying to
download it
say.
for free. You can download it for free. So what you're paying for is cosmetics. The
Yeah,
PC space.
that's how people play because they have investment in it.
No. Yes, on PC with certain games.
Okay, I'll tell you how I. Okay, I'm not before I. Okay, I'll just show you why it doesn't matter. Like your mentality of like just consoles. Nobody, the kids today, like not just kids, adults too. A game like I'll give you a game like here. I'm gonna look on the list here. A game like okay, like Helldivers 2. They're
Uh-huh.
already trying to do a service game for that. The reason people keep
Mhm.
playing is because it's an investment. They want people don't want to. There's certain people they want just one or two games and that's it. They want COD or they just want one game and then that's it. They
I know
want to,
this.
but they want a specific game. They're looking
I
for
know
something
this.
very specific. So that's
Mhm.
what PC excels in because on console you have a specific type of game, like an open world, like the action adventure, and that's it. You know, you're not going to get that on PC. I mean, you
Mhm.
they want to look for something very specific that only PC
Mhm.
gets.
Mhm.
Do you get it? So that's why I think PC is much more popular. There's a ton of games that you can't get on, and they're never going to go to console. This
There's
is not. It's not about it's exclusive. It's an exclusive club. No, it's because it's made by a smaller company, and they don't have to deal with all that stuff with the consoles.
you
They
realize
can't.
you realize that any developer could put any game on Xbox because they're not mandatory. It's not mandated for them to have a third party publisher, right? You know that, right? You realize that, right?
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I
So
of course.
whoever
And that's
doesn't
why
put a
they
game
have
on console,
they're the ones that do
whoever
early
doesn't put
access.
a developer doesn't put a game on consoles because they choose not to.
Yeah, because
There
there's
are
more
no
hoops you have
mandates
to
on
go through.
consoles.
You have to go to
There are no
standard.
mandates. There are
You
no
have to
mandates.
accept it.
We could have argued this on the 360 era because you needed a third party publisher to put it in the store. In the indie store.
That's the point. Nobody goes to the store to buy anymore. It's like 95% is digital. You know
No,
this already. This is not you know this
people
already.
people don't buy because they're not being forced to. If
I would never buy.
if you
There's
put
no reason to buy it
listen, if
late
you put a
today.
product only available in a certain spot, and they're saying to them, "This is what you got to pay," and you don't change it, they're gonna buy it.
Okay,
If they want it, they're gonna buy
yeah.
it. You
I
see what
think
I'm saying?
I know you don't. Okay, why don't you like PC games? I don't. I want to hear what you say because you think that they're a certain type of
Who's glad I don't like
like they're
PC
all
games?
like shit games
I
or
never
something.
said I didn't like it. I never said I didn't like
You said they're
PC. That
shovelwares, like
never
all
came out of my
shovelware.
mouth. I
You
never
said
said
shovelware. It's
I
like all
never
shovelware.
said that I don't like. Never came out of my mouth. Never.
It's
What I
okay.
said
Nobody
was
cares. I
what
mean,
I said is that the PC space would not be prevalent unless they were. The reason why it's more prevalent now is because Microsoft put Game Pass for a certain amount of price, and now they can get AAA games. And now that PlayStation's also putting games there, they got AAA games that only went to console first, right? On the PC. So now everybody's, oh, I can play this and I can play that. Of course you can. So as a PC player, of course you're going to promote, yeah, PC is the way to go. As a console gamer, where you know that, why should I listen? Just the idea of having to pay more money to build a PC with all the nuances that it has just to play a game is a deter right there. It's a completely deterred.
okay,
You
let
can
me.
compare that. You cannot compare that to buying a console that all you do is you plug it and then you play and it does everything for
But
you, whether it's
see,
updating,
that's something from
whether
the
it's downloading, it
relic
does
of the
it all for
past.
you.
People
In
don't
the real
care.
world, people are not going to go, well, let me buy this $2,000 PC for my grandson and then I'll figure out how to get it to work. That's not the real world. In the
It
real
is the real.
world,
They get hand me downs.
most
They get hand me
people
down computers.
No. More
I get my
people in the real
nephews like
world are going to buy
Amazon gaming PCs. All my
in the real
nephews and nieces.
world. In the real world, most people are going to buy a console so they could just play games.
No, they'll
Whereas
buy PC, buying PCs now. You know this. It's not. People are kids that are old enough to buy something. They save money to buy. They don't buy
yes, they're
consoles
not
all of it.
buying.
They buy
They're not
PCs.
buying. They're not just buying. They're not buying PC for gaming. That's not what they're doing.
They're buying for everything, but PC. They don't care as much about the console. Is what I'm saying.
If they're
Flat
buying a
market.
PC,
It's
if
as
they're buying a
both.
PC, it's because they don't care about games. That's the whole point.
No, they do care about gaming because they play
No,
different games.
no.
You know this yourself.
When people are going to buy, they're buying in the stores, they're not going to buy something
I'll
that
give you
you
an
need to
example.
know and learn because it's not easy either. Unless you're a PC person, it's not an easy thing to manage and to
I
deal
have
with.
like almost 20 nephews and
A
nieces.
grandmother's not going to
None of
buy
them want
a
to buy a console.
grandchild a
Listen to
PC.
me. None of them want a console except
Single.
one. My niece, and she likes Switch games. That's it. She's the only one, and she doesn't even care that much. She only cares about Zelda. The rest of them, they want PC. That's it.
No,
Because
it may
they
be
can play with their friends.
in your family, maybe yes, but that's
That's
not
my
how it is in the
point. That's
world.
my point. Of course, there are going to be
Most people that
that's
want to
not
play games,
uncommon.
most
They
people that
tell
want
me
to play games, right? Most people that want to play games, they'll just
this is.
buy because
I'm
it's
not
plug
even
and play.
arguing against consoles. You know what I'm
You know
trying
what
to
I'm saying?
say. I'm saying
No,
the
what I'm
market is changing. It's always going to be changing.
the market is changing because of what I said. It's changing in numbers because people are getting Game Pass. So, and they're doing it on PC because it's $12 and
Because
because
it saves
PlayStation
money and you
games are
want the
coming
new
in PC.
game on the day of
But it's
game.
not,
Yeah.
people are not going out to buy a PC because of the market change as far as Game Pass. No, it's the
Of
people that already
course not.
owned it.
Of course, I
Most
understand what you're
are
saying,
for
but
people that
people will
already
buy.
own.
Oh
Most
my
of those
god,
numbers are for people that already own PCs that had Steam
the
accounts and are now
numbers of
going
like
back and
gaming,
buying PlayStation stuff. They're not
the
going out to
numbers,
buy PCs like that. That's not how it is.
the numbers
That is
who
not
own
how
like gaming rigs, like the numbers are like something like 140 million, like of from the
for
last
what?
5 years. That is
140
How much?
million for what?
Wait. How much is the? You're saying
something like
PC?
140, 150 million
For
with
what?
video
For what?
Wait. For what?
for recent video cards.
Okay,
You
wait.
understand? So the gaming PCs.
Yeah, but that's
Okay,
because again
I don't
they're
think you guys
used
realize how
in
big it is.
okay, Gogo Pole
Let me
because
read you numbers. Let me
because
read you number.
PC are
Listen,
being used
let me read you number.
everywhere. They're used in for presentations, in jobs,
No,
in
this is just
presentations
for
in
games.
school.
You guys a computer with a video card, a gaming video card. Just
Yes,
to
a video card is needed to do certain
no,
presentations.
this is a video gaming, like a video, like an Nvidia or like a high end Nvidia or
Okay, so 150 million
AMD card.
cards, 140 million cards were bought. Do you
That's
consoles?
just
Right?
for the last
All
5 years.
if
That's
you
just for the last
combine,
5 years. There's people that still
if you
play old
if
rigs
you come,
in
listen,
World of Warcraft.
the
Oh my
console
god.
and the console sales have
I didn't
always
even
been in
give
the
you the
millions.
numbers.
They have
Okay.
always been in the millions. If you combine all consoles together, it's over 500 million consoles sold.
But nobody's playing on all those consoles anymore. They're only
Also,
playing on the
then
most
why would
recent
they
gen
buy
and
them? Then
last
why would they
gen.
buy them? Why would the Switch
Oh
still
my
sell?
god.
Why would the Xbox still sell? Why would the
We're not
PlayStation still sell? What are
you're
you talking
you
about?
don't realize
So
how
they're
big
buying consoles not to
gaming
play
is.
games?
They don't
They're buying
play on
consoles not to play games.
what?
No, they're buying consoles not to play games. That's what you're saying?
No. My point was that you're underestimating how popular PC gaming is. It's as
I mean,
popular in America with consoles, but the
Gogo
rest
Pope.
of the world doesn't care about
Gogo
consoles.
Pope. PC has been around since the
Oh my
80s, 70s. It is
yes,
just
that's what I
now.
say.
The
That's
reason why, my
oh my
point
god.
is, the reason why it's picking up now more than before is because the services and games that we've always got on console first are now going there. So again, if it wasn't for Microsoft or PlayStation putting their games on PC, those numbers wouldn't be growing. That's my
Well,
point.
why would they do that? Why would they put it on PC then? Why is
Because
suddenly
they're trying
Sony
to reach more
all the games
people to play on their
free?
ecosystem.
That's it.
That's
That's all
why.
it is.
But the only reason those numbers are going up is because a lot of people that already own PC are and buying the game from that PlayStation and putting it on PC.
There's games that can survive on PC that don't have to be like AAA.
And the other reason that your video cards have been selling also is because they've been upgrading their old cards to new cards, just like console players buy new consoles when the new powerful consoles come out versus the old one. Absolutely.
I'll give you this about console players. They do. There's more hardcore gamers per percentage that will buy more, that spend more on console, at least right now. But I think the overall numbers
that more people. You're telling me that more people are going to go buy a video card that costs $2,900 or $2,500 versus a $300 console they're going to go buy to play games. That's what you're telling me?
Yes, I do.
No, that's you. That is you. That is you are one.
I know, but there's people who like me.
You're for everybody else in the world. Gogo, it's not realistic that a person is going to go buy a $2,900 card versus a $300 card. No, it's not. That's not realistic.
It's not.
That's not realistic. That's not realistic. No, it's not. That's not realistic, especially in the that we're in now.
Well,
especially
people do with phones. Why do they buy phones that are $1,500?
You get upgrades for phone for free when you're with companies. That is a bullshit argument. That's bullshit argument. That's a bullshit argument because you get free upgrades with phones every fucking time. I've been with my company for 20 years and I never paid a dime for a new phone.
Okay, let me just give you a number. I didn't get this. Let me just read you the numbers for Steam. Okay,
that's a bullshit argument. Plus, a phone is something that you use every day for everything, whether it's your job, livelihood, your family, for emergencies. A phone is almost like a walking emergency device. You need it for everything. You don't need a PC. Everything. You don't need that. A PC is an option. If you want to get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. But you're not going to tell me. You're not going to sit here and convince me, right? That most people are going to go buy a video card for $2,900, $1,800, $1,500 versus a $300 console. It's not. That's not. No way. That's not. There's no way you're going to convince me. No.
Yeah. Okay. Of course not. Everybody's going to buy.
That's just the card, mind you. That's just the card. That's not the chassis. That's not.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Heating system. That's not the fans. That's not the.
I don't understand what your argument is. Is that it's expensive or what?
Yeah, my argument is that no one is buying PC. My point is that not that many people are buying PC to play games. That's not true. That's not a real argument.
I just told you that. Okay, Steam has 132 million monthly active users.
Because Steam is available on a phone.
People use Steam on a daily basis.
Steam is available on a phone. Because Steam is available on a phone. Go. Steam is available on.
Rising. It went before this. Was already at 20 million in 2020.
My friend, listen to me.
Million now.
Steam is available on phones. I got Steam on my phone. I got Steam on my phone. I got Steam on my phone.
Yeah, of course.
All those numbers are combined. All those numbers are combined. All those numbers are combined. I guarantee you. If they broke it down, I guarantee you there would be big numbers on phone just as much as it is on.
No, nobody plays Steam on phone. I have it on phone.
My son plays. My son plays on phone every single time on Steam. What are you talking about? No. What do you go? I don't know how it is around your area where you live, but where I live, I see it all the time.
Steam doesn't have. They don't sell games on mobile that I know of.
Okay, but my point
they have a mobile app
that you can have. Yeah. So that means you can play your games on the phone as well.
No.
So that's why they have higher numbers.
No, that's not it. It's PC.
And because when you go buy games on Steam, they're $1, $2. You can get 30 games for $20. That's why Steam does those.
The Steam catalog in the U.S. includes 101,000 games.
Okay.
7,800.
And that's supposed to be impressive. And that's supposed to be impressive. How? If on
That's a lot
Xbox
of custom
alone,
games.
on Xbox alone, you can play about 40,000, 50,000 games. One console. Okay, so how's impressive? How?
Right. The
How
point I'm
is
trying to
that
make is that
impressive? How is that
there's a
impressive?
vast difference
How
of
is that
choice.
impressive when you have
It's
millions and
not
millions, almost billions of
impressive.
people on
It's
PCs?
about
How is that impressive? How's that impressive?
on-
How is that impressive?
It's not. That's just to show you how big the difference is between console and PC.
No,
There's
that
a vast choice
do
of
you
games that.
understand? Do you understand that it's bigger to have
Oh my
a bigger
god!
catalog on one space, under one place, than it is when you're
I'll
on,
play. Okay,
on
I'll give
Steam?
you.
When you're on
Let me
Steam,
just tell you what
listen.
I find advantage to the PC. Because even if I lost all my consoles, I wouldn't care because I can play everything on PC.
That's a lie. I could name you 10 games right now that you can't play on the console. Or you can only play on
Go
Xbox.
ahead, tell me which ones.
Comic Jumper. You can't play Panzer Dragoon.
You
You
can get
can't
those
play Otagi
emulators.
1. You can't play Otagi 1 and 2. You can't play D4. You can't play
You
what
got emulators, right?
you can't play Rare Replay. You can't play Forza 5 or 6. You can't play
Oh, current,
Halo.
yeah.
You can't play Halo 5.
Forza 5 you can play. Yeah, you can play that
No,
on Steam.
again, I just said I can mention to you 10 games off the top of my head that you could only play on Xbox.
Forza 5?
My point is that argument is stupid because there's stuff you can play on Xbox that you can't play on PC and vice versa. Is it a lot like before? No, but there's still things that you can only play on an Xbox. The same way the same way your argument was you can only play certain things on PC. But the difference is what you're playing on Xbox has quality control. On PC, there's no third-party publisher. There's no quality control. And that is a fact. That's why we keep getting these fucking games on Xbox at the store that look like 8-bit games and they're selling them for $70. That is fucking bullshit. Those games are not worth $70.
Which games? What are you talking
Like,
about?
you can go on Xbox right now and buy something that looks completely like an 8-bit game, and they're charging you $50, $60 because there's no quality control. You don't need a publisher to put it in there. The reason why it's good to have a publisher is because the only way they're going to get it published is the game is quality. If the game's not quality, they won't publish it. And that's the problem with PC.
I can have my personal
PC
library.
space, yes, you have a lot of games, but in the PC space, you have a lot of games, but you don't have quality control because it's not mandatory to have a publisher.
Games that I would play over most console games.
Okay,
I'll read you a list.
your argument again is you're mentioning one or two games. You're saying certain games.
Not one or two. I have a list of 100
even if it was 20 games. Let's just say, even if it was 20 games that you prefer the game play on PC
More
versus
than that.
console.
There's a ton.
Okay.
Any strategy or RPG game, there's a ton that you can't get on console.
You're not listening. You're not listening. The games you're mentioning are games that are not popular on console. The games that you're mentioning are games that are not popular on console. They will never be popular on console. RTSs will never be big.
There's games on console that aren't popular on console. It's the same thing.
No, you're not getting my argument. Not getting my argument. There will, for example, RTSs will never be big on consoles, right?
Oh shit, I know that.
A lot of free to plays will never be big on console. A lot of free to plays will never be big on console, right? They'll never be big. The same way a game like Evil West will never be big on PC. The same way like a game like It Takes Two will never be big on PC. Do you see what I'm trying to say? The console gamers like playing certain type of games that you could only and identify mainly with consoles, right? If that makes sense.
Yeah, but you don't, because you've never played a lot of PC games, is what I'm saying. That just because you have never played them, you don't know what they are.
I can play whatever I want. I have a PC. I just don't care.
That's not the
I don't care about it. I don't care about playing Dotas. I don't care about playing free to play. I don't care about playing RTSs. I don't care about playing Starfield or whatever the fuck that game was called, the Star Universe that has been like 8,000 years and they still ain't finished the game. Whatever the hell it's called, that's supposed to be. No, not Starfield. The other one, Star
what?
That
Star
game
Citizen.
that's Star Citizen. That bullshit.
Yeah, that's like an MMO.
That shit that's been out for like 1,900 years and they still haven't finished it.
It's because it has a cult like.
I don't care about playing Delta Force. I don't. All those games you mentioned.
I played Delta.
No, listen. All those games you mentioned. Look, all those games you mentioned. Sega, man. Sega Forever, Unlimited, me, E-Rock, New Legal. None of us will ever care about playing them. And I can tell you that for talking about none of us will ever play it. Never make
me sad. I don't understand.
Oh, I'm explaining to you that I can tell you right off the head what games gamers will like or not.
Not every game is for everybody. I get that, but I'm saying that's why.
And then when you mention the numbers, you're saying 100,000 people. 100,000 people is not. Okay, and then when you mention the numbers, it completely confirms what I'm calling you.
We're not even arguing. I'm just saying this is the only argument I'm making is that you're underestimating how popular PC is because of.
No, I'm not underestimating anything. People are overhyping PC because they're trying to confuse the fact that now that it's
overhyping. It's just about getting.
Games. People are overhyping PC because now that they have more options. Now that you have more options of getting games, they want. Okay, you know what You know what's going to prove this argument? Exactly what I'm saying. Wait until GTA 6 comes out. GTA 6 is not available on PC. And I guarantee you, the numbers of consoles. Listen, I guarantee you, the numbers of consoles is going to be in the fucking 60 million point, right? As far as people playing it, when it comes out on PC, listen to me. And when it comes out on PC, the numbers will probably be like 7 million, and that's it. Versus consoles that'll be like 80 million people.
You want to get a good? I'll tell you what you do.
That's a perfect example. That's the purpose. There's no arguing that.
No, I don't. Yeah, I understand. It's gonna sell more on console.
There's no arguing that. No, it's not selling more only. It's players. People are going to play it more on a console. They're not going to play it more on a PC, which completely proves my argument. It completely proves my argument. Because the numbers that you said, the numbers that you mentioned for each of those games is it's 100,000, maybe 200,000 people. Those numbers are not big compared to what you got console. Is what I'm telling you, Google. Those numbers is not big. They're not big. They're not big. Listen, you could mention to me five.
They're not big. Then why did Microsoft decide to port everything to PC? And Sony's
to grow their market. To grow their market. That's it. It wasn't because they needed it. They needed it. They were just trying to grow their market. That's it. That's it. It wasn't, and because everybody hated on Microsoft on the PC side. Everybody. It wasn't until Microsoft said, okay, guys, we're going to play nice with you. We're going to give you this, that the PC market didn't stop sucking on. The only reason the PC market is sucking on Xbox is because they want a PC to be the representative of Xbox. They don't want the console to be the representative because now they want to get everything Microsoft gives them for free, which is what they're doing.
What are you talking about?
If stuff give them for free now, like better prices for, let's say, Game Pass and all the games that they're making on console, they wouldn't put it there. Believe me, the PC market wouldn't be sucking on Xbox.
What are you talking about?
Exactly what I just said. I'm not speaking rocket science. If Xbox would have never been giving the PC market their games or Game Pass, the PC market would not be sucking the nutsack of Xbox right now. The only reason they're sucking the nutsack of Xbox is because they're giving them everything.
No, you know why they went there? Because that's where a lot of players.
No, that's a fact. That's a fact.
No, I don't. You think that they're growing it? No,
I think that. There's no arguing that. That's a
PC, before Xbox and Microsoft. I mean, before Xbox and PlayStation went to PC, I was fine. I didn't think about
you. You were fine.
Nobody cares.
But most people that were PC gamers, right? All they did was talk shit about Xbox. And you can go back on YouTube and go back to 2013, and all you saw was shit talking.
It didn't go the other way.
You can go on YouTube or social media and go back and look anything up in 2013. All they did was talk shit about Xbox. PC?
Who talked shit about
the PC space. The PC space.
Nobody on that's all. Those are all ex-console warriors are going to PC.
No, not console warriors. PC space, period. In general, they talk shit about Xbox every time.
I am a PC person.
They talk shit about the Windows store. Listen, they used to complain all the time about the Windows store because you could only buy the Xbox games to the Windows store, and they didn't want to do that because they couldn't fucking burn the games and cheat and buy and not buy them, and be able to fucking pirate them. That's why they were talking shit. But you couldn't do that with the Windows store, and that's a fact. And until Microsoft didn't say, okay, we're not going to mandate you to buy it on the Windows store, you can buy it on Steam. Until they didn't do that, they didn't stop.
No, my whole point. Okay, let's just get the whole point is that I still think you don't realize how big it is. I think you're underestimating how big PC is now.
The PC market it's
growing. It grows every year. It grows like
it's big, but it's not growing. No. Yeah, the PC market people they want you to think that people are just buying PCs, brand new people.
It's not America I'm talking about either. It's
not
Europe. They don't. It's more console.
They've always been that way. China didn't have a console for 15 years.
Because for some odd reason.
China didn't have a console for 15 years until the Xbox One. That is nothing new.
Put Windows on it and that's it.
China only had PC for 15 years, and the PC gaming grow? No.
Yes, it's been growing.
No, did it?
Only went dormant.
In the 15 years in China, no games did not sell more
it went up.
on PC.
Up.
No, did it? They did not. That's a fact. They did it.
Now? So
they did it not. They did not. And that
number, 70 million active.
It wasn't until the Xbox One. Wasn't until the Xbox One came out.
8 million daily players on Steam.
Listen to me. You keep saying the same argument. You want to put what you want people to believe is that they're just playing PCs brand new to play games. Like I said, no one's gonna pay $2,000 to buy a PC to play games.
You have to have $2,000 to play PC games.
They're not gonna do that. To play it right at the quality that you get on a console, yes.
No, you can get a $800-$900 laptop gaming.
Oh my god! But it's not gonna play at the quality that you even play on an Xbox. It's not. It's not. It's not. So on your laptop, listen to me. Listen to me. On your laptop, I want you to show me that on your laptop you're playing in 4K, ultra high settings with global. Listen to me. With global illumination, HDR with Dolby Atmos surround and HDR and Dolby Atmos at 60 frames. I wanted you to show me on a $900 laptop. I wanted you to show me where you could play that.
You can play older games at 4K. Yeah,
I'm not talking about older games. Yeah. I want you to show me right now on your $900 laptop that you could play 4K.
I'm not arguing that the consoles are
okay. Again. So you're telling that it's a better option to buy a $900 Pete laptop to play, for example, to play Indiana Jones when I could buy it on my Series X for $300. Listen, I could buy it on my Series X for $300, right?
I'm not arguing that. I told you.
Listen, that's my point. That is my point. People need to be educated. You're not going to buy. Listen,
underestimating how powerful PC.
No, I'm not underestimating anything. What I'm trying to explain to you is,
get it.
What I'm trying to explain to you is that no one's going to buy a fucking PC for more money just to play a game.
You already are.
No, they're not. They're not. They're buying PCs for other things, and then they'll play games on it as well. That's all they're doing.
Money doesn't matter.
No, they're not. No one's buying a PC to play games.
Okay,
no one.
I spent $200.
Maybe 100 people. Maybe 100 out of 1,000 people are buying it for games. Maybe, if that.
Okay, I understand. I know what you mean, because we're going in circles. I mean, you just have to understand that PC is growing. The PC players.
Yes,
it's not that they're growing.
That's not my argument. I'm saying it's growing because people that
these games.
It's growing because people that had PCs already are now starting to play more games on it because they have more options. That's why.
No.
So for the numbers look like they're growing because Xbox is saying, "Oh, I have this many players now on PC because now they have Game Pass. Now they have other options that Microsoft has provided. They have more options that PlayStation has provided.
Of course. Yeah, but there's
Why?
a ton
It's
of
not
games
because,
that
it's not because
are
a
you
brand new person
you're
is
not even
going
listening.
to buy a PC to play games. That's my argument.
It's
Out
like,
of,
do you
out of a
understand that
thousand,
there's
out
games
of a
on
thousand.
PC? Do you understand what I'm saying? Just answer my you know what I mean? There's
Mm-hmm.
games on PC that are never going to go to console because it's too small of an audience. It's big enough that it could get, and it actually might grow that
Game,
it's
because
popular.
those games only cater to PC gamers.
Well, they don't
Those are
they don't
games
no they
that
don't
PC
look at it that
gamers
way.
like
They
to
just look at
play.
it
You
as
don't
they
do
want to
that.
make a game
I'm saying
like a strategy game, like a
certain
game like
MMOs. There's certain MMOs. There's certain
there's games that
RPGs.
come into console though, like the game like here I'm looking at Surviving Mars. That's on console, but
Okay,
that's a totally PC game. But it
okay, but
no,
it's a
I'm giving you
game.
an example.
It's a game that has that because of the
Okay.
game, that type of game that it is, right?
Yeah,
It has an opportunity that it could be played on console as well. But what I'm
yeah. But
explaining to you is those games that you're talking about
I
that
don't think you understand those. Those are the type of games that's telling you those type of games, like strategy games and
uh,
simulation games.
uh,
There's a wide variety on counts on PC. You
I
can't
know
get on
that.
console.
And
They'll never.
my argument with that is
It's not
those
because it's not like an elitist thing. It's just that's just how it
no,
is.
I'm saying that I never used the word elitist either. What I'm saying to you is
I'm just trying to show you
those
because you
games
were
that
saying
you're
like
mentioning, right? Those games that you're mentioning, right? The simulations, the
yeah,
RPGs, all that, they're never big on consoles and they never will be. Because console gamers don't like those type of games.
exactly,
So what I'm
exactly.
telling you is,
Those games are
what I'm
still
telling you
big.
is we're not
A
talking
game like
about
Total War
no
Warhammer.
console,
It's
no
a
console
huge
game,
game. It's a Sega game. Do you know
no
that?
console gamer,
Sega doesn't
right?
put it on console. It's only on PC.
No console gamer,
That was on
right?
Game Pass.
Yes,
Total War
and it's been
Warhammer
on
3.
PC, and it's been on PC forever, and no
I
console
came out
gamer.
first on
You
PC.
never
That's
heard a
the
console.
big
You've
selling
never
point.
seen or heard Gogo. You never heard a console gamer or a PC gamer say, "I'm gonna go buy a PC to play Age of Empire." That's on console. You're never gonna see that because console gamers like certain type of games. They don't care about
No, but
PC
it's
centric
changing
type
a
games.
little because I think some people are starting to like to play those games on their couch. Why do
Okay,
you think
so
Microsoft is
even if
putting
500 people or 1,000 people went
so
over,
you're saying that
not a
Microsoft
big
should not
number.
do that. They should
That's
just
not
do
a
what
big number.
Sony does, put
Huh?
the same old slop on console. Don't even port games on PC.
That what happened? What Sony does what? What was that?
Sony doesn't do that. Only Microsoft's doing that.
What?
Like games like Age of Empires and Age of Mythology. They're not
Mm-hmm.
putting or Microsoft Flight Sim. They're not putting that on fucking console. But
Flight Simulator
it
is
will
on
get more
Xbox. What are
people
you
to play
talking?
those games.
Flight
They're
Simulator
trying
is
to
on
grow
Xbox.
those audiences of those type of games.
Flight Simulator is on Xbox.
That's my point. That you were just saying that nobody's gonna play it. Those type of games, simulators
No,
or
I
strategy
said it said that ever since the beginning of time with consoles, you never see nobody in PC, right? On console, be like,
games.
I'm gonna buy a PC because I want to play RTS, or
It's because it's got a different audience.
I'm
It's
gonna
an
go buy a PC
older
because I
audience.
want to play, or I'm gonna go buy a PC because I want to play, a free to play. Those are PC style games for PC centric
Big on
people that
they're
like
on
games
console
like
now.
this.
Throne and Liberty's on console. That game
Yeah,
I was meant.
yeah, but not all those games come out on console. So they're just giving certain games the ability to be
My
on
point is
console,
that
but they don't
you
sell on
understand what I'm
console.
saying, though. So some
Um,
people might like Throne and Liberty, but they don't like the type of game it is, like
yeah, yeah. And if you
genre.
notice, and if
So
you go look at the numbers,
they'll go to PC because they see a game that's totally different, but it's only on PC, so they'll
no,
play it.
but again, nobody's going to buy a PC for an expensive price to
They
buy
don't know. They do.
to play one game. It's not.
It's not
That's
just
not what
that
they do.
game. It's just the
They're
vast.
not going to go and see.
Oh
You
my
keep
god!
making your argument. You can't do that. You can't say one thing and then change it to fit your argument. That's not how that works. You just said an RTS game. And I'm telling you, as a console gamer that's been gaming for over 40 years, You're not going to buy a PC just to play one fucking game. It's not going to happen.
Okay, ask me why I bought a PC.
Hey, but
Then.
that's not going to happen. Listen, you know how you know. You know how you know that PC gamers.
I'm not like
you know how you know. This is how you know. In the 360 era, the first 2 years that the 360 came,
like PC games. That's it.
And the 360, and the 360, right? Listen to me. Listen to me. On the 360, right? The first 2 years, bunch of people that were on PC went to 360 because it was the most powerful hardware, even more powerful than PC at that time.
It's not about they just because of
that is why they went to Xbox, because they wanted to play games they couldn't play, and it was the most powerful hardware at the time. And it wasn't until Crisis coming out that it started pushing the boundaries on PC that they didn't start migrating back to PC. My point is that if on console you have only a and you only leave it there, even PC gamers will go buy an Xbox because they want to play it. But because
that's me, I bought an Xbox. And I actually play like 40% of my games on Xbox.
But because Microsoft is giving them everything, because Phil Spencer's a PC guy,
exactly,
he does that, right?
My only argument was that like I said earlier, you underestimate how popular some PC games are because they're only
the same way you're underestimating. The same way you're underestimating how powerful the presence of a console.
I don't know how.
If you could only play certain games on it.
Better. It's just that it's different. That's all.
Okay, it's just the argument works both ways. If console had only the console, look, if you could only get Game Pass on console, if you could only get Xbox exclusives that are coming out now from Bethesda and Activision only on console, the PC market, you would see more growth on console as well, with no problem.
No, I think
yes, you will. Yes, you will, because
that's actually a better discussion.
It happened with the 360. It happened with the 360. It happened with the 360.
Just think about why is PC more popular. Like, look at the game.
What was the number for OG Xbox versus the number for 360? The Xbox OG had 23 million consoles sold.
Do you understand why
the 360 era came? When the 360 era came, when the 360 era came.
I'll even give you an example. My nephews, they have Roblox on. I gave them all my Xboxes and PlayStations.
Okay.
They don't play Roblox on a console. They go to the PC and play it.
That's your nephews. That's because maybe in your household y'all play more PC. That's your family. That's not
they tell me that.
I'm gonna argue your argument, right? I'm gonna give you a counter argument to your statement, right? That you just made. In my household, I have 4 girls that love to play Roblox and Minecraft. They don't play it on PC. They play it on Xbox.
Well, they play it though, but those games are PC oriented. That's my whole point.
Again, that's not the argument. The argument that I'm saying to you is that consoles are just as relevant and would be just
said they were irrelevant. I just said
they would grow. It would grow just as much. Listen.
I think they can grow.
We're going in circles. This is what I'm trying to say. This is what I'm trying to say. This is what I'm trying to say.
Go and I'll go. Okay, go.
This is what I'm trying to say. If you only could do certain things on a console and play only certain games that have only certain features like Game Pass or options, right? That you couldn't have PC, the console market will keep growing.
No, I don't think so. I think it matters on.
Absolutely, it will. You mean you don't think so? The PS4 sold 100. Listen, the Switch sold 120 million, right?
Okay.
The PS4 sold 113 million. The Xbox sold about 80-something million, 70-something million. Xbox One.
It's in the past, though. We're talking about now.
There's shit because, Google poll. I'm going to say it again. If you could only play Game Pass on Xbox consoles, and you could only play all those exclusives from Bethesda and Activision only on an Xbox, it will grow. It will grow. I'm telling you.
Oh, so you're saying if they didn't put it on PC?
If they didn't put it anywhere, on PlayStation, on Nintendo, or PC, if it was just on Xbox consoles, absolutely it would grow. Absolutely it would grow, because I was trying to point to you earlier. A person like John Campia that only worries about fucking movies. He
John
saw that
Campia.
when he saw,
The
okay,
guy's a fucking
that's
movie guy.
it's an example. I'm giving you an example the same way you talked about yourself as an example.
I know
John Campia doesn't play Xbox, right?
Of
Doesn't
course,
play
yeah, I
Xbox.
know that. I just told
He
you.
only likes
knows
PlayStation,
already.
right?
Yeah, I
Listen to
know.
me.
People,
He only
knows
likes
already.
PlayStation, right? And what did he say?
Oh my god!
When he saw the Indiana Jones game, he said, I gotta buy an Xbox. He didn't say I gotta buy a PC. He says, I gotta buy an Xbox. I gotta play this on Xbox.
Play Indiana Jones. Yeah, I've heard that.
Right. So that tells you that there would be a domino effect if the games were only available
I'm not
on
arguing
Xbox.
that. Yeah, of course. I'm not.
Look, the only reason Phil Spencer and the cowards at fucking Xbox are doing what the fuck they're doing is because they think that because PlayStation 4 sold so well, because they built up a library over there, that people won't buy an Xbox if they're offering them exclusively on Xbox. And the point matter is that if Xbox had all those games exclusive just on Xbox, if Microsoft had all those games exclusive just
didn't give enough time, that's all.
If Microsoft only had those games exclusive on Xbox, those PlayStation guys and Nintendo guys will have no choice but to buy an Xbox. They won't build their entire library, but they'll buy the Xbox to play the exclusive that Xbox offers. Because they have, you want to play the game, you got to buy an Xbox. That's the
point. Yeah. No, my whole point, the whole point I was trying to make is that they all know. They're all putting on PC, and Xbox is just getting ahead of the curve. That's all. This is the same argument we've had. You know, they're looking to the future, so they have to point in that direction.
I'm telling you right now, the future's not on PC. I'm telling you that right now. I'm telling you it's not the future. I'm telling you, the future is not PC. I'm telling you, if Xbox stopped manufacturing consoles, Nintendo and PlayStation tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
The gaming space will probably last no more than a year. It will die.
No, it's still so fun.
Oh yes, it will. It will die. It will definitely die. It will. All the people that you see on console, all the people that you see on console will not migrate to a PC.
I'm not
because the whole reason why those people, the whole reason, 90% of the reason why people own. 90% of the reason why people buy.
I'm not even arguing that consoles are
90% of the people. Listen, Logo. 90% of the people that buy console is because they like the ease of access and because they like the price.
This. I'm not arguing that.
They like the price point. They like.
I'm not arguing against that though.
Price point, and they like the ease of access. They will not migrate to a PC. I'm telling you, they won't. Well. And if you lose 500 million people in gaming, you think it's going to survive? It's barely surviving now.
No, it's survive with PC gamers only.
So you really think they'll survive with PC gamers that barely buy any games?
Yeah,
they do. They don't. They
no, they don't. They do not buy. No.
With this overtalk,
you just have to look at the numbers.
Types of
PC
games
was ahead for a while.
Yes, but they buy specific type of games. They buy games that is known to be PC centric, like RTS.
You guys
MMO.
are talking over each other. I have no idea what you're talking about. Hi, Zane. Hi, T Reaper. I just wanted to let you know, because I could not follow what you guys were saying. I saw the title say Black Myth.
We got into a big argument about PC. That I was just saying he's underestimating.
It's not an argument.
I know he doesn't love PC. I've seen that, but
it's not an argument.
Understand why it's popular. That's
I said it clear as day, and I don't know why you're trying to say that I'm arguing and that I don't like PC. No, I said that there's no way in the world that people are going to go and buy a much more expensive product when they have to buy or play one or two games when they could play it on a console for a fraction of the cost. That's just not reality. It's not reality.
The simple solution is this, you guys, that there's different markets for different people. Like I don't get Nintendo because I'm not saying the games are bad. They probably be great if they came to PC, but I'm not going to chase after a Nintendo game just because it's popular in the console space. Everybody is offering something uniquely different. Okay,
Mhm.
Xbox offers their type of games, which is unique in the console space. Then you got
Mhm.
PlayStation with their movie like games, and then you got Nintendo with their family friendly stuff, and then you had PC with simulators and,
Yes,
and
and
really innovative type of
totally,
games.
yeah, yeah. I'm not
And I
arguing,
don't
but I was trying to
so
tell Google
there's
Poll, right?
different markets for different
I
people,
don't even
and
know.
Yeah,
no
but
matter what.
what I was trying to tell Google Poll that the reason why the PC market you see more activity, right, and sales is because they're getting everything from everyone. They're getting everything PlayStation's putting on there and everything Xbox is putting out there.
And
And
also,
my argument,
more
and,
households
and
can now afford PC more so than they could in the 90s. Take it from me because I started in the 90s.
but again,
Okay.
Exactly. Me too. Yeah.
So
It's
the
much
again,
more
cheaper.
access, the
but they're
more
not gonna.
options for
But
players.
nobody's gonna. Okay, but what I'm saying is because his argument was that his nephews, for example, giving you an example of an argument, his nephews play Roblox and they have an Xbox, but they'll only play it on PC. And I told them that we can play it, and my daughters all four play Roblox, but they only want to play on Xbox.
I didn't say it was
So it's the
better
same
or worse.
argument
It's
in
not
two
better or
different.
worse, it's different markets. If you look at it from that
Yes,
perspective, there's
but
no argument
the,
over it.
the console market, right, is what I'm saying is 90% of those people play on console because of ease of access and
Right,
and affordability, right?
right,
And
right,
affordability, right?
right, right.
So if the console space tomorrow, if Xbox, PlayStation, or Nintendo needs to exist, right? Because
Right.
this is a stupid argument that many people are saying on the internet and in social period.
They're saying
They're
what
trying to
now
say
on the
that
internet? They're saying, I'm sorry, can you repeat that? They're saying what on the
the
internet?
argument we've been seeing as of late, right, for the
Yeah.
last couple of years, mainly, right, whether it's on social media, like YouTube or Twitter, Instagram, or YouTube, right, for example, right, is the consoles are dying. It's all going to be PC. And I'm telling, and my argument
No,
is that it's not going to happen
no,
because,
I think you're gonna always have hardware to cater to the
right,
lower end market. You're gonna have it may change form or something like
I'm
that, but
trying,
yeah,
I'm
you're gonna
trying to get
always have.
I'm trying to get to the point that I was trying to get to what I was trying to explain. So what I'm saying is that if, let's say, Nintendo, Microsoft, and PlayStation, right? Tomorrow they stop making hardware.
Wait a
Period.
minute,
No
what's
more.
that beeping now noise? Do you guys
That's
hear
my
that?
alarm. That's my alarm in my home. The fire alarm. I said to him that my argument is that if they die tomorrow, that the gaming space will not continue to survive for maybe a year or two, and that's it. Because most players, because they only like playing specific type of game, most the other types of
I don't
games,
agree with
and
that.
not games, right? Like on PC, there's only a specific type of game that they like the most, right? Or that do the well the most. Like RTSs do well,
Hmm.
MMOs do well,
Simulators,
simulators do well, right?
a lot of experimental games too, games
Right,
you
like
would not
stuff
put.
that are more like RPG centric, right, or PC centric.
Yeah,
That
you do have
They
RPGs.
could,
I
they
think
could put on
Western
right,
console.
RPGs do.
and I told him if you look at those type of games on the PC on the console space, right, those games never do well on console. That's how you know
We
that the
don't
console
know.
market. That's how you know that the console market is not going to migrate to the PC market because they don't care about those style of games. That's what
Well,
I'm trying to
then
explain to
You're
you.
gonna
I don't
In
always
think
our
that's
have.
true.
circle, in
Look, you're
our
gonna.
circle,
I don't
right?
think
For,
that's true.
for
But
example, no, but look at the numbers. Numbers don't lie.
well, look at
The
them. Yeah,
the
PC's
best
going up.
the
That
best
means they're
selling
coming from
Okay,
the,
hold
somewhere.
on,
the
hold
best
on.
selling
He's not.
RTS, for example, on Xbox, right, was Halo Wars. And Halo Wars is because it's connected to Halo, right? Halo Wars sold 1.3 million. That's the highest selling RTS on console. That's it.
Can I
You see
say
what I'm trying to
something,
say?
please? Can I say something,
Yeah,
please? Okay, I need to be able to say something. I don't want to
yeah,
talk
yeah,
over you.
yeah.
Okay. What you got to understand too is highly competitive on the PC market. It's not like a closed space console market. Everybody put their games there, and
Yeah, because
I know.
they
Look.
don't require
Hold on.
publishing.
Let me get my point. Let me get my point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, we know that you had your closed space console games, huh? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, yeah, we know that that consoles had their um their different games that kind of helped them identify who they were, but that did not equate to the PC market, right? Obviously these games came later, right? So a community and a ecosystem developed on the PC market, which is why you don't have that crossover. It was a hard divide there. There were certain type of games that learned to flourish in the PC market that never went on the console market, and vice versa, right? So this is why you have your different markets. Now,
Mhm.
as for the type of as for the games, like you saying, there's never going to be crossover. That's incorrect, because I crossed over from the console, and I have since always had a console and a PC. That that doesn't mean that I game heavily on the console. I just got used to PC. I could do more on it. I didn't have to pay for online. I could mod
But you
games. I could do different
grew up
stuff,
on PC,
right?
right?
No, I grew up. I had different phases. Like I had you know arcade, where I was doing that first, and then I went heavily into console for a while. My
Mhm.
my last, obviously I kept consoles all the way through, but the last time I was like singularly on a console was probably the Dreamcast, and then after
Mhm.
that I had started playing some games on PC, some games on console, because it took some
Mhm.
getting used to. What the barrier I can see with PC and console gamers is that it's so different using a keyboard and mouse. Sometimes that turns people off. The price barrier could be an
Mhm.
issue for certain people, and
Right.
and but what I find is that a lot of people own PCs. This is a necessity, at least in the American market and a lot of the West. This is a
Mhm.
necessity. Everybody has access to a PC,
Absolutely.
whether it's a laptop
Mhm.
or a
Mhm.
desktop, and
Mhm.
now you got little PCs in your hand at this point.
Mhm.
So that is what is causing more people to game, because they have easier access. Anytime you create access, you're going to have people going into a particular market. Now, Phil Spencer said himself that consoles are stagnant because people just don't, they're not sitting in front of their TVs anymore. Most people are not doing that anymore. They're on the go. They may,
Facts.
if they do watch TV, I know people who don't even own a television anymore. In the PC space, their PC is their all-in-one device, right? So I'm just giving you a picture of what I see. I'm not trying to argue. I agree with you, Hebot, that there's always going to be these different markets, and it needs to be people to represent these different markets. Do I
Mhm.
believe it's going to merge into one? No, because I don't believe no one market can address all the issues
Excuse me.
of the other markets. So I
Or
think
the
you
needs, or the
always,
needs,
you
or the
always.
needs.
I'm
Mhm.
sorry. I'm sorry.
That they can address all the issues or
Right,
needs
right.
of a
Of
particular
the
type
different,
of
exactly.
gamer.
Some
Mhm.
people like that high end market because they don't like the
Mhm.
range.
Mhm.
The
Mhm.
console is
Mhm.
never going to answer that for them, right? So
Mhm.
I don't care how good the console is, it's never going to answer that for them, because they may like complete control. When I get into a game on the PC side, I get to dictate what my resolution is. I get to dictate my field of view and all this. I get to decide that. I set the all they do is unlock it for me, and they allow me to make the
Yeah,
choice.
but
So if you're a gamer like
that's
that,
it.
the
My
PC is
argument, what I was
better.
saying to Gogo, right? You get to do that, but it comes at a higher cost. And
It does, right?
my whole argument that I was trying to point to him, that more people are also gaming on PC, right?
Yes, there's a
Because
lot of
now
people out there,
they have more options in the sense that now they can play PlayStation and Xbox content.
but that's not the only reason either. There, you
It,
have to look
it,
at it. It's a
it,
worldwide market,
yeah,
and
but
therefore,
the
like in
growth,
China,
right?
they was raised on PC gaming.
Yeah,
In
PC
China,
only.
they
And
have
but
never had access to the consoles.
oh, and but you never saw like gaming, like certain games that were only consoles grow in the China market because they weren't available there. You see
Right,
what I'm
and so,
saying?
so therefore, they're
What I'm
automatically
trying
like
to say to him,
gamers.
what I'm trying to say to Gogo was, right, that the growth started coming once that more rapidly, right, faster, right. Is what I'm trying to say. Is when you saw that they had access more to Xbox games and
Mhm.
access more to PC games. And the PC market, I'm not saying GoGoPo or you, yeah, you guys are the exceptions, right?
Well,
That
no, there's a
no, no,
lot
no,
of
no.
a
Listen,
lot of
listen.
people
I
who
won't
have
confuse
access
you.
to consoles.
I won't confuse you.
It's a blending of that.
2013, all you saw from the PC space everywhere, right, was Xbox hate, right?
Not from the
Because
PC side.
yeah, no,
Nobody,
from the PC
nobody on
side,
there cared.
from the PC side, you
Nobody
saw
cared.
hate.
I'm telling you, nobody
Oh,
cared.
hate.
Unless they were doing it
But I'm telling you because I've been on doing this for the longest on social. You saw a bunch of hate, right? Because they didn't like that Microsoft was making people buy their games on Windows, right? And a lot of
they
the
all
guys that didn't like
market
that,
all
a lot of the people that didn't like that was because they preferred it on Steam so that they can pirate the games,
just like
right?
you prefer your games on Xbox. It's no
Right.
different.
To pirate the games, right? Because that's what
No,
they
it's not to pirate the game.
they couldn't
Sorry.
pirate them when they were on Windows. That's why the hate was there. Now,
Your perception of gamers that always being illegal gamers that run around
no,
stealing
I'm not.
everything, that gets old. I've heard that
Well,
for years, and I've
no,
seen people pay
but
lots
but
of
the
money
day
every
of
week
the
in front of
PC
It
market,
is an option though.
oh,
it is an
the day,
option, but that doesn't mean the majority of gamers
Yeah,
actually pay.
no,
I don't think a
no.
majority do.
Right.
A
The
lot
data
do though.
shows that a lot of games always are pirated, even now on PC.
You're gonna
That's not
always have
me
that. That's
saying
life, he bot.
that
You're gonna always have that.
Yeah,
Just
they're
like
gonna
people
have
I
are
that.
hacking into PlayStation.
understand that,
Even
and that's
you
my point.
remember the PS2 days when they had the CDs?
Yes,
People
my
would
Right,
point.
rip the
right,
My
games.
point
right.
is that
Same thing.
my point is that the console space, right, and the PC space, right. The the only reason people on PC now, a lot of them, right, that especially that were hating on Xbox are no longer with the same mentality is because Microsoft is giving them everything that the console got,
So it's PlayStation.
and so is PlayStation, right? So that's why they're not going to complain or argue because they're getting everything.
They're
Of
not gonna
course, no one's
complain.
going to argue.
Look,
Of course, no one's going to complain when they're getting the best of everybody.
listen to me. I'm gonna tell you the culture of the PC.
Understand?
They are extremely patient. They are not going if they don't want something, they're not going to chase nothing over there. If anybody knows anything about PC game, and I've been one of them. If I didn't,
Yes.
if something wasn't on the ecosystem, and I'm still like that. If I am on Xbox and PC right now, if something is skipping both of those platforms, I ignore it because I'm not going to chase after a game, and that's the PC culture that's still in me. So therefore, that is how the PC gamer think. They don't chase after games. Okay, I know people think they do, but they don't. All right, they're extremely patient. And talk to other PC games. You don't want to believe me in Google Poll? Don't. Go talk to other people and see how long they'll wait for something to come to them. They're not up there,
Yes,
upset because you guys have game. If they wanted that bad, they'll just pick up
yes,
a console.
but they'll wait and be patient because they're already conditioned to getting whatever they want, however they want it.
No, they're not used
So
to getting everything they want.
the point
You
is,
got games that skip
if
PC. You
a
got games that
game,
never go over there. They have a lot to choose
if a
from. That's the
game,
difference.
my argument to that would be there is that if a game costs a bunch of money to make, right?
Yep.
You have the developer has to make money, so you can't expect to not support
Nobody is saying they
things.
don't.
You know what I'm saying?
How much I had bought on Steam? I pay for games. I know people that I
That's
gave
you.
for
That's
years.
you.
No,
You
it's
do.
not no outlier. He bought a
There's
lot
a
of
lot of
people pay.
people
They wouldn't
that
put
I
games
know
over there if they
that
wasn't
I
buying
talk
games.
to. There's a lot of people that I know that I talk to that pay on PC and say, "I just buy the games and they're $1 or they're $5."
Okay, then that's them. Because
You
they're
get what I'm
budget
saying?
gamers.
So
If they're
that's
budget,
that's what
you
I'm trying to.
listen. If
That's my
you're
argument. You
making
can't
excuses
do
for
that with guns.
consoles for being low end so people can get in on it. But now you're going to persecute a person who may own a PC and can only buy games when they become cheaper for them to afford. That happens on the PC too. Not
No, no.
That
everybody
happens on
owns
console as well.
Is
that
the
budget
yeah, but
gaming is not the same. It's not.
most
Except for sales on console.
you can't expect the game to do well and have sequels if you don't support it in the
I'm
beginning.
sorry if you
That's
don't
my
have
I
the
point.
don't.
budget.
I don't
I'm going to
care.
tell the
To
person
be honest,
shop within your budget. If you cannot afford to pay
I'm not
$70,
even-
$100
I'm not
games,
even-
then wait for that price.
So how
Tell
can
them
we have
that.
that mentality? How can we have the mentality to shop within the budget, right? Which is perfectly fine, makes perfect sense. But then say that the PC market is growing because people are going out and buy
Because it
PC
is.
when
Because
they're
it
more
is.
expensive.
Because it is.
That contradicts that. That
How
it's
completely
just,
contradicts
it's
that
just how it
because
always said
PC is
is.
more
budget
expensive.
shoppers, he bought
It's more expensive.
you think I'm paying $70 every time a game pop out? I've
No,
never
I
I've
never said
never
that.
said that. I've
I
never
never said
I
that.
don't care how much
I'm
money
saying that that contradicts the argument of people going out and buying PC for games. Because if they can't even
I
want to buy a game for $70, they're not going to go buy a PC
persecute people
for
because that's an
a
elite.
grand, 2 grand, 3 grand, whatever to buy specific games.
Everybody's not like you, Heba. I'm sorry. I know you think they are, but they're not. Just because they own a
That's
PC, I save
that's my
to get
point.
my PCs. I have to put money away to afford to be able to get my PC. I am not looking to
Absolutely.
waste my
That's
money to buy every single game I might have a slight interest in and pay top dollar for
Absolutely,
every game.
but all I'm saying is that if people are not buying games for $70, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm not saying buy every game. I'm saying buy whatever it is that you like, right?
Right.
If
But I can afford
you're
to. I
not
have
buying
a
games for
budget.
$70, they're not going to go buy a $1,500 PC or $2,000 PC or whatever it costs, right? To play those set games that they're not buying. That's just not reality. That contradicts
So
exactly what
what is
anybody's.
it you want me to agree to, Heba? Because I'm kind of confused. I agree with most of what you say. What I don't agree with is your perception of what PC gaming is. It seems skewed. It's like you think that just because a person owns a PC, that somehow they're well-to-do, that they don't buy games, they steal in games. This image that you're painting is not the reality that I've lived through it with.
Uh,
Yes, you have
Yeah, you
segments
have
of
like
that, but
that's a stereotype. It's
it's
not
a
true.
stereotype. I know so many people who buy their games when they're interested in a game. They buy it. Yes, they also do budget
but
shopping as well. They don't do it for every game, but
my
they.
whole argument has been that PC gaming's growing because it has every best of everybody, and a lot of people that had a PC are now playing on their PC more games because of the options that Microsoft and Sony are giving them. It's not people actually going out
I
and
would say
buying a
you're
brand
half.
new PC.
I say you're half right. I think it's two things. I think you're right on that, in that it's looking more
Gotta
attractive.
play
But also,
because
I believe that it's more easier access because more and more people in households own PC, so they have access. They already have internet, and then they already have a machine that's game capable of playing most games anyway. You may not be if even if it's a low end, you may not be able to play everything, but you can play you still can play
just
a lot of games on there. People
yeah,
don't
but most people are
so
going to be able
so
to
that's why
have
I think
easier
that
access, for example, right? To buy a console for $300 in each house. It's the same argument.
but I'm saying I agree with you halfway. I just think it's another half you're not looking at. I think it's also accessibility. And that also because back then when I first started, everybody couldn't afford a PC, and there was a lot of households that went without. Today, you hardly meet anybody who doesn't own a PC. So when it's that easy and you already own a PC, it could be easier for a person to
My
play.
household
At least
never
do
had a
some
PC
gaming on
until my household never had a PC to game, right?
Not I ain't
Until
talking
just
about the game. I'm
hold
talking
on.
about just access to a PC. Period. It doesn't
Yeah,
matter. Access
I
to
didn't
a
have no
PC.
PC in my household, right? Until just recently, right? Like the last year or so. Because my son was upset that Microsoft was putting the games everywhere. So I said that I'm gonna go play it on PC because I can play everything on PC. And that is why he went and bought a PC. He bought a
Okay.
$2,800 PC
Yep.
because of that. So
Right. And
again, what
that's
I was
right.
arguing with what I was arguing with Google for was if Microsoft, right, for example, if they because the 360 proved that if Microsoft left Game Pass only on Xbox, if Microsoft left all their exclusives only on Xbox on a console, right,
Mm-hmm.
people will buy the console and there will be growth because they will have to
Yeah,
in
if
order to
you're
play
talking about just
an Indiana Jones,
software wise,
they would have to
I
buy
don't
an Xbox.
know. Because for
You get
some
what I'm
reason
saying?
people won't buy an Xbox
Because
console. I don't even understand that.
because that's what happened during 360. When the 360 came out, it was the most powerful hardware, and they had all the third-party exclusives. And a bunch of people that were on PC bought one because it was the most powerful hardware at the time and had
Yeah,
the most games from third party.
yeah, but
Once it
you
came
right.
out and the video cards got better again on PC, then they migrated back. The point is that if you want people to grow on PC, because that's what Microsoft has been complaining, saying that the console space hasn't grown enough or quick enough, you got to give them a reason. And I guarantee you, because I've seen it many times in the past, if the console, if you could only play
Oh well,
Starfield
you
or
talking about
Valve.
exclusivity now. That's a different
No,
argument.
I'm talking about other games, right? That they're offering, right? With through Bethesda and
Yeah,
Active.
you talking about
Plus,
exclusivity though.
plus Game
I'm
Pass,
not
right?
arguing exclusivity. I'm arguing
Plus,
markets and stuff.
n- plus, plus, plus Game Pass, right? If you had only those consumer friendly and really wonderful features and options only on an Xbox console, the Xbox console's sale would grow up. It will blow up. And if they even if they marketed it that way, it will blow up. It would go up. big time. But
Okay.
because they got scared that people build libraries on their PS4 in that generation, and because they bought all these games on PlayStation, because the idea was that PlayStation had better exclusive or only had or had more exclusive or whatever, and that they were trying to take away their rights with DRM when DRM existed on the PC. DRM was first introduced on console on PS3. DRM's been there forever, right? Digital rights management. And that was the whole idea why people didn't want to get an Xbox, because they were trying to take your rights. They were trying to take away your ownership. They were not giving you enough. They were not giving you enough exclusives, right? That was the whole argument.
Because I heard that same thing, and I wasn't even in the echo.
Yeah. No, I'm saying, I'm trying to get to my point.
No, I just want to make it clear. The people who did that was the media. I told you guys that's why I believe
it was the media and people on social. Like people that are influencers, right? On social, they did that.
It was the media, because that's what got to me with that. And I thought, okay, I believe that was when I was naive enough to believe that the media just simply reported like any journalist do.
Yeah.
I didn't know, and people repeated what the media said. That's what I was around.
And even on social, and what I was also arguing with Gogo, right, is, or not arguing with, trying, because we never, it wasn't an argument. It was just what we were trying to say back and forth with our points. That YouTube is the biggest platform in the world as far as viewership. No one watches TV like that anymore for news or for gaming stuff. You know what I'm saying? The same way they don't even watch. The same way they don't even watch cable like that. Now most people have cable for their internet connection and for their streaming services, right?
That's it. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So YouTube is a big deal as far as getting people's attention, right? So YouTube hurt and damaged the Xbox perception.
I agree with that. I agree.
You understand? Yeah. And my argument with or not argument, my statement, or point that I was trying to explain to Gogo, that because Xbox keeps saying, the argument they keep saying is there's no growth in the console space. And I said, there's no growth because you haven't put your foot down and said, okay, you want to play this, you got to buy our product and our product only. As far as a console, right? So if you want to buy, and then you want the Xbox to sell, then you better make sure, right, that you keep all those games only on Xbox, Game Pass only on Xbox, but they haven't done that. If they had done that, the console growth would have grown even more. But I don't have a problem with what they did with the PC space, because it helps the company either way. As far as it goes with
Microsoft
money,
is PC,
with money, right?
They should have had.
Plus, they've always been associated with PC, but it also helps the company
in the gaming space.
It also helps the company find.
They would have been dominated.
Right. Plus, it also helps the company financially. So I don't have a problem with that. But what I also was bringing up to Gogo was that when next year GTA comes out, you're going to see how many copies are going to sell, and console sales is going to go up.
Yeah,
I agree with you. Yeah, I think consoles will sell. It's a good thing. Which
proves that the console market is the biggest space for those big games, because most people buy a console most people buy console because of the fact that it's cheap. Yeah. You understand what I'm saying? Most people buy console. Most people that play on console don't care, because they can change the resolution or the specs.
Yeah, I know that.
They just care about playing new games, affordable, on an inexpensive machine. That was my.
I think also a big deal with the younger kids is that consoles are seen as like a family thing, and they don't take it personally. They don't like it. They don't see it as something that they own. You know what I mean? Like when you buy, like when you're younger, you bought records. That's my record. I bought that. That's what they don't see that with their consoles. That's why they prefer PC or tablet, because they can take it private. You know what I mean? I've noticed that. That's just my guess. I don't know if that's true.
Yeah,
but
everybody's trying to figure out why the younger groups are just not getting consoles, because they're not gaming on them.
They're not as much. Not as they're.
It's dwindling, and I think this is for what he bought. Let me get my point out. Let me get it out.
Go ahead. No, I was just gonna throw something there. What you guys?
Anymore? I can't just keep this stuff in my head,
But no. Go ahead, baby. Go ahead. I'm just trying to throw something into what you guys just said.
Okay, I just want to respond to something you said earlier. Like I said, I've been for the most part, I think everybody's on the same page and everything. I think you were missing each other, but the thing that I want to say um about the young Xbox reacting the way they do, I don't think they're reacting to the here and now. I think they're reacting to what they think the market is going to be 10 years, 15, 20 years down the road. And I think they're trying to get ahead of that. You know how Microsoft is. They always try to get ahead.
Vogel pointed that out. Yeah, he said
Right.
that too.
So
Yeah.
I think that is partially some of the reason. I believe that they should have some exclusives and stuff going back to that argument. Absolutely. I still believe that those things have to draw people to your platform. I don't if are they completely abandoning that? I don't know. I don't know if they're going to do it. They might. If Microsoft have their way, their that financial side of Microsoft, they might do it. But I don't know. I would say it's a big mistake. Like I was arguing about a Master Chief with Zeke, that he needs to kind of be a master, that like need to keep supporting him because he identifies with Xbox. You don't want to lose your identity and stuff like that. It's all kinds of reasons why I think that they need to keep some of their stuff to themselves, right, and not just give everything away. Will Starfield go over there someday and all that? I don't know. And I say I don't know because let's face it, Sega Forever and I had this long conversation about how we was upset because Phil basically misled us about Indiana Jones. He didn't have to do that because I always
but it came out
going everywhere, right?
It came out that it was demanded by Disney.
That's fine, but he could have just been honest about it. I don't care that.
I don't think he knew at the time. To be honest, I don't think he knew.
He's not, but then he shouldn't have spoke on it. He should have just said, until I have more information, I won't speak on that. I would have been okay with that. But
what I mean is that at the time, I think they were 100 because it came out that Matt Booty said that it was originally supposed to be a multiplayer, right? And then when they made the acquisition, right?
Yeah.
They said, okay, we're going to make it exclusive. And that's how it was. Nothing was said. And just recent, Disney had told them that in order for them to continue to do partnership, which was put out not too long ago, I think it was like a month ago, that they insisted that they would make it a time exclusive. And I said that long ago. This is a Disney thing because they own the IP. Doesn't matter if Machine Gaming.
It's a Disney thing, brother. But he had a deer in the headlights look when he made that announcement. Phil knows. Phil knows.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that he got caught. I think he got caught off guard.
He got more information than Phil Spencer, though. That's
he shouldn't have said it, bro. He just shouldn't have said that.
Yeah, I know, but you're not. What I'm trying to say is, when he said it, he 100% believed and knew that it was going to be exclusive. Is what I'm trying to say.
No, because what I'm saying is that when he announced it, I think he was pressured into saying it because so many people, the media included, PlayStation 5 or PlayStation side, and then even Xbox guys, right? Because that's how the cycle is. That's
well, remember, he said
the whole point of this conversation is. We're supposed to be talking about Black Myth Wukong, okay?
Yeah,
that's the whole point of the conversation we're having. Right? Yeah. This is going to keep on repeating itself, right? Because of stuff like this, dude. Like, he knows, and he just should have not said anything, right?
Remember, he said it in April, right? When they had that thing.
Brother. Just another thing for Black Myth Wukong, dude. Where people are talking about it, he just came on and he said he knows the release date, but he can't say when it's coming. So Black Myth Wukong will come here.
It's coming.
Yeah, we know this.
My point being, in the fall.
It would have just been better for him not to say anything at all.
Yeah, but again, I get it. I agree, but I don't think he knew. I think they literally had a deal. We're gonna have it exclusive, and then Disney changed it on them at last minute. I really believe that's what happened.
Everybody changes it on Microsoft. Everybody changes it on Xbox. Nobody changes it on PlayStation. Nobody messes with Apple. Right? But it's always Xbox.
Right.
So he knows this already. You just brought it up earlier, Tomb Raider. We know this. We know this, right? Because Microsoft allows it to happen. Xbox allows it to happen. Right? So I'm sorry, I can't take that. Dude, next time, Phil, just trust us. Trust your fan base.
Agree. Like,
I
don't.
We all agree with that. I agree too.
Spellbound.
It makes sense what they're doing now.
We were arguing
the whole bad timing with their
the whole argument was.
He'll be back.
But
that's my only issue with the whole situation was Dude, just
Which
trust
one?
us, dude. You
The
have us.
Wukong one or the indie?
No, Indiana Jones.
Indiana
We're
Jones.
already here. We're in your ecosystem, right?
Yeah.
So
No,
just trust
I
us.
agree. Yeah. It's a downer if you because we want Xbox to succeed and do
Of
better.
course. Yeah.
You know, it deserves to sell more. Totally.
What I was gonna say is that look at the
Dang, he keeps dropping.
Hebot, is your phone dying? I think his phone might be dying.
Oh, okay.
It's just people, it's just like it's like with my old job, there's guys there and I tried to convince them to get Xbox and it's like
Same.
pulling
They won't listen.
they don't listen. Yeah, it's like
I,
trying to sell Pepsi to Coke fans.
I don't know
um
what it is. It's like they dug in like a tick. You can't get them
Yeah.
to try
I
something.
got one, but
what I was trying to say was
it'll
that
change. It's just but
the
go ahead.
example like with Scalebound, right? That Microsoft had funded them with $100 million. They were supposed to prioritize it. It was the biggest project they ever did, Platinum Games, right? And the entire time people said it's Xbox new, it was their fault. They're the ones who let them go, blah, 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 blah. And then just recently, a couple years back, maybe a year or two, Platinum Games came out and said it was our fault. We should have never let them take the heat. We fucked up and we tried, we were wrong for doing that. And then everything changed. The narrative completely changed. Nobody said, sorry, Microsoft, you were right, or you didn't do nothing, we were wrong. And that's what I'm trying to use as examples.
So you think you think that Sega Forever and I guess Google Poll agrees that we're gonna come back and have to apologize to Phil because we're gonna find out that it was something else, right? That's what you're saying.
No, I mean, they already said, no. What I'm saying is that when he said it, I really believe that he did not know anything else other than it was exclusive because that was in April. And it was just a month or not even weeks before when all of a sudden, oh, Indiana Jones going to PS5. It just was just thrown out there out of nowhere.
I don't believe that. He's the CEO.
And remember,
Xbox. How
and remember,
not know?
Because just 2 weeks ago, they came out and said, it was an interview they had with one of the Xbox people, and they said that changed because of Disney. Because Disney told them, no, you got to make it multi-plat. And I think that was mandated by Disney recently, like maybe September, October. That's why the game build wasn't finalized already. They didn't release it in the other platform as well at the same time.
So you telling me they were moving ahead under a contract to make this game multi-plat? They renegotiated the contract, and then somehow
it was supposed to be
because it had to be a new negotiation done. We know that this took place because of the court document. So at this time, they renegotiated, and Microsoft is not stupid enough to renegotiate something that's not written down on paper. So you telling me that somehow that this came back and said, oh, we kind of changed our mind. Now we want you to give the game out everywhere, even though the pricing, all this stuff was already
because Microsoft now owned them. When they made that new negotiation, they own Bethesda Studio and Machine Game. So that's why they made that deal. But remember, during that time, we also found out that they're making Blade, right?
Yeah, we know that.
So I would not be surprised that what they're trying to do is keep Blade as an exclusive, and the mandate was then you got to make Indiana, multi-plat. You understand what I'm saying? Like a give or take.
Wait, Blade isn't exclusive.
Huh?
No, I don't believe Blade's gonna be.
Blade is exclusive because they didn't say it was multi-plat. They said
the same thing about Indiana too.
Yeah,
I believe it when I see it.
I know that. That's why I'm saying that I have a feeling based on how they've done things in the past with other companies that that's what they did. They changed it up and said, okay, so then you got to make Indiana. And when they also saw that it was being talked about. Because again, I'll go to the John Campia situation. John Campia is a movie guy.
I know him.
He plays on PlayStation. And the first thing he said, just like you saw a bunch of other people on YouTube saying, I gotta get an Xbox because I have to play Indiana Jones because it looked great.
Somebody done shot him in the arm when he had
right.
Yeah, but now they don't have to buy an Xbox.
No, they don't.
Right. I know that. But I think that's also why Disney tried to change their mind, because they saw that it was getting a lot of traction, and they want to make more money. And that's why supposedly the word is that they already called Microsoft to make a deal to make 3 games because it's doing so well. You get what I'm saying?
Here's the thing: if Sony comes out with all these other like Marvel-like games, all of them, I don't care. Spider-Man, I can see, but if they come out with all these other games and they don't have to put them games anywhere, then Microsoft are fools. They're fools.
It's because Sony has something that
it doesn't
Disney
matter.
wants.
Then they should have walked away from the deal.
No, yeah, but that's why.
That's what they should have did.
That's why Disney don't make those mandates to them. That's why. And Microsoft is just trying to give the community of Xbox games that are like superheroes, like you said, like Blade or something, to the Xbox community. That's why he did the deal. So
they're giving it to everybody. They're giving it to the Xbox community, the PC community, the
yes,
community.
But we're getting it first, right? Because it's on Game Pass.
Exactly.
On
get it
on
first,
Xbox first, right?
We never pay 70. Not remember why I told you about that budget shopping he bought? I'm on the Xbox side because I can afford their games more than just.
Oh, the Xbox side gives you the option to play on Game Pass.
Yeah,
You're
also
not,
that, of course. I buy games too.
Buy a game day one.
I bought more games because of what's
Game
that
Pass.
called? No, not because of Game Pass, because of Play Anywhere. I bought more games on Microsoft than I did on Steam because of Play Anywhere. And,
you bought more games off of Game Pass. I'm saying because of Game Pass, because it gives you the freedom to invest your money on another game, for example, right?
I meant
while you can still play. While you can still play the other big AAAs that Xbox is offering on Game Pass.
Well, yeah, that's a side thing, but I mean, like Play Anywhere is huge for PC.
Yeah, I know that. That was bigger than.
I don't have to buy a second copy for the console. That's great.
Absolutely.
I don't have to double dip. That has caused me to change my purchasing behavior. Apart from Game Pass, Game Pass it has incentives and stuff, but I'm just separating that out.
Because, for example, I was able to buy Space Marines 2 because I didn't have to worry about buying Indiana Jones or buying Call of Duty or buying what else came out? Was it Hellblade 2, right?
Yeah.
For example, I was able to buy all those other games that came out this year from other companies because of Game Pass.
Flight Sim, but that came out too, and then you don't play the strategy games like Aura History Untold or Age of
games I've ever played like that are like those types, like PC centric. That's what I call PC centric style. Is like I played Gears Tactics, and I tried out Halo Wars 1 and 2. That's it.
Let me ask you this: did you like Stalker? Because that's heavily PC style.
Well, Stalker I like because it's quality, but
it is quality.
It's not a game that I know I can dive in many hours into because it's very heavy on RPG elements.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And you need a lot of patience. People think that it's like Call of Duty, you go in there blasting shit. No, you can't do it.
No.
It's a game that you gotta, because remember your weapons get damaged.
Inventory,
you gotta what you call that? What's the name of it? Pogo, you probably know that. When you have to manage or micromanage like your ammo, your food. You get what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, it's almost like Fallout.
Yeah, because if you don't do it right, you're gonna die, even if you progress far.
Exactly.
So I'm honest enough to say, no, I won't probably invest in the game, but it's a quality game.
Okay. It's a little hard.
It is hard.
It's hard. I mean, for casuals. I'm not saying for casual, but I mean hard in general.
But it's a quality game. Is what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
Oh, it's my game of the year.
Yeah, definitely quality. Yeah,
there's nothing else I like it.
Let me read that.
I definitely respect what you guys are saying though about as far as the I definitely respect all your opinions as far as the
me too.
That Phil should have never opened his mouth, but I really do believe it was a last minute change because, and the only reason I say that is because of the statement and the article of the interview that came out like 3 weeks ago, where they said it was Disney that forced them to change it again. And that's why I'm saying that.
I don't know how Disney
That's
all
the
right.
problem.
Okay,
Go ahead. What are you gonna say?
Personal thing for me, right? Disney is the last person that should be making demands of any company right now.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
but it's their
Disney
IP.
is a very nice company.
It's their IP. That's why.
Are you
Well,
talking about
regardless of their IP, right?
negotiation?
So I've relegated myself to understand this about Xbox and Microsoft. Well, mostly
Mhm.
Xbox.
Mhm,
Is that
mhm.
no matter what happens, dude, everything's off the table,
Right,
right?
right, right.
So
Mhm.
for me, when I look at everything that they do, we're just relegated to the fact that we're just going to be taking L's when it comes
Ah,
to stuff like this. Honestly,
Taking L's? What do you
yeah,
mean by
taking L's when it
L's?
comes to stuff like this, right?
Because
well,
you're
hell,
not.
in
Well,
the
yeah, L's in
Disney
terms of the
Liverpool,
console war. Yeah,
They always bend the knee.
games.
They always bend the knee. They always do.
what he's talking about is
They
like
have
that.
to though.
The
I
other
mean,
zone is supposed to
No,
be
they
an
don't have to.
exclusive.
Again, they don't have to do any of this stuff. There's corporations out there, Amazon, Apple, right? There's every other corporation does not bend the knee. They make
are
people
you
bend.
talking about third
The
party
only
indies?
only people that make that bend the knee is Microsoft and Xbox.
Yeah, yeah.
And
What he's talking, what he means is, you know how they're making, and Indiana Jones is going to be for Xbox, right?
Yeah,
But they also paid for the development, paid for the marketing, and they
yeah,
put all the money was from Microsoft, right? When
yeah. They
Sony does a deal, right, like that, right? Sony don't
hmm
pay for all.
Yeah,
Sony pays for
No, I
either
know.
they
Yeah,
cut
all
their
they pay for
costs.
is either
Right.
the marketing, right, for example,
Right. Yeah.
yeah,
or
yeah.
for
So,
the exclusivity. That's it.
so is
They
there
don't
something
pay for the
you'd like to
development.
do?
They don't pay for anything else. But yet, somehow, right? Somehow, the games never come to Xbox. Do you see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I
That
know.
Oh,
that's
you
what he
mean that third games?
that's
Yeah,
what he's
that's
talking about
They
as
don't
far as
fight.
it'll
Microsoft
change.
No,
taking.
They
what
don't
I'm
fight for
saying
their
What
is,
he's talking
development
about.
like that.
what I'm saying
That's what
is,
he's
right,
talking about.
is that
Microsoft.
as an Xbox guy, right,
Mhm.
we're gonna constantly have these conversations and articles by Forbes, by Windows Central, by all
Yeah,
these
yeah.
They're not going to end.
media
You have to
types and
They're
keep
never going
influencers
to end.
will
Yeah.
constantly say
Yeah.
the same thing that we talk about all the time. Like
Yeah.
Black Myth, Wukong, I could care less about that game,
I don't care
right?
either.
I don't care
Yeah,
if
it's
that game
not
comes
even.
close
I
to it or
have
not.
it. It's not the best Souls like either.
So for me, it's a non sequitur. But what ends up happening, right, is again, like Heba was saying earlier, right? There's a perception that
Yeah.
happens within the gaming community that we have to deal with, and we could squash this. And Microsoft and Xbox could squash this, but they choose not to.
Right.
Squash. Which one? You mean the
They could
third
kill all of us.
party or
By
what? I
Z.
mean, what do you
I'm
want them
sorry,
to
I
do
didn't get a
though? I
chance
Isaac.
to
mean,
address your
Isaac.
comments.
Yeah. No, exactly what I said earlier in the podcast. Right? They should make every single person bend the knee. They should buy as many companies as they
yeah,
need to buy, produce as
Right.
many stuff as they need to buy, third hat stuff if they have to.
they
Right? But they
will.
won't do it, and they never will.
What do
And
you
so we're
mean?
going to have these conversations,
Even
which,
though they
I
can't.
mean, let's be honest with you, is ad nauseum, right? But we're going to constantly be having these conversations, and I see this happening in 2025.
If it got that bad, they would just buy Sony. They could just buy Sony.
Sony
Yeah, but they
won't.
won't.
No, that's how
Sony won't
big they
sell to
are.
them.
It's easier to just
Sony
do
will never
that.
sell. Sony will never sell to them.
I
No,
bet
but
you
my point is
Microsoft, I bet you
that's not.
Xbox
You
would
don't.
actually pay Sony
But
money
that's how big they
to
are. They're
keep them
so
around.
big.
That's
It's
how
so
But
small.
Sony would never sell to them. Sony would never.
That's not the point I'm
Listen,
trying to make. I'm saying that if they're so big, even though the Sony's winning by $8 billion revenue every year, they don't care. It's so small. It's just they're just making it viable for the future.
yeah, but I'm saying
You
that
know
if
what I'm saying?
Microsoft
So
wanted to go buy Sony,
yeah,
Sony won't sell to them.
I'm
Yeah,
not.
that's why
Sony
they
will
should
I'm
never
put
sell
them
to
out.
giving you
them.
an
They should just put them
example.
out of business.
Of
Sony
course
would
not. But
sell
they could
to
sell.
Tencent. Yeah, Sony
Yeah,
would let Tencent buy them.
they could go for 5 years and just buy every third party and just put it on Xbox if they wanted to. They can afford that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
But
but
they
they
don't
won't.
do that. Why don't
Sony
they do
won't let
that?
them do them.
Because you
Sony
know
won't.
why. Because it'll kill the market. That's what I
who
think, at
cares?
least.
I
They,
do.
they won't be. They won't kill the
Sony,
market. They
No,
will be the
because that's
market.
not. It's
Sony
business
could be out
No,
of the
doesn't
no,
work
market
like
and the
they
that.
market
will
will
not kill
not
the
die.
market. They will be the market.
Sony could be out of the market and they will not die.
No,
Sony's not important. They're not important. I
no,
don't know why people make it
that's
seem like
not the
they're so important.
point. I'm the yeah, but
They're not
you
important.
understand what I'm
They can buy
saying, right?
tomorrow and the market will still survive. They will survive, especially the way Microsoft.
It's like what Zing said earlier. Like, and even you said he bought earlier. They have to look good. That's just how it is.
Oh yeah,
That's
yeah, they have to, but
big.
because they don't want to get the heat, like you said. Hopefully,
Exactly.
now
That's
with
all
Trump
it
in
is.
office, it'll change.
They could
Now
change
with
though. You
Trump in
never
office,
know.
hopefully it'll change. But
May
they
I
don't want the heat from the government. That's all.
may
Yeah,
I
But if
there's.
they didn't have that heat, they wouldn't be doing that.
Oh my
may,
God.
may I address the Black Myth Wukong? Because that's why I actually got on here. I
Yeah,
didn't
I
do
wanted to talk about that too.
You haven't even talked about that. You guys been talking
No, they not
We should
once.
talk
No,
about it. I wanted to talk about it
I'm
too.
terrible. I'm terrible.
gosh.
I'm
We can't
terrible.
derail off of this after
We're
this,
all
right?
talking about PC gaming.
Oh my god.
Is
I thought
that
you guys had
It's
as
already
awesome. That's
gamers,
why I love it.
we're gonna be passionately discussing, gaming as gamers. It is
yeah,
what it
you
is.
gotta stay on topic though. I was like, dang, I thought I must have missed it.
No, I didn't even go on. Still
if
didn't
YouTube
get to that topic
decides
yet.
if YouTube decides to like actually start going after people that make videos, this channel's done
Yeah.
because it's they're saying that they're gonna start looking at the content, and
Uh-huh.
then like if you so basically I put if Black Myth Wukong, that's what we're supposed to be talking about,
Yeah.
and then if
Yeah.
probably people flag the video because look I came to listen to this and these dudes were talking about PC and they, PC whatever, right,
Mhm.
and then they probably flag my video and stuff like that.
Flag
I,
it? Why would they flag it? Oh, because of the title.
The
Yeah.
title
oh
is
yeah,
misleading.
Why
Yeah,
would
it's
they?
misleading.
Yeah,
Yeah,
don't they flag you if you use like the word certain words, like use the word gay or
they flag everything.
um
They flag.
homosexual? I think they flag you for that.
No,
For
but
what
what
I
I'm saying is if it's off topic, they're going to start flagging videos. So what happens is
um
not necessarily them. They might have somebody looking at it, but it's people that come on board that could flag the video, which will open
yeah,
up another
yeah.
can of worms because you might not like somebody and just flag the video. So
I got you. I got you. Okay, okay, I got it again.
So we
not
gotta
that
be
I
okay.
careful.
care, but I'm just saying
Yeah, we don't want your channel gone, so we need to stay on
I
topic.
could care less in my channel.
Okay.
Uh,
All right. Who's gonna start with the Black Myth?
You first. You first.
Okay.
Ladies.
Well, first let me read what Mr. Kima said because it's right on point.
Which
Okay,
this one?
yeah, start there.
Okay.
He says, Game Science is a scummy development company. They make those statements when Microsoft offices are still is that on? Oh, I think he meant still on holiday
Yeah, and season vacations.
season vacations. Okay. And then let's go to 450. I
Gotcha.
think that's a continuation. Game
Yeah.
Science made that statement when uh, Microsoft Office are closed. I think he meant closed for the holidays, so they can't respond to it. Okay, I got it. I got it.
Shoot, I would
Um,
have responded to them.
I don't know much about that. That could be true. What it seems like to me that they definitely the Game Science has all but destroyed the Xbox community in any hopes of them releasing any game over here. So many people have said even if they bring that thing tomorrow, they're not going to buy it.
Yeah.
So many Xbox people have said that. They said they're looking forward to Wu Chain Fallen Feathers. They
Yeah.
said this game has always been supported by the platform. They've never wavered, and yeah, they just don't care. And so I can actually play the game. I have PC. I have access to it. But what Game Science is doing for a person like myself is they taking away my choice. I told you I like to buy games with play anywhere. Like so as soon that I wanted to play the game, which I don't. Even if it came to Xbox, I never had no intentions of playing it. Um I could then say, hey, I want to buy this game. I want it for the console and the PC. So let me purchase it off of Microsoft Store because that's what I've been doing lately. Like I like to do that. And so they've taken away my choice
Yeah.
because I don't know if they've been money had it. They're lying to me. I told you I don't like liars. They've been lying to me. And I do believe they're lying. I don't care what anybody says. If a development team that cannot develop a game in all this amount of time and they didn't ask Microsoft tends to give help to their partners now. This is a difference people don't ever highlight. Xbox is not in the business of sending their engineering team all over the place like they some charity. They got to support their own developers, and they got what 30 40 studios. I don't know how many now. I don't know how many it is. But I know they got rid of some, but then they created some. So I don't know how many it is. It could still be 40. But if it isn't, it's 30 something. Okay. They got a lot of studios, and they need, first off, I hope and pray that Microsoft is not stupid enough to be sending their engineers to other people when their own people need them. You place yourself first, number one. Number two, they can't create a precedence where there anybody who complain about the slightest problem who wants to instantly blame the S can get an engineering team to help them build the game. A free engineering team. No. And then this point was brought up by a guy I follow. He's kind of like part PC guy, part no, he's not. Yeah, he's PC, but he also likes PlayStation. But he's fair, right? Think it's VF Fight School or something like that. I forget. But he said since they've released on PC and PlayStation, they've earned a lot of money. We saw how it sold on PC, right? You guys
Mhm.
know that, right? Okay. So they sold a lot of copies on PC. So they made a lot of money. Probably more than what they were initially hoping to get. So they can afford to get extra help if they need it to figure out how to program for the S. And I thought that was an excellent point. I was like, well, then why aren't they investing in it? If they can't do it, hire somebody who can. You
Because
all
they're under a contract.
no, they can hire somebody who can help them. Well, you talking about the contract says they can't do it?
They're under a contract and they're trying to play stupid.
Oh,
They
okay.
did a money hiding deal
Well,
with
everybody knows that.
Sony.
Yeah,
They
everybody.
can deny it all they want, but I don't want to interrupt you. When you finish, I'll bring it up.
Okay, yeah, I agree with Hebot on that. I know we all know. I personally believe they did a money hat deal because they initially intended to develop for Microsoft, and we seen other studios try to use the S as a way to um, make excuses as to why they're not they're choosing PlayStation first. They choose that market first, no matter what happens. Sometimes they might prioritize PC, but most of the time um it's PlayStation. And nowadays with the PlayStation gamer not really showing up well, they often ask for PlayStation and PC. Because imagine the business that Wukong would have did if they wasn't on PC. Heaven help them. But anyway, so yeah, I think that Wukong has destroyed the Xbox community. You know, before you even release, they've already done that. And if they want to know what that looks like, look at how Square has been treated by the Xbox community. Now they got a long ways to go before they mend those bridges over here. You know, and in my opinion, is justified because of the way they behave. But I'm of the thought that in the case of Square, because they've apologized, they've admitted what they did wrong. They've been constantly trying to make amends. I think I'm of the position where I'm willing to give them a chance, and they're desperate. We already know they desperate, but I'm of the position that I want them to understand that this is the side that they should have been supporting all along. They could be on PlayStation, that's fine, but that they should
Hey,
never have
um, um,
steered
can
back.
I add something? Can I add something to what you just said?
Go ahead.
They all made that stupid decision because they all latched on when PS4 was the leading platform as far as console sales.
Right, right. It was
That's
doing that.
why.
Yeah.
Because when they first released Final Fantasy 15, if you guys remember, right? Final Fantasy 15 was on Xbox day and date with PlayStation, and it sold almost 20 million copies between both platforms.
Mhm.
It did well on Xbox. They even said it themselves. After that, then they made a fucking deal for the Final Fantasy 7 remake and Final Fantasy 16, and
Yeah,
that didn't work in their
that was
favor
going to come everywhere. They
because they latched
had no
on.
intention. They never like, hey, Sony, you want to keep this on your. That didn't happen. Sony went to them because
Yeah, they
they
latched
were going
on,
to release
right?
it everywhere.
Mhm.
You know? That
And
was
they all fell for the. It sold more many consoles, and
yep,
like I
yep.
said, it could sell many consoles, but if they don't buy games, it's not going to matter
It
because
doesn't matter.
their attachment ratio is too low.
Yep.
Anyway, I just wanted to say that. I'm sorry.
Yep. So, yeah. So, let Square is an example, and the smart developers are avoiding that problem. They are making sure because I think they also smart. They see the trajectory that Xbox is going. They are a massive publisher. You do not upset a massive publisher. You do not alienate the people on that publisher because they're going to care about their people and at least they should. Xbox should care about they consumer base um more importantly than any other people because that's their lifeblood. And if they don't, yeah, Xbox will lose those people. So I hope they do understand that. But yeah, so upsetting these people, which in my opinion, Xbox has a better attachment rate. I think more of the hardcores are on the Xbox side. They buy way more games. They support everything from um, you know, like controllers and peripherals and all kinds of stuff. They support everything. Even though Xbox had just a few brands, look how heavily supported it is that they had a bunch of $1 billion brands, but they had less studios. So that kind of shows you how well they are at managing. And Minecraft is one of them. Minecraft was big, but they made it way bigger when Microsoft got it. I think they did they did a really good job. I was surprised. I had my doubts at first 'cause I was like, can they really manage Minecraft? The Minecraft started as a PC game. I know because that's when I bought it, right? And then when it went to Microsoft, I was like, to me, I thought about just about everybody probably had bought it by then because it had been out for a while, at least to my knowledge. But no, I was wrong. They were able to grow that market, and so they did a very, very good job at that. So, all I'm trying to say is that what they call game science have, they might as well just stay over there. I think that the little money that they're gonna get on the Xbox side won't be worth it to them at this point. They've stepped on too many toes over here, and I think Xbox will never say it, but I think this controversy being brought up by them when they're
There's an easy solution for that.
by why they are the ones that started it, because Xbox isn't the ones who started this issue. They've never once asked, Microsoft never said that, oh, we're going to offer them our engineering desk, which they do for their partners. Understand that it's a difference. They're not partners with game science, so they have no obligation to have to bring their engineering crews over there. But I do believe that I think with Larian, I think it was different with Larian in that Larian was not doing any kind of exclusivity deal. They were going to drop everywhere, but they really was struggling with getting split screen on the S, and that's why Phil waived that for them because they just really couldn't figure it out how to do that, and they just couldn't do that part. But they had everything else done, so they were ready to let go, and they wanted to do it everywhere. So I think that that's a different scenario. People uses Larian with Baldur's Gate. They use that as an example, but that's not a good example. We know that Game Science did some type of exclusivity deal, whereas Larian did not. They had always had the intentions of dropping everywhere. It's just they could not get over the limitation of trying to put split screen on there. And I believe Larian Studios, because this is the same problem that hit 343 and why they dropped split screen for Halo Infinite, if you guys remember. So that split screen has been a problem in the past. So I do believe Larian was telling the truth. And Phil and them was willing to give them some engineering help, and he did that. And they even came out with a statement publicly saying, "Oh, we figured out what we did wrong, and thanks to Microsoft's engineering team, we figured out that it actually improved the Series X and the PlayStation 5 versions and all that." They came out saying that. So in nowhere in their statements did it look like that they were trying to backstab Microsoft or just kind of trying to get away with something. So I really believe Larian never had intentions to do that. And so I don't hold them accountable at all. I really believe they had a legitimate issue that Microsoft helped them out of. I do not believe that's the case of Game Science at all. I believe that we know Microsoft never sent any engineering support for them. And in my opinion, I think it's because of the exclusivity deal. And I personally believe that it won't be it probably is against a priority of theirs to do that. The partners is one thing. Partners is anybody who's going to drop their games day one, or if they're involved in Game Pass or something like that. I think they'll be more willing to do that. Because remember, that costs. Their engineers are very good, and that costs money to do that. But I think they won't do Black Myth because of that deal. And I think that's the one thing that's holding it up. So Black Myth is stuck. PlayStation's probably barring them from being able to get extra help. Maybe it's in their contract or something. And they're too inexperienced to actually figure out a way to do it on their own. So now they're kind of in this position where they're stuck and they have to wait out the contract. Who knows how long that's going to be. But in the meantime, they're destroying the community, any goodwill from the community they would have had from Xbox. And I'll end it there.
Wait, I gotta ask you something, Dale. Just a question.
Go ahead.
Do you think that Phil knows this, and that
Yes.
Phil is allowing them?
Yes.
Okay.
I think he knows it, but I think that for legal purposes, I think because if you ask me, I think Game Science told them. I think Game Science spoke to Phil and them because Phil, he's the CEO and all that. I don't think they would be trying to hide it from Phil, So I think Phil and them know the truth. And also you can take this or leave it. This is secondhand stuff, but I know that King David said that he spoke to Sarah personally because it was at some what was it? It was he went to some event and he saw Sarah and spoke to her. Now he won't elaborate on other things they talked about, but he said this one little part. He asked her, Black Myth Wukong. He said, I just want to know, was it Little Man? Is Little Man the problem and stuff? And she said no. She
Yeah,
said
I remember him saying that.
she didn't say anything past that, but she just said no. She was dead. Just it wasn't no, it was just no. So all of Xbox leadership is convinced that it is not the Series S that's the problem. So I believe they sincerely believe that it was a deal, and I believe that Game Science told them that it was a deal, and that they probably was not really allowed to say any of that. And I think that's why Phil cannot elaborate on it.
No, but my issue always been with Phil is just kind of throwing himself on the sword,
Yeah, he
right?
does.
So yeah,
Yeah.
so I could see him like understanding all of this happening, and then at the same time just allowing this narrative to go out there. You see what I'm saying? Because they never really push back on any of this stuff.
Yeah.
Is my opinion. I could
And
be wrong. I don't know.
I just want to say hi to Cygnus and Shisno Elite. I didn't see you guys in here before, so hello.
Yeah, what's up, guys? Welcome. Uh, yeah. I mean,
Well,
that's
I could say, yeah, I think it's.
What?
Oh, go ahead.
no. Go
No, go
ahead.
ahead. You didn't say go.
Go Google Poll. I think you're next. I think.
Yeah, go ahead, Google.
Am I? Oh, okay. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think they know. I think they targeted PlayStation first, and they
Yeah.
got money for it. That's about it. I mean, it's
Mhm.
nothing. It's not like it's any rocket science.
Right.
And so they did. They actually probably didn't think anything about the Xbox version at all. So they don't
Mhm.
care.
I don't think they care
I
either.
don't think they give a shit
I don't either.
about
Yeah,
Xbox.
you know who else
So
doesn't care?
I don't even
Xbox.
think they care about PlayStation either. They just want to make money as much as they can, and they probably saw the PS numbers and weren't that happy because it sold mostly on PC.
It
It was
did.
mostly China too, not
Yes, mostly
America.
China. A
It
lot
was
of
like
people from
15
America.
million. Yeah, it was like 15. I think the numbers were like 15 million
Mm-hmm.
China, and then the rest was like America, and like 1 million on PS,
I'm
something
in the
like
Asian market
not
because
even
that
maybe.
story and that fantasy and that that actual
It's not a
game
bad game though, but
and big has always been big in the Asian market, and you never had a game of that quality in the Asian market ever
no,
before. That's why it did well in those Asian markets. That's proof right
well,
there that they support
it
working
was
with
it's been
actually
heavily advertised in the market. Like this, you just remember they first showed it at the Xbox
True.
showcase like
Yeah.
4 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So it was
but
supposed to come to the Xbox, but it's no, this game was big. I mean, I heard about it in 2020, like, and they were talking about it being the like what's called again, like an Elden Ring, well, Dark Souls killer. It was like
the
this is
hype
the
of the
best
game
game
was
ever.
because it was based on the Journey to the West,
Yeah,
lore that
but
has
it was
never been done at a high quality, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then when they showed off the graphics, people got hyped off of
yeah,
that.
that's
Oh my
yeah.
god, it looks amazing!
It does
And
look
then,
good. I think it's overrated the graphics though. I
I
have the game.
mean, but if you look at it in comparison to like, let's say something like Elden Rings, it still looks better than something like Elden Ring. See what I'm saying?
No, I think Elden Ring looks better.
No, no way. Elden Ring,
Stylistically looks better.
you don't have photorealistic graphics. Elden Ring don't have
Well,
photorealistic
I
graphics.
mean, it's more
But,
detailed in most places,
and
but
it's based, plus
Elden
it's
Ring is
based on a
more graphically
but
better looking game.
Elden Ring is something they created for the game space. It's not based off an old
Mute.
lore story that's been around for years and years and years in the Asian market. Journey to the West
Man,
been around for the longest.
let me answer this real quick with Cygnus, and you can go right back there. He said even the hack dev said the same thing too. Too many devs see the Series S as a hindrance. No, they don't. You know
Don't
No,
what?
respond to him. He's just trash talking. He's
I
a
just
fucking
want to
piece
make
of
this
shit.
clear for
So annoying.
all the
Get the
people
fuck
in
out
the
of here.
chat room.
Sorry.
Listen, this is
I'm tired of this
divided.
shit. Annoying.
Okay, this is
Thinks
divided.
he's funny.
Okay, this is
I mean, I don't hate him personally. It's just he likes to trash talk. He comes here and just he immediately trash talks right away.
yeah, I know Cygnus, but I don't like
It's
his
okay.
narrative.
It's annoying, Cygnus, but I'm not. I'm just gonna call it out. That's all.
Okay, I don't want his statements to be out there and not addressed, at least because people would just assume that's true. This is what's happening, Cygnus. You're learning the developers that actually have the skill from the ones that do not. The ones that actually have the skill know how to program for the S, which is why you can have a Indiana Jones running like butter on the S, why you can have a Hellblade 2 running incredibly well on the S, why you can have a Cyberpunk running like butter on the S. I can go on and on. The ones with skill will succeed, and the ones that don't have skill will complain. So that's what you're learning. If you see a developer complaining about it and saying there's no way, it's impossible, and by the way, this one guy, he was a former hardware engineer for both Xbox and PlayStation. According to his statement, he now works in I think AMD or something like that. I forget. He's a this guy is like a tech dude that was brought up. At least this is his claims. He actually did a real test showing if that Wukong game can run on hardware on the limitations below what the S is offering, and it ran well. So he actually put that argument to the test
Yeah,
and
and it runs on the Rogue Ally. And it runs on the Rogue Ally that's only 4 teraflops, for example.
Right.
That means game science can do it.
They can do it.
It's all PR talk. It's all PR talk because they know that the narrative has been all this generation is that the S is holding gaming back, when that's not true.
And that's
because
the
S,
from weaker devs at Heebot. That's from people who don't know how to program on
no, that's because devs, the ones that do that, are lazy. Because it takes more time to optimize to get it running on that set console because of the limitations. Let's say
it's not about limitations. It's just more time to do another device.
The PC. The limitation of the memory right?
Yeah.
But it's shared memory, right? But again, did you finish Go or no?
Well, you guys cut me
off. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
That's okay. Go ahead.
To address that real quick. Go ahead.
No,
I'll finish when you finish.
Well, I was supplying the Cygnus, but no, I mean, it's just that it takes time. I mean, every developer who develops games, look at mobile. Mobile develops for all different devices every day. Yeah. There's millions there's thousands of games. It's just a reality they have to deal with. But some of these developers they're small and I get it, but they can't. They're playing with fire because Microsoft is a big, it's like one of the only big publishers out there that can afford to actually help these people, and they're idiots to burn bridges like this. It's annoying as shit, but that's just how it is. I mean, they think that they can get away with it, but it's annoying. Because people are like all these studios coming out. They're all. I don't doubt that some of them are probably Sony fans, or they just don't like Microsoft. I think it's that too.
Well, they don't have to put the game over there. Then just don't.
Then don't. Yeah, just shut the fuck up and just say we don't want to put it. It's not going to come to Xbox.
Look what Shinzo wrote. It's so funny.
What did he say? Devs will never have enough RAM. They've complained about it since.
Facts.
Wow.
Dude, I've seen Indiana Jones on Series S. It looks beautiful.
Incredible.
Yeah, it's just a lower res. That's all. It looks great.
It looks incredible, honestly.
And I have Wukong, and it's not optimized even for PC.
I heard, or PlayStation 5. It's not optimized for either one.
I can imagine it being a piece of shit on PS5.
It's way worse on there. They said
it is probably most likely.
Shoot.
Yeah, especially on the PS5 Pro. The Pro shit.
Oh, that's worse because the PS5 run better than the Pro.
That's what I heard. Yeah, there's some games that are run better on PS5 than PS5 Pro. So. What about that, Cygnus? No, I'm just kidding. It's just annoying. I hate that because it's like a talking point every week. Then you have to deal with all the little trolls that come in and you guys only sold half of what PlayStation sold. Your console's dying. We're getting Indiana Jones. It's like, oh, whatever. Shut the fuck up.
And yet the PlayStation is falling apart right before they.
Yeah, I can't wait till the fucking I just can't wait till they implode because people don't realize how bad it is for Sony because they're losing money.
It's real
this year is really bad for them in terms of revenue because their movies aren't doing well. They PSVR 2, PS Portal not doing well. They put a lot of money in that. Concord failed, 500 million. So that's not free money. That's not like that's money they lost.
Lego Horizons didn't do anything.
Nobody cares. Yeah.
Even though Astrobot won that award, they still didn't do nothing.
But the media's like, oh, it's okay. Sony's fine. Let them. That's why it's gonna be fun. The more it gets worse, I love it.
and it will because
It will
Nintendo
get
is coming.
worse.
Nintendo is coming.
Yeah,
Xbox is about to have the year of their life in
yeah.
this year. So
And it's just because of the way money works. They don't have anything to make money. I mean, they're just going to rely on sales and console sales. You need more than that.
I don't know. It's a bad situation, And for all the complaints that people said about Xbox, Xbox was smart even with the little bit they had during the Xbox One. They still knew how to make money. Like I said, the few studios they had, those studios had games that was $1 billion franchise that had
Exactly.
recurring income. So they even understood it back then. See, I think even in their lowest point, Xbox was still knew how to make money. They still knew how to survive. That was. Oh, hey, two man. I didn't
I
see
think it's
you
just that
there.
because Microsoft has the studios that Microsoft have, they're like very PC centric, and Sony's are old classic console developers,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
strictly console. So, which is good for them for console development, but it's kind of like a closed system. They don't
It
have
is.
the type of games that are popular now.
Yeah.
So that's why they got Bungie. Bungie's dying. I mean, Bungie
Bungie gonna
is like
die
not
over
the
there.
same company.
They,
It's
they
like,
was never just a console centric company. I think from the beginning they've always been comfortable either or. So yeah, they dying over there. They withering away like a shriveled up raisin. It's just
yeah,
sad,
they're
you know.
yeah. Ever since the end of Destiny 1, they've been
Uh,
rotating people.
Hmm.
I played a
but
ton of Destiny. Hmm?
I'm going to say
Oh, go ahead.
my piece with game science. Game science did the exact same thing that the developer from Stellar Blade did. Microsoft was busy worrying about the ABK situation, going to court, not being finalized, because that was a big deal. During this time, those two games were supposed to come to Xbox, but those developers were small and inexperienced. So they needed more time and they needed more money to finish their projects. Sony took that opportunity and approached them and told them, oh, listen, make it exclusive, put it on our platform, and we'll help you. The difference is that Stellar Blade, they finished the guy to pay for the development costs. As far as Wukong, no, the Wukong, they were doing it on their own. They even got money from the Korean government, I believe it was, because I think it's a Korean developer, if I'm not mistaken. And they gave them permission. They funded. They did a funding thing so they can finish the game. But during this time, in order for them to get the money, they went. Probably Sony more than likely went to them and offered them the deal. Make it time exclusive, put it on, and at the same time, it would cover the cost for them to continue to optimize for the S because they have inexperience. I believe that's a part of it. That they don't have the experience, they need more time. But Microsoft can't just go in and help them with their engineers because they don't have a partnership with them. They have a partnership now with Sony. So any of that stuff that's being done is being done either behind closed doors or after their contract is coming to a finalization. Because both times when they were asked, even though after they said, because that whole thing with the Xbox Series S, it's just a narrative. It's a narrative to keep negativity with Xbox. They'll say that they made a stupid choice and they made a dumb decision. Well, we all know that if you can get games running like Doom, like Witcher 3, like Guardians of the Galaxy on a Switch, right? And nobody's complaining, no developers saying shit. How in the world is the S a problem? If the S has features that the PS5 Pro and 5 don't have, which features? Well, they have the ability to screen that you can make do VRR on more games. You have Dolby Atmos surround, Dolby Vision, HDR, which all play a role on games when it comes to sound and when it comes to the HDR black and white levels. It'll make a game look like night and day. And the PS5 and the Pro don't have these features, just like it supports DirectX 12. The PS5 does not. Just like all their main games run off CPU, not GPU. When the PlayStation just updated the Pro with the GPU side, not the CPU. So again, there's things that the S can do that even the PS5 and the Pro can't do. Whether y'all want to believe it or not, go do your own homework. It's all public record. If if the S was incapable, you wouldn't see games like Hellblade, which is probably the most realistic and most demanding game out this generation so far, on the S, running on the S. You wouldn't see games like Flight Simulator. You wouldn't see games like Starfield. You wouldn't see games like Forza, Indiana Jones, Stalker. All those games are just as demanding, if not more, than Black Myth Wukong. They have two issues. One is they don't have the experience, so they needed more time. They didn't have the money. They took the money from Sony, and then they took the rest of the money that they gathered for them in their country with the thing they did. They did like a GoFundMe type thing. That's what it was. There's an article you can read up on it, and that's how they were able to continue to finish the game and still optimize it for the PS5 Pro to give them or try to give them a better version. Because as you guys pointed, even on the PC, the game is not running 100% great. The farther you get out, they say the worse the game gets. So this is their first outing, the first game they ever made. They were working on it for almost, I believe it's 8 or 9 years, something like that. So clearly it's growing pains, and they're a smaller actual developer. But since the release, they've made a lot of money. And yes, especially on the PC side. So what they can do with that money, because they're not owned by Sony, is hire more people.
Thank you. I said that.
Hiring more people, right? Which this was also pointed out.
Developers did. When they blew up like that, they hired more people.
Yeah. Plus, this was pointed out by Fightsco. That's what you're talking about, the Fightsco channel.
Yeah.
The Nigerian that's Puerto Rican, and that people think he was Spanish, but he's not. The one that
yeah. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
He looks like the guy from the movie Get Out.
Yeah.
That's what he means. The brother from Navy.
Those are some good points, though. I was like, that's because he's a developer.
He's the developing team right now. That's what he said.
Right.
So, they made that much money that there should be no excuses in hiring more people to help better optimize. But again, they're using that excuse of the Series S. You need years and years of experience to know how to optimize for it, right? Because that makes it look better on their end, right? So they don't take accountability, and because they're not going to say we made an exclusive deal with Sony, right? And then people are like, well, Sony always touts when they do a deal and they brag about it. And and what I was going to say is, yes, they do when the game is full on exclusive. That is the only time Sony keeps touting that they're exclusive to their platform. When it's Spider-Man full on exclusive, when it was Last Ronin, when it was games like Stellar Blade. Yes.
Stellar Blade was exclusive, though. That was announced as an exclusive.
It was.
That's what I'm saying. But before that, it was announced for both consoles.
I know. But
built and everything.
The difference between Stellar Blade and this one is that Stellar Blade was announced as exclusive. They just released it on PlayStation.
The developer of Stellar Blade said Sony approached them because they needed more help and money to develop and publish, help funding the rest of the game. And that was
I know. But the point is, there's a difference though, because they announced it as that's an exclusive in a way. Yes.
No, but they announced it as an exclusive afterwards because it was first announced as a multi-plat. But that was because Microsoft was busy with the ABK situation at that point. So if that was the point, he could have gone to probably Xbox and tell them, "Hey, listen, can you help with the game?"
Who knows? They probably preferred Sony. Who knows? We don't know exactly. But
no. Sony approached them because Microsoft was busy with the other situation. So because that was the same thing that happened. That was the same thing that happened with the developer from Bright Memory Infinite.
Well, the main thing is Microsoft doesn't do that. They don't.
He went to Xbox. They helped them finish the game, and that's why it was exclusive for a while, and then it was put on PlayStation, and that's how they finished the game. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It was the same thing. They went to Xbox, and Xbox, but at that point, Microsoft wasn't busy with the ABA situation. You see what I'm saying? Meaning,
I agree. I know.
Spend out more money. You know,
I was just gonna say before I miss out because I might forget. No, the whole point is that they just air their dirty laundry. They're fucking retarded. Don't. That's what all these developers are doing. They use that as an excuse because it takes longer to develop for. It might be a little harder. Who knows? But that's not a reason. You're throwing a whole company under the bus.
That's true.
Shit like
and
that.
burning bridges
It's bad business.
Again, we know that's not true because in two different occasions.
You understand what I'm saying? No. I'm not. I'm saying my point is that this guy just comes out and says this shit, and they should know. I think they're just dumb, but
they're not trying to take accountability.
Yeah, exactly. So just say you can't fucking do it, or just keep your mouth shut. It's
He
fucking
didn't
annoying.
even have to bring that out this time. That had already been hashed out, and people just got quiet about Black Move.
Because there was another interview that was done, and they asked him the question.
Yeah,
exactly.
Somebody interviewed him. They asked him the question. Just, well, he brought that up.
Yeah, it was because then they got it out.
His way to give an excuse without making themselves look bad. They're just trying to say that they don't have the experience, and the S is something that you need experience to develop for. But then that's a lie because they didn't want to be running on the road ally. And
even if it's true, Even if it's true, anything could. No. My point is not. Let me finish, because it's even if it's true, you still don't say shit because
if they were, that was true. They didn't want to be.
It could be harder for other reasons. It could be harder to develop for the Series X because it has different architecture. There could be any reason. Is my point.
Yeah, but if it was true, then they wouldn't be able to. It wouldn't be able to run on the Rogue Ally. They had to optimize.
No, I agree. I'm not. I'm just saying. The fact is not that. Just that they air the dirty laundry. Just shut up and just do the job. And if you can't do it, then just say it's not coming to Xbox. That's it.
It's PR to put the blame on Microsoft. It's all it is.
Exactly. They're not making the game.
That's all it is.
It's very unprofessional because the working relationship in the future.
Yeah, but on their part, it makes them look unprofessional. Absolutely, yeah.
It is unprofessional because look, they're
totally
destroying the Xbox community over here, over that. And the people who have bought the S, it's doing damage. Whether we like it or not, it's doing damage. Whether it's true or not, it's doing damage. And that, and if you think
everybody thinks S is a piece of shit.
Yes,
and because on top of that, remember that on two different occasions, when they asked the Microsoft people about the deal or about the game, they say we cannot discuss any third-party deals that are done with developers that are not nothing to do with us.
Yeah, we know that.
They did it twice. Microsoft is not going to just say that if there was no truth to them having a deal.
Out there believing that Xbox is lying in order to cover up for the
that's because it fits their narrative of Xbox is garbage and they hate Xbox. That's all that is. That's why they're saying that.
I don't know if they hate them, but I wouldn't be surprised if they don't care.
They're Chinese.
People,
yeah, but Chinese don't like Japanese either, so
that's another.
I don't think they're Chinese, so they probably don't concern themselves.
Yeah, I don't think they care. I don't think they care about
pretty
the market, the console market.
If they ever want to be developers and stuff, you don't tick off the largest publisher in the console.
You shouldn't, yeah, because you could lose money in the future. That's all it is.
That's why we need Xbox.
A bunch of people have done it.
We need Xbox to make inroads into Asia, and then that'll become a problem for them. Yeah.
What?
So then, because most of these companies, right?
Just one game. It's like
from
nobody
South Korea
cares.
or from China, right? So they have their own group of people. My daughter deals with that game now that we have on Xbox.
Genshin Impact.
So there's a lot of people complain about Genshin Impact, but they have such a big backing, right?
Yeah, well, it came out on mobile first. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Genshin Impact took 8 years to come out on Xbox.
5 years, 6 years.
Genshin Impact took 8 years to come out on Xbox.
8 years? No, not 8 years.
Yeah. Been a long ass time. Yes.
No,
it's been on PlayStation and it's been on mobile and it's been on Nintendo. It's been a long ass time.
No, not that long. No, the game came out like 2019.
Look it up how long it's been. Look it up how long it's been. Look it up. Look it up.
No,
It's
on
a
mobile,
long
I'm talking about.
And the point is that this is being done for the longest, and it's always Japanese studios and developing. The
No,
only people that skip
They're Chinese.
Xbox
They're
are
Chinese.
Japanese and Asian studios.
It's
Any
not
Asian
all.
studio that
It's
have
just
skipped
because
Xbox. That's it.
it's just because Microsoft, the Xbox, it's just the fact Xbox is a smaller market compared to PlayStation. That's how they see it. But it's changing because they noticed that
But my
when they look at
point,
the numbers, it's
which is not
probably the
true,
same.
which is not true because there's more people on Xbox.
No,
Period.
no, more active. They're the active
Now,
users
yeah,
on Microsoft.
and in order to be active, you have to pay.
Yeah, they're
So they're
learning
paying
that. They're
customers.
learning
It's
that.
not like they're not. They're not. So my point is, only the games that skip Xbox are from
To their
Asian
detriment. Yeah,
companies and developers. Every single one. And
yeah.
it's not. That's because they stick with their own kind. They'll support Nintendo and Sony because they're
No,
Asian.
but China and Japan don't. They're not.
They're not. They
They're
don't
not.
like
It's only
each other
because
at all.
PlayStation is more popular. That's it. Not because they're Asian.
Yeah,
And
Trust
the,
me, it's
PlayStation has a
not.
bigger,
Chinese
bigger
hate.
market presence
They're,
They
in
they're,
hate.
they're
I get
Chinese
that.
nationalistic.
hate
I think they're
Japanese.
nationalistic.
Nobody knows anything about those.
Absolutely, they do.
Yeah,
They
they'd rather do
absolutely do.
business with America than
Yes, they
Japan.
would. They prefer America over Japan. They can't stand each other. Those two
Yeah,
countries.
they hate them. They
Yeah,
For
they
certain
had
things,
wars
yes.
in the past, but
trust
Certain
me.
they
I'm
things, yes.
Asian.
still
I
remember
know.
that stuff.
For certain things, yes.
Better.
But when it comes to the gaming space, no. The gaming space, the Asian developers love supporting and only themselves, like each other. They're very
No,
nationalistic.
no. He bought it. China is not
They
like
hate. Yeah,
Japan. They're
that's why.
different.
Yeah,
Talking
they're
about them
You know the
with
history.
the game development. Game development.
they want
Yeah,
Game.
to do it
the
for
only
them.
reason they go is because PlayStation's more popular, not
That's
because they're
it. Yeah, they don't.
Japanese.
They don't like them.
That's
They
it.
don't like them. Yeah,
Then
they.
they wouldn't put them just there because that makes no sense.
the thing
Doesn't
is,
matter
the
if
thing
they're
is,
not.
real quick. The thing is, right? A lot of the stuff that influences Asia is out of Japan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Genshin Impact has a heavy influence of anime in it.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
why a lot of people mistake it for being from Japan, and that is anime, but it's
It's
not,
not.
right?
Yeah.
It's from China.
But you know
Most
what?
So,
of
The
those games
Chinese
are
can't
all
stand
Chinese
that.
Korean.
The
so South
Chinese
Korea
can't
and China,
stand
the
that.
impact of those games
Japan
is
is so behind in
their
mobile.
love of anime and Japanese popular culture, and it's vice versa. Like music from South Korea, right? It influenced and the
They
game
don't need
genres they
Japan
actually
anymore.
influence a lot of East Asia, Southeast Asia, right? Japan. It's like this, and we don't have a presence there. Is the problem.
Yeah, that's true.
So once they put a presence there in Asia, hopefully,
But they ain't gonna need game science.
Presence.
They too small. I think they should just.
You know what presence, American presence is there? It's called Android and Apple. They're there.
yeah, Android is Apple. I'm saying for Xbox, yeah.
America.
If they can put a
No,
presence there.
Microsoft's on all their computers. Yes, they're there.
I don't know. I
America
don't
is
know. No, but I'm just talking specific about.
I know. About Xbox. Yeah.
Yeah. So if they want to do that, did we lose you? Oh, there it is.
They are. They're not. They know about Asia. They know the. I mean, it's a hard market to
By
crack.
by their localization efforts, I would say they don't know about Asia.
No, I don't think it's about localization. It's about consoles because consoles aren't popular in Asia.
Regardless, if they want to be
The
there,
only reason consoles is not popular in China, for example, right, is
They're
because
not.
it's expensive.
It has nothing to do with about. Well, it's just that it's a different market.
The
They're
Xbox
mobile.
One, right? The Xbox One was almost $800 in China.
Okay. I did.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but China does that to all our goods. If you look at anything, they don't want
China.
American
Yes,
goods
because the
in their
customer costs, the shipping costs, the importing fees.
everything. That's
We
why
know
Trump
this,
was going
but
after
that's
the way
why
they
I
were.
said that is not okay. Consoles are not embraced as much, especially the American console, because it's more expensive over there because of
Yeah,
the
people just
import cost.
well,
no,
You
but
understand?
China also
in
Yeah.
my
rigs,
opinion, the way to do
China
it is
also
not
rigs the market, dude. They
Huh?
also
Thank you.
be.
China
They
also
rig
rigs
the
the market.
market. They
They rig the
don't.
market.
They don't let you have an advantage in their
Yeah,
market.
they don't. It has to be under control of China.
Exactly. So that's
And
why
Microsoft has
America.
already done that with ABK. ABK has worked with them, and they really let them do that.
Yep. And by the way, I'm
COD
from
Mobile
Michigan.
in China is super popular. It's
I'm
like
from
they
It's
let.
Michigan.
happening
I'm gonna
everywhere.
tell you a reason why American cars
My,
don't do well over there. They put
my
tariffs
point
to
is,
everything going there. So
that's
just
how you work in Asia. You don't try to take over. You let them
you
make
have
the
to
money
work
for
through
you.
them. Yeah,
I'm not,
Exactly. It's
I'm
like
not
you
saying
can't.
take over. I'm saying that they
It's
only
amateur.
support something that is closer to their beliefs and ethnicity
Exactly. It's
they
not about.
would in America.
It's not
They
about
ruin
you do
American
business.
product.
It's not about culture, really. It's about it is
Oh, it's
culture.
definitely about culture. You definitely have a
Well,
good
culture
business
is
culture, like how you.
you
I'm
have a
saying
good
this
But
because we
ABK is
got hit.
already working with them a lot. They
yeah.
look at their
Yes.
history in the
Well,
last 10 years. They
China's
have
just
all the
trying to
most.
take over everything in the world. That's what
Well,
they're
they're not
trying to
gonna take
do.
over.
They're not about like no, they want to take
They
over
have. I
American
mean,
shit. That's what it is. They want to take over.
there are
over
2 billion
that's
people.
why
We're
TikTok,
350 million.
that's why TikTok is so big here, and they know that. And
They're
they
gonna
want to take
ban it.
over. They want to take over anything they can. They're trying to take over because they're a communist country. They want to take over shit. They don't let you do shit over there. And the only
Right.
time that they actually cooperate and that they want to do business with America is when it benefits them.
Not
Exactly.
everybody in China thinks the same. Just so you know,
Yep.
like some of them don't want to be like communist. They
And
don't
I'm
like.
not
They don't
saying
trust
that.
the
I'm
CCP.
not saying that. The fact is that their government's communist.
No, I know, I know. I'm saying
Could
like
be the nicest
when they
people,
interview
but
Tencent,
their listen, their government is communist. There's no
I
arguing this.
know. I'm not. My
This is
point is
why Trump has such a problem with them because
exactly. It's like
they always want to take
yeah,
over and get over on everybody, and they don't let you do shit
just
to them.
like a lot of these tech companies, they probably don't like Trump. Some of them don't like Trump. It's the same way with China. Some of these, like Tencent, does not like the CCP. It's like
Yeah,
obvious.
because they
They try
hinder
to
it.
hide shit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they do. But like you were saying, like I was trying to say, people, the reason why I know how China is because I live in Michigan and we cannot sell our cars over there in China. They put so many tariffs and things like that. If
yeah.
you want to know why American cars don't do well, that is why. It's not even. Like they
It's
can
like in
try
all
to
those Asian countries.
yeah,
Yeah,
they hit and not just them, the European countries be doing some of that stuff too.
yeah, they do.
But they hurt us really, really bad. And that's why American cars do not do that well in other countries. And that's why I hope that changes because this is destroying our market here. And I'm from a state that heavily relies on that stuff.
Well,
People
yeah,
lose
same with
jobs
me
in
in Chicago too.
Chicago. Yeah, so you know. So that's why I say I know how the Chinese are when it comes to that stuff. You don't have it's not fair in their
Yeah,
market.
yeah.
It's
We
not
only have
fair.
like a couple Ford plants now, and that's it in
That's
Chicago.
it.
We
Jeez.
used to have everything. Yeah, Cadillac.
Dang.
Yeah.
Well, they
Mhm.
Stellantis now. They changed their name
Yeah,
to Stellantis.
and that's what I was trying to say. That's why they will only do certain things to help a market of Asian companies, for example, because they can control and dictate what they do with an Asian company or Asian developer or something like that. And they can't do that with Xbox and an American developer. You
They
understand?
work with
That's
American.
why they do what they do.
Yeah. No, I know what
That's
you're saying, but
I'm saying that they support each other
No,
because they,
actually, they don't like China. Most Asians don't
they
like
do,
China either.
That's what I was gonna say because they
exactly.
domineer.
It's not
They want to
like
take
they're
over.
not.
Yeah.
Asians aren't all the same.
yeah,
They
but
Like
want
I'm talking
saying
about in the
Mexicans will
console,
work with Puerto Ricans
talking
because
about in
they're
the gaming space.
Latino.
The gaming space. Talking about the gaming space
But
because
No,
they cannot
exactly, that's
control.
true. It's not.
They can't control the American gaming space. But what
That,
they could do is keep
their
things off
hatred and
of the
vitriol of
con.
each other goes
you just have
deep.
to let. There's Microsoft knows what they have to do. It's even Japan is trying to do the same thing. But
In
I
other words,
don't think
they'll do a deal first, even with China, with Japan, even though they don't like each other. Then they will with Microsoft because they're American. That's my point.
also the Sony SIE is not Japanese. Just like I think that like the Genshin Impact deals, all those deals, they're American. Those were made from Americans, not Japanese. You know what I mean?
Genshin
Like
Impact. I don't know much about that game, so
I'm just guessing. Like the people who probably worked the deals with like say the ones that did Wukong. I don't think that's probably implemented from America, not from American businessmen for SIE because
it could.
SIE's
I don't know.
no Sony and the SIE moved to America like
They did.
15
They
years,
had.
Yeah,
yeah, 10 years
they
ago.
moved their building for PlayStation, but they're still a Japanese company,
No, I know. No, I know, but it's
and they still
considered.
identify as a Japanese company.
Yeah, that's why the CEO
It's
is
just their
still Western.
building that they had to consolidate because they lost money and
Yeah.
they were not making enough money in Japan.
Now, yeah,
Moved in here. That's
helping
it.
out.
They still identify as Japanese. They still act like Japanese. They still conduct
No,
themselves
no,
like a
I know,
Japanese.
but I'm saying my whole point is that Japan is just because the Japanese company did it. Sony's a special case because SIE is run primarily from the West. You know, that's why they ditched Japan.
Only their building is
European.
But internally, they still run like a Japanese.
No, I know. No, I know, but I'm saying SIE as the business like that, like say the Sony PlayStation business, the Sony, as what does it stand? It stands for
Sony Entertainment. I forgot.
But I don't understand.
Independent Entertainment, SIE.
I'm speaking clear as day. They still. It doesn't matter if they're in America.
I know they still.
All these deals are done because all these deals that are done where they take away from Xbox is because they conduct themselves like a Japanese company. It don't matter if they're just located here in America.
I think America's worked more with China than Japan has, in general, and even in gaming.
Because it benefits China because we're paying them like Dale just said.
That's my point.
All their cars, they have the tariff so high. Yes, because they're controlling us and making more money off us. That's why they do
business with them. That's why they trust us as business.
Do us because we got money and they want our money.
Exactly. That's it. It's not about because they're Japanese, they would prefer to do it with Japanese. That's it. That's all I'm saying. I don't think it's that at all. Because Japan is totally different than China. You know that. Right? I mean, hello?
Yeah, I'm here. I can hear you.
Yeah.
You said it in the gaming space. In Japan, Sony and PC are bigger and mobile. That's why they cater to that market.
Exactly, but it has
so
nothing
they deliberately don't push shit on Xbox because they don't care.
No, Xbox knows.
If Xbox was making the money, then they'll do it real quick. All they care about is money, right? So they're not going to put shit no matter what.
Past Microsoft, they're not like they don't. They're not all seeing, all knowing. I mean, so because they're such a big ship, you know what I mean. So there's stuff that gets past them for sure. So this, like I think they denied what they asked them
to cut ties.
Impact, they didn't help. So that's what they were saying. That's
America needs to cut ties with everything with Japan. Because if we don't, we're going to get fucking smuggled right under our feet.
From China? That's never going to happen.
China's a bigger threat than Japan.
Absolutely. China's a bigger threat.
You're saying that Sony's going to work closer with China than America will.
They don't like China.
No,
I don't see
I said that we need to cut ties with everything China.
You're saying that they're going to sign all these games like before America.
No, I'm talking about America needs to cut ties with anything China because they're trying to grab all our stuff right under our nose.
Oh yeah,
that's
China is very threatening to America, and that, like Trump has said that because he's like y'all worrying about what Iran or something like that. He ain't worried about that. He's worrying about China and what.
Well, they're aggressive business.
Russia.
Yeah.
That's
why Phil said that we cannot allow Tencent to keep buying all these legacy developers and companies from video games because they don't know how to nurture it. They have no clue. They have no gaming culture experience, and all they're gonna do is buy them out, get money, and they're gonna die off because they don't have the experience.
Do you know who Tencent models themselves after?
What's that?
Microsoft.
You think Tencent is trying to be?
No, they said that the CEO, the main CEO, he said he emulated Microsoft and Facebook.
Yeah, the problem with that is Google. They also try and mimic our military, and that ain't working out well for them either.
Right.
No, Tencent is huge. What are you talking?
We're not talking about military. Capital, but they don't have the experience
either.
Remember, they own 57% of the market of game developers. They own more developers than anybody, and they haven't done shit with them.
Wait, who? China?
Tencent, he's talking about.
Which is owned by China.
No, I know. You're saying they haven't done anything? What do you mean?
Yes, the games, the company they bought as of late, they're not doing anything. Not doing nothing with them. As a matter of fact, a couple of developers they bought in the last couple of years, they closed them down. That's why Phil said we can't let them buy anything. He was referring to Activision, Bethesda, Ubisoft. That's what he was referring to.
Deal with Tencent. Well, not Tencent.
You're not listening. You don't listen. You don't listen. I can't talk like this. You don't listen.
Go.
What I'm saying is that is why Phil said that, because it don't matter if they have money. They own 57% of the developing market, and nobody's doing anything in that space.
Oh yeah, I
People
know. I
are owned
agree.
by Tencent.
I wasn't disagreeing with it. I agree with you.
That's what I'm trying to say. That's why I said that they're
it's a
not
different
good.
market.
They're no good.
That's mobile. It's mostly mobile. But
you want a company like Microsoft to buy Sega and to buy all these other developers, because if Tencent gets their hand on them, like
exactly. That's why they need to
if
buy more
Ubisoft
companies.
Tencent, Ubisoft done. It's
That's why I
done.
don't understand
Yeah,
why
we're
people keep
agreeing. I
saying
mean,
I
I'm
don't
not
want
arguing against
Microsoft
it.
to buy nothing else, and I'm like, okay, give me a good reason why you don't want Microsoft to buy anything else. Because it's just like, oh, we just don't want Microsoft to get bigger. But if they don't, and if you got failing companies and stuff falling all around you and getting scooped up by Tencent or something like that, then what's the alternative? Nobody has given me a decent alternative. It's like they rather these companies fall in the hands of Tencent than for Microsoft to get them. It doesn't make sense to me.
It's like telling a person that never had a kid to take care of all these kids versus a person that has kids and knows how to deal with children.
Yeah, but
you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Tencent has no fucking clue how to run the gaming industry or gaming development.
Oh, they kind of like they're kind of hands off. They're kind of more like
they have no idea, no clue how to run them. That's why all those developers are just going to be. They're going to tither away that they own, but they haven't done shit yet with any.
It's like the guy who bought all the Swedish developer. What's it called again? He bought all those companies. It's the same thing. They own it, but they don't own full. Like they own the shares from Software or Kitakawa. They actually own a lot of Epic. I think they're like 40% of Epic.
Yeah, they actually own a lot of Epic.
They own a lot of Epic. Yeah, they're like half. I think 49%.
I think Microsoft ain't gonna bother with Epic. I think they'll try to take Steam.
Yeah.
They ain't gonna mess around with
nothing.
He would be smart.
Epic was nothing. The only reason Epic got big was because of Fortnite. They hit a needle in the haystack. If it wasn't for fucking Fortnite, Epic would have been done also. That good thing that Phil went in there and bought the IP of Gears of War. They were going to throw it out. They were going to fucking shelve it. They were going to do nothing with it. Good thing he went and bought
them when they were low. That's the thing. They were smart. They bought all those shares when they were like right before.
When they were cheap and when they're worth nothing. Yeah, absolutely.
You guys know Fortnite was started on ID at Xbox, isn't that funny?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but you can't look at them that type of investment for Tencent. That's more for like investment, not.
No, I'm just saying it was on ID at Xbox.
Yes, sir.
I understand.
Where's the?
No, they do care about it still, because if you own enough of a company, if you own half of Epic, that's a big deal.
That's a big deal.
And they're not American.
You have controlling shares, and so you it's basically like you own them because you got controlling shares. So no, if let Microsoft go around getting all controlling shares of like over half of the market, they cry and whine and kick in the air like a big baby and junk like stuff. So no, that does matter because let Microsoft.
They're number one. I think they're number one in revenue still.
They are because they bought so much. They can't help.
And they own it. The biggest things are mobile. Because they're really. I mean, Asia spends so much on mobile.
They do. Yeah, they're just heavily mobile. Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Yeah,
and there's more of them. China got a lot of people living over there. My goodness.
China, all of Singapore. You know, Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines.
Yeah.
That's all.
That's a lot of them. That's a lot of people.
A lot of Asian.
Yeah.
Billions. You saw those documentaries where those people are like, they're broke because they play all those gacha games.
Yeah. It's like they like addicted to gambling elements of it. Yeah.
It is because you're like, it's like, remember when they had the Overwatch when they had you get like boxes and then there's like. You have like a chance to get like skins.
Yeah.
That's what it is. You're just rolling for heroes.
Right.
To get like a 5-star hero. That's all it is.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
It's gambling.
It's gambling.
No, it's not gambling.
I mean, you know what I mean. It's like slots.
It's not gambling money, but it does take. They learn from because they have these people that teach them how to do that. I've actually seen a documentary on it. Not a documentary. It was a breakdown.
I played some of those games.
Yeah, they hire these people who actually instruct casinos on how to get people to play. And because a casino, why is it casinos never lose money? Like, it's rare. Like, they have to sometimes to keep you hooked in. It's all rigged. But
Yeah,
the guy
yeah.
broke it down
That's
because
how.
that was his job, was to teach casinos, and
That's
he
why
was
they.
hired
That's
by
why they say the house always wins.
yeah, exactly.
It is.
And this guy was breaking it down like how he teaches video game companies. He said at the time that I was watching that, he said this is a big market, and if you're into like instructing casinos and stuff and helping them set up
It's depressing.
yeah, but that's what they were doing. They were hiring, and then some people was complaining because it was preying on young kids, and young kids was just
Bring
spending
on
all their
me.
money up
That's
trying to get a skin or
that's
a
the parents'
pet.
fault. That's the parents' fault. Sorry.
I
Have you?
agree. I
Do you
can't
guys buy
blame you, but
skins? I bought a lot for
Yes,
Fortnite.
I buy skins.
I don't play
Yeah.
Fortnite, so
I don't buy a lot of skins. See,
What I mean, like,
the reason why I say it's not gambling is because it's a choice. Because
yeah,
you
it's a
have to
choice.
participate, and
but
there's
young
not a
kids
one
can
for
get
one.
young
For-
kids
for-
can get
If you can get it in the game by grinding, it is a choice. But they also
Yeah.
know that there's a lot of people that play games
Got a
that
short.
are adults that have real responsibilities and can't sit there 15, 20, 100 hours just to get something.
Yeah.
And that's
And
how
since they know that,
That's still a
since they know that, they're like, hey, guess what? Yeah, yo, come here.
That's
You
Like, you
can
heard of
get all,
Warframe, right?
That's
you
still
can
a
get,
choice.
you can get all this. You can get all this stuff for $50.
Yeah, but that's still a choice, is what I'm saying.
Absolutely, absolutely.
It's
But
not
they
a
know what they're
random.
doing.
Yeah, it's not a random thing on
They
our
know
street.
what they're doing. That's
They're doing. Yeah.
my brother Sega forever. That's like putting $100 in front of somebody and then trying to see out of 10 people who's gonna actually take it and who's gonna give it back to the owner. Come on, we all know what's
That is, but it's still a choice. You don't have to participate, is what I'm trying
they're
to say.
evil. It's an evil method. They know what they're
It's,
doing.
it's a mechanism they're used to get money, but you need to be strong enough and smart enough to just walk away.
Absolutely, 1,000. I never bought shit. Oh, you're not giving it to me? I got it. I earn it. I don't buy no. I have
The,
never
I mean,
bought
you
a
can buy shares.
microtransaction in my life. Not
the
one.
only time I buy them like I play, like I told you guys before, that I think I told you, I might have told Unlimited, but that I play World War Z, right? And they occasionally come out with an expansion pack where they got new maps, they got new characters, they got maybe new skins for your gun or something like that, or maybe costumes for the characters. But
Oh,
you
you
pay
play? I
one
didn't know that.
price.
Yeah.
You pay one price for all of that though. Like,
Yeah.
it's not like you're gambling for it.
Easier.
That's what I invest in. Like, if I'm interested, if I want to go to a new location in a game I've had for over a year or almost 2 years, then that's great because I'm still playing that one game I invested in. So I will buy expansions and things like that to
Yeah,
get new stuff.
that's fine, dude. That's your money. That's your time. It's your choice.
But
And
it's
so
not
Microsoft,
gambling though.
no, it's not gambling at all. And
Yeah.
Microsoft is going in that direction, right? Because they see that a lot of these companies are making money off of that.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, I was just talking to my a friend I was talking to about it, but we were discussing this guy that's on Twitter, and we're discussing like he's just complaining about the Squid Game 2 content
Yeah.
that's coming into
Oh
Call of
Don't
yeah,
Duty.
tell me.
it's Call of
It's
Duty.
gonna
Yeah,
shit.
yeah.
So we were
What's
talking
that?
about that, and I basically
Oh yeah. It's in Call of Duty. Yeah.
Yeah.
so Call of Duty. So
That's
basically, I told him because he was complaining,
I'm halfway
and I
done.
said, "Here's your problem." This is what I told him because I understand his frustration, but I told him, "Look, here's your problem, though, right? Your problem is not Activision.
For 5 years.
Your problem is not Microsoft. Your problem actually is the real problem you have is your fellow gamers, because there's people buying this stuff, and if people didn't buy it, if people never
They'd
bought this
stop,
stuff,
yeah.
then they would stop. Right? So there's no simple collection. The best thing you can do is if it bothers you that much, because obviously this guy is a huge COD fan.
Yeah.
I can tell by the
I
way
don't
he-
mind it.
That's the
Yeah.
reason why I follow him. But he hasn't liked COD for a long time for those very reasons, because of all the cosmetics, and it's changed dramatically. And then for me, I'm like, look, the honest truth might be you might have to walk away.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I
That's
actually
all.
like stuff like that. I like when Starfield drops Shattered Space. I like when Fallout 76 had a whole new location on the map. Those are type of microtransactions I like, because the developers have to work hard to make new areas, new characters,
Yeah.
all that stuff. That's not something that they just slapped up a skin or something. They're doing new content as a whole. Like a new expansion. I think that's worth it, and that's what Microsoft does more than any other thing. They yes, they do the skin stuff, but they also give you whole new stuff. Like when Forza
Yeah,
does it, they
they're
giving you
grounded.
new areas to race, new tracks, new stuff. So, to me, that's worth it, because your game stays alive longer. You get new content for a game you've already invested in. If
Yeah.
you choose to do it, you don't have to get that stuff.
I
But
think they leave it up to the studios.
They do. They do.
publishers. Yeah,
Yeah.
because
But they
If you're doing
publish
like
their
if you're
own.
doing it like Warframe, where they add brand new expansion, story
Yeah,
expansion,
yeah, like that. Yeah.
then that is something healthy, right?
yeah,
Because
they have.
you're giving the person, right, or the consumer or the gamer the value for what they're buying.
Exactly.
But
Like Shattered
but
Space
when you're
was. Like
doing it,
I mean,
oh yeah, look
it's
at
not
this
just.
gun. My
Mhm.
point is, right, like if you're doing something like, look at this gun. It has the theme of Scarface. Pay us $200 for that. That's highway robbery.
yeah, that's crazy. Yeah.
That's them robbing
Yeah,
you. They know people will buy it just because they like the idea of having a gun that's based off Scarface.
Yeah.
You know
yeah.
how Call of Duty has skins when you play as He-Man and Skeletor. You think I
Mhm.
bought that?
Oh, that's really wow. I didn't know that.
Man, I will never buy that shit. Fuck you. I'm not paying for that shit.
But you'll buy the figures though, because that's
Yeah,
physical.
but the this is not a video game. You know what I mean?
No,
No,
I
but
know,
that's
I know.
that's
It's
kind of all they're
digital.
doing. Like I used to love doing blind boxes because I like the excitement of doing it.
Exactly.
It
That's
is.
what
It's
the
kind of
podcast is
exciting.
about.
Yeah, so those things are fun. So they
I do
just
that
tap into
in
that, right? But
baseball
at the end of the
games.
day,
He's
right?
done meaning like that.
If it's the kids that they're having issues because we've all seen the news story how some kid ran up his dad's credit
Yeah,
card,
that's
right?
what's
I mean,
bad.
My
because
brothers and sisters, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna step away because I gotta go get my son. This call,
Oh,
right?
all right,
oh,
no,
I'm
okay.
so sorry. I'll continue listening and thank you for having me on, my brother.
yeah, no
Happy New
worries.
Year to all of you.
Happy New
I
Year.
I
Happy
was
New Year,
rude.
Hebot.
I didn't
Good
say Happy New
conversation.
Year. I was so rude. I'm so sorry. Happy New Year to all of you. I wish you nothing but the best
You
and
too.
nothing but love
You
to all
too.
of
We
you.
love you too. You
Um,
take good care of
We love you
yourself.
too.
Okay.
yeah. I'll talk with you guys soon,
Bear.
hopefully. All right.
All
All right,
right.
dude.
I'm
Take care.
sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'll
That's
talk to you then.
fine.
That's okay.
No, so my point being is that that falls on the parents. And then most of the companies, right? They're nice enough to like. Well, I don't know about Sony. I know Microsoft did. Microsoft refunded that dude's thing, right?
Oh, he. Oh, okay. He did. Okay.
So and that's
I'm
the
gonna
great thing
start
about
taking it.
Microsoft because Microsoft can't get, Microsoft will be held to a higher standard, and that's something that'll be held
Yeah.
that'll be in our favor with
Right.
all of
Right.
this stuff, right?
Right.
Yeah, you can
But
get
I
a
get you.
refund if you have a good reason.
Yeah,
It's
but I
easier.
understand. Like, I mean, but again, right? The only thing I don't like that is because what's happening now is that government's starting to get involved, right? And they looked at this and they're like, "Oh, it's gambling. It's gambling." I'm like,
Yeah,
"No, it's
that's
not."
why. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. They did
So I'm
say
like,
that.
It's
yeah,
it already got involved in Europe.
yeah.
That's
That's
why
they
it's
jumped on that. You give these
yeah.
guys, you give these guys an inch, man, they'll take a mile. So
But
I'm
I
like,
mean,
no,
there's a fine line though too, because they can be really predatory.
no, just like for example, right? I go out to eat now, right? Like I thought it was really cool that they put the little, hey,
Mhm.
you want to leave a tip for the server? I'm like, yeah, cool. I just hit the little thing, dude. That thing was like, you either leave the tip of your choice,
Oh yeah, yeah.
2%, 5%, and then 7%. Now, dude, I go to restaurants, they're like 25%,
20%.
20,
Exactly. It's
25%. I'm
crazy.
like, all right, dude, that means now I have a choice to make right there, right? And I choose not to eat there.
They even have it at the coffee places like
Everywhere you go, yeah.
Starbucks. Everywhere now. Yeah.
Uber started doing that.
It's not good.
Because I look. At some point, I'm tipping them because of their service. I'm not supplementing their income, right?
You know,
Because if I have a problem, I need money myself, so I just choose not to eat out. So
I used to be able to like get 1 week's grocery for under $50.
Wow.
That's like 3 days now only. 2 days.
Yeah,
You know what I
that's
mean?
unheard of
I'm
now.
single, yeah, it's just like
you
every
guys
time I
want to
go to
know? You
grocery,
guys want to know what I'm eating right now?
that's cheap. Like, oh, what are you
You know
eating?
what I'm eating right now? Okay, so um,
Crackers?
well, my kids, the mom side of the family, the dad
Hmm.
gets these meals made for him because he's elderly, and they had too many and they didn't want to waste it, so they gave it to us. And I'm actually eating the beef stew.
Oh,
Oh
that's nice.
wow. Wow.
Is it good?
It's okay. It's made
It's
for
okay.
elderly people, so I mean, you know what I'm saying. I'm not saying that that's how I have to live. I'm just trying to make a point, right? It's just like
No,
it's free.
you're getting yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
get
free.
leftovers
Yeah,
sometimes. Yeah, it's, saves
but
money.
but again, I'm not trying to say I understand like the mechanisms that they use. I just wish people like Dale in your case. I
Uh-huh.
I have no that's I think that's absolutely fine. I on Call of Duty I bought maybe two or three skins, right?
Hmm.
And
Which ones?
I bought this one. It was a 4.99 skin.
Yeah.
And the only reason I bought it is I like the character and I like the outfit it matches it. Just has
Yeah.
he has more of like a b-boy look. So I
Oh,
was like,
cool.
okay, I'll buy
That's
that.
cool.
Yeah.
And I bought to support some of the artists because my daughter does that. To support some of the artists, I don't know if you guys knew this, but COD's coming under fire for all their AI usage.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
So they have a package that an artist created with a little bit of a
that's cool.
just Japanese artist anime style. And
Oh,
so I
that's
bought
cool.
that. Yeah, to
Okay.
support the artist. And
Oh,
then
is that in the current season? I gotta
yeah, it's in
see.
the store now. They just really it's like $8.
Well, I gotta get it. Yeah, because
Well, I
I've
feel
only
bad because
Now you got Google Phone wanting to buy.
no,
when
because
I,
I just have the season pass, and it's kind of it's
well,
okay.
like I didn't buy the full game, and
Mhm.
so I just bought the $30. I have Game Pass, and so then I just how to support that. Right, I'm like that's one of the reasons I like that it's coming to Game Pass.
That's what I
Oh
did with
yeah,
Indiana
Yeah,
Jones because I'm going to get that Giants
same here.
DLC that they're going to have coming out. I
yeah.
guess
Oh,
this
yeah,
year maybe. But I like stuff like that because it's giving me more story and stuff, you know?
I
as I
wonder if
keep playing
they're
that
gonna,
game, it gets better and better. It's crazy.
yeah, I wonder if they're gonna talk about the Nephilim because it's already mentioned.
It
Yes, it
is. Oh, I
is.
don't want to say anything. Don't say
Oh, yeah,
anything.
yeah, yeah. I can't say that.
Yeah,
Oh, I
it's
don't, I don't care. Oh well, we don't want to spoil
well,
it.
Oh, we got
it's
yeah.
yeah. I'm still in Egypt, but it's already getting to that point where they're talking about stuff like that.
Oh, that's cool. That's why I hate to say that, but I mean I was enthralled by the game. But when the dude makes his first appearance, I can't remember the actor's name.
Oh, the
Um,
one
The
that was
German?
Tony. Is it Tony Todd you talking about?
yeah, him.
Okay.
Oh
And
yeah,
then
he's in it.
he's in the museum, and you see him. I was like, dude, that dude looks like a giant. And then they started
Yeah,
talking about it. I was
Yeah,
like,
he's like
whoa,
yeah.
7 feet. Yeah.
Yeah.
which kind
I'm
of
just
small, right? I think the average size. I mean, I follow guys online, and they're talking about the way that the measurements are with the bones and stuff like this. These
yeah,
guys,
it's
hmm
big.
in
Yeah.
the Bible, right? It talks they're as big as
The Bible
cedars.
spoke about them kind
Oh
of
yeah, they're
big.
like 10 feet
They
tall,
were tall.
14
They was
feet.
called
Yeah,
giants because they
15,
were
10,
bigger than
15.
the average people, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Well, I don't know what. Did you finish it? How far are you in?
I got the
Guys,
sidetracked by COD. I was about to leave the
are you
Vatican.
still? Are you in Vatican still?
I
Oh,
spent
okay.
so much time in the Vatican just exploring.
let me
Yeah.
I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, I'm about. I think about halfway through, maybe 2/3 of the way through Egypt. But it got to a point where it's really funny. It has a sense of humor too. I love it. It's funny, and
It's
it
fun.
looks better on Series X to me than on PC. And I just
Mm,
realized that like a few days ago, and I'm like, I'm just gonna play it on Xbox. It looks so much better. It's so much optimized.
You have an awesome TV too, so that helps.
Well, it's yeah, but even SDR, like a standard, it looks great because
Oh,
sometimes I'll play a game and I forget to turn the HDR. I mean the what's it called
the
again?
gaming.
Dolby
Yeah.
Dolby OLED, and then I'll think it's on, and then I'm like, oh, it looks awesome. And then I'll turn it on. I'm like, oh, it still looks good, but it looks better, So
Yeah, it's a pretty awesome game.
it's
If
a
it
great
wasn't for
game.
COD, I probably would have beat it already.
Oh no, yeah, I don't. If I'm not playing a game, that doesn't mean I don't like it. It's just I'm into something else at the time. That's all.
I
You know
couldn't
what I
pass
mean?
up on those double XP weekends.
Exactly, because I want to. I wish because I played yesterday and Friday, and I should have played it on New Year's, but I was playing some other games. I was playing a lot of Stalker too,
Yeah.
because that game is you get caught up in it. It's like time passes. It's so fast because it's like you really have to walk everywhere, or you have to pay people in the game.
Yeah, it really is an issue with Game Pass. It's not about no games anymore. It's about no time.
No time. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
it's bad. And
'Cause
I bought games. I bought new
yeah,
games and I bought games on sale, which doesn't help my
same
cause.
here. Yeah.
You know?
And I bought FF16 on a really good sale for Steam, and I was like, I can't. Why did I knew I wasn't gonna play it, but I'm like, I have to get it because it's cheap. It was like
Yeah.
$30.
Ugh.
Yeah, because I like Final Fantasy, so. But
Oh yeah, dude. There's I forgot that the
I'll
game
even
came,
buy it on Xbox if it comes with still. What?
but I forgot the game from the Mistwalker came out. I gotta go buy that.
Oh yeah.
I gotta buy Fuga.
We have
So
a pause till like mid to late January when all the other games come out again.
dude, I don't
You know what I
know.
mean?
It's
Oh,
crazy.
because Avowed's not that far away. Avowed's like only 4 weeks away, I think.
Yeah, February, right? February
Yeah, like
first.
early. like the first week of February or the beginning of the second week, something like.
Well, Sniper
That's
Elite next month, right? Sniper Elite.
end of this month. Yeah, end of
Oh
this
yeah,
month.
yeah, it's January. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, I gotta remember to put down 25.
Yeah, there's gonna be next week. I think this week there's gonna be a few more games coming in. That there should be.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
even that indie game, I played like about a couple hours of it. It's a really deep game. Wild Frost.
yeah.
It's by Chucklefish because Chucklefish does a lot of indie games.
Oh
It's
yeah.
a good card game. Yeah, it's like Did you ever play that card game? It's on Xbox now, but it started in Steam. But it was a big popular one. It's just like that, but instead of just one lane, it has two lanes, and then it gets really deep. It's really good, but it's like one of those games you have to really get involved in.
Yeah, that might be a little bit too much strategy for me.
Well, it's not. Yeah, yeah. It's just one of those games where you have to get into it. But what was the name of that game? I forgot the name. I think it's still on Steam, but yeah, like For the King 2. It's okay. But Wild Frost is good. Indiana Jones and people say WRC is even good. I haven't even touched that.
Oh, the rally.
That just the rally driving game from EA.
Oh, okay.
And even Dark Descent. I played the first mission. I haven't done anything else. I want to get back to it. It's like everything is good. And even people are saying Nine Souls. That's like a good rogue.
Yeah, that's Humble Games. I was like, I usually buy I just usually buy their games.
Oh, is that a Humble game? I don't know that. Yeah.
Humble Games killing it on. I wish Xbox would just go ahead and buy them.
They should. Well, because they let go of a lot of people for the publisher.
Yeah. Yeah, I was like, dude, that'd be a perfect fit because they come out with just the right amount of content every.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I'd say about half the games they release come to Game Pass day and day. Yeah. Maybe more than that.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're stopping either.
No, I don't think it'll stop. I think Microsoft has a deal with some of these indie publishers.
Yeah, I think it's for their betterment. Plus, you can see like their games, like they released Coral Island.
Oh yeah, they did.
Yeah, that game is so much fun. It's addictive. The only problem I had with it was there's a glitch, and then I had to stop playing it because you work out, you go throughout the day, and then it would reset, and you lose everything. You know?
That sucks.
Yeah, it sucked because I got like this really rare fish that was hard to get. After that, I was like, I have to stop it because I was like, that was so disappointing.
I hate losing that stuff.
Yeah. Plus, I had really good interactions with your island community, with their other residents.
Yeah, that's the thing with one of those games. Like that's why I like playing on Xbox, like with Pal World and all the those because the construction games, it keeps the saves and it's cross saves for most of those games. It's awesome.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Again, I know I keep on saying this on this channel, but I get your point, bro. It's like a death by 1,000 paper cuts.
Oh, about Microsoft?
Yeah, what they're
I
doing.
want them to be more aggressive. Don't get me wrong. I'm just trying to see it from their point of view. Yeah. But I think they are kind of handcuffed right now still. But I think they're almost over it because I do think the new administration changes it a little. They're going to be more.
I think they did miss some opportunities. I think that was the purpose of Sony doing what they did.
But those are one-time deals. I don't think Sony can keep up in the long run. Yeah. I mean, the only thing you can't expect a Xbox to be number one. It's just Sony's they really are far ahead in terms of sales. I mean,
they don't need to be number one. They just need
to make
money.
No, they don't. They already are. Microsoft already made more money, more profits.
That's all they need to worry about. They just need to have a better product. They're gonna be like, you know how you had these companies that, like Sony's. Let's face it. I'm sorry, okay, people. I know Cygnus ain't gonna like to hear this, but Sony doesn't offer nowhere near what the Xbox ecosystem offers. It's just a better product as a whole, whether it's the console, whether it's the experience that the ecosystem,
totally,
the cloud saves, the backwards compatibility, the FPS boost, all of that. I mean, you put all of that under, quick resume. If you're not on there, PC Game Pass, the fact that you could get play anywhere, get two games for the price of one. I'm just saying it's the better product, but sometimes the better product you don't have that
Doesn't
many
win all
people.
the time. Yeah,
Right, exactly. It might be a smaller part of the market, but it's understood to be better. Like people who actually use Xbox understands this.
it's a
That's just
luxury. Yeah.
yeah, it's just better as a whole. And
Hmm.
so it may be more casuals and all that stuff on the PS4 PS5. I'm sorry,
Hmm.
on the PS5, and that's fine. It keeps them
Hmm.
going, I guess. But the hardcores, I'm telling you, they know, and they're gonna be on the Xbox side. And now I think Xbox will actually be larger if they were available in more markets.
Yeah.
That's a problem with them as far as console is concerned. They're just not everywhere in all these different markets. There's a lot of people that I've seen say, "I love to buy Xbox, but guess what? All I see here is PlayStations. That's all I see."
Exactly. No, no, that's true. I think that's not by design, but that's just by happenstance. Because
Hmm.
I think they've kind of resigned from Europe for now. I think they're just
Yeah,
focusing on America
that's it.
and
That's all
and a
they
few
focus.
markets in Japan. Yeah,
Yeah,
because I think they're waiting for the next gen. I think for actually, I don't think they want to compete with Sony in the console numbers, but they will if they have to. But I don't think they are right now because they're obviously if they were, then they would be doing all the exclusives and shit.
they would
What
be
we
killing
want them to.
Sony.
Yeah,
Look, who do you
yeah.
think will win in a money hadden game?
Of
When
course, Mike.
Microsoft will win that. People don't
Yeah, that's so people are
understand.
so. Oh, it'd be so easy. Oh
Use
my
100 million.
god,
So there's
it would
just
be
that.
bad.
How is PlayStation cool when they have no game sickness? Or when they have the money had everything? How are they cool? They don't come up with new IP. The IP they do come out with gets voted
I
down like
don't know.
crazy. They're
It keeps
not doing
breaking
it.
100 million sold. They're at like 60 million
They're
right
not at
now, and I
that.
don't even.
You
I don't
know,
think it's at that height either.
they're
I
not.
don't know if they're gonna make 100 this gen.
And in my opinion, like I said, a lot of PlayStation people don't
Oh
understand
boy.
what the situation. Sony, they're in a delusion. It's like a magic spell that's come over it. Think of it like Harry Potter or something like
Well,
that. Somebody
yeah.
done waved the wand and they all see, rainbows and stuff. And I'm trying to tell them they're in a dark place, just like Xbox was, but they figured out a way to get out of
Hmm.
that. But if you guys keep trying to pretend like this stuff ain't happening, it does not matter what you saw. I have said this. The reason why they sold so much is brand recognition, number one. Number two, they came off of a stellar generation in the PS4 gen. Whether
Yeah.
people like it or agree with it or not, that's what it was.
No,
So
they're.
that carried over into this generation. People just automatically adopted PlayStations and stuff. Xbox is working their way uphill, but I'm telling you, they're never going to be where they was in the PS4 gen ever again. They're already making more money
Oh no,
than
I
Sony
agree.
is. And so,
They're.
oh, go ahead, Google Paul. Go.
Oh no, you're right. No, keep going. I was just agreeing.
Okay. Yeah, so yeah, I just want him to understand that's the reality of we're not just hyping up Xbox for the sake of it. They've done the hard work. They've waited. It's been years that the Xbox gamers have waited for this. They've seen the build up, but now it's starting to hit. And it's not just that, Cygnus. They have secured their future. They done went out and bought servers. And yes, the servers serve many things, but to own your own service, when they put stuff on there, they don't pay nothing extra. That's
Nope.
their own
Yeah,
stuff. Like when Sony wants to do stuff with cloud and all that, they gotta pay people.
you gotta
That's
pay
not
for it. Yeah.
that's not something Xbox even needs to worry about. Okay. Another thing is they're securing their future in the fact that they're trying to be everywhere. So no matter where the market shifts to, they'll be there. That- you don't see all this stuff piling up. You don't see what they're doing. And now, look, this is another dangerous area. They're not only producing more games, but they're producing high tier games. Don't let the media fool you when they try to make it seem like the PlayStation games are just untouchable. They're not. Okay, the Xbox games are incredible, no matter what they tell you. Anybody who's actually played these games and that's not a fanboy will tell you the truth. It's a lot of people that love Starfield. Okay, you ain't gonna hear that from them, and you're not gonna hear that from the ponies, and you don't have to listen to no Xbox person. Okay, because I'll admit I loved Redfall. I thought Redfall was fun, but it did launch in a bad state. Yes, it did, but unlike Concord. which was just a game. It didn't even launch bad. It just wasn't a good game, so it just had no legs to go on. But Redfall
Yeah.
actually was fun. I had a lot of fun playing with you up to four players could play. Everybody had their unique abilities and fighting vampire. It was fun. I'm sorry, it was fun. But you would never hear that from the media. You would never hear that. What he say?
Well,
Yeah.
you're just gonna hear console sales like Cygnus is saying right
That's
now.
all they lean on, and that I'm trying to tell them that's a carryover from the
And those
PS4.
numbers, just so you know, Cygnus, those numbers that they put, those are shipped numbers. They count that as sales.
Oh wait.
So
Also,
those are
Cygnus,
shipped numbers.
just real quick,
So
Cygnus, just real quick. Yeah, Sony also lies. Just to let you know.
That is
Yeah.
true. They've been caught doing that, like
I mean,
fudging
because
numbers at times.
isn't it kind of funny that only 1.1 million, 1.5 million of Astrobots sold? That's kind of small for such a big. This is not me trying to counsel, or this is just a reality
This is not
of a
console.
big. That's a big game for them,
That
and
is
they're counting on sales because they're not. Those games aren't going into PS Plus, which
right.
they
They're not
should,
exactly.
but they're still relying on game sales.
Yeah.
Microsoft doesn't. That's not their model anymore. I mean, they
No.
still want to sell games, but their model is, retention and keeping the subs up,
Right.
and they watch the numbers of who plays what. It's like Netflix. Netflix watches the top 30.
Yep.
They look at
Yep.
what has the most engagement because that's
Yep.
once you keep your eyes on, that means that they're gonna stay subbed or they're gonna spend money in certain games,
Yep.
etc. So yeah, Sony's. I mean, I don't think Sony's gonna die, but they're falling
They're not going to
fast
be no
more
first
than
place
people think.
anything. They can't. They
Yeah,
can't sustain
You
that.
know, you guys don't think Sony's gonna die? I
no,
think
they're
they're
not.
gonna die. Yeah.
No, somebody will
Not
be out
die. I
before
think.
that happens.
I think if like I really do think if what's those two games that come out, if they fail, it's gonna be really bad.
Oh gosh, fair games and
Fair Games and Marathon because
fair. Yeah,
their game they just blew their load on their games. Their
they
big games
did.
that already came out.
Yeah,
Spider-Man 2 and God of War Ragnarok.
What
yeah.
about
So
Wolverine?
I
That's
don't
not their
know. It looks
IP. And so
bad, but
honestly, if you
that's
remember
not
the
theirs
leaks,
either. They don't make yeah, go ahead.
if you
Mhm.
remember the leaks, the percentage that Disney getting, they robbing Sony. I ain't gonna lie. It's just
It's
it's
true. They're money yeah, Sony's too they're too free with their money. Well, they were. I think they're not going to be like that anymore.
Mhm.
Well, they
I mean,
have
I
choice.
kind of what? I mean,
They
when
have
you hear the
choice.
numbers that they were throwing around for just Concord, it's like, holy shit, what are you doing?
I tell people all the time the problem with Sony is that they're still that 90s Sony.
Exactly.
They
Yeah,
have
they
the
have
attitude, but they don't have the power or the money. That
But
they
you've
used to.
heard what have you heard what they've been saying in the news recently? Like nothing they've been saying basically any game could go third party.
Did they? They said
Yeah.
Yeah.
that?
Didn't you see that? It was just like a few days ago.
Oh
Yeah.
They
no,
basically said what Microsoft said about
no
red
way.
there's no yeah, they just said
No
that.
red line. They said that.
No,
Yeah,
yeah.
because there's probably going to be a big game that's coming to
Oh
Xbox.
my gosh, no way.
At least a multiplayer game, I would guess. I have the feeling it's going to be Helldivers too.
That's why this whole
They
this
should
whole
do
thing with
Helldivers.
Black Myth Wukong
Mm-hmm.
became the new talking point because of that. Right. Every time there's some kind
Exactly.
of Xbox, there's something that comes up to try and
Yeah, they got to cover it up because it's
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
put it under the rug. They can't hide it forever though. That's the problem because money. You just have to make money, and they're not. They're getting tighter and
That's
tighter.
why I don't blame Sony. Do what you gotta do to make your money.
Yeah, and
Don't-
people
don't-
think
Don't be
Yeah.
a bad company, but yeah, just do what you have to do.
Too
to
late.
make money.
it's too late. I mean, well,
Too late.
the thing is that because people think like I said this on like some podcasts, like in the chat rooms, and they're like, "Oh, you're just console warring." I'm like, no, this is just business. If you look at what their business does, they rely on sales of their games for so long. Not their games only, but third party as well. But what's happening right now? What's happening across the industry? Nobody's buying full price third AAA games anymore.
Nobody is. 'Cause
I mean,
They're
Yes.
waiting on sales, or they just
Yep.
play their same games.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Sony
That
stuff.
it's happening to me too personally. I don't spend as much on
I
new
can't
games. I wait.
I'm budgeting. I'm getting my house ready for sale, so we have to do. We've had contractors and stuff in.
Yeah.
Everything is expensive, so I don't have the extra money to spend on games
Yeah.
like that. So I can't
You-
do that. You know,
Only like maybe
broke,
2 or
man.
3 games a year when I spend full price. That's it.
right?
So let me read Cygnus's comment real quick.
Mhm.
On that league contract, Disney gives 100 million to Spider-Man budget. Disney's probably the worst example of spending you could use, Cygnus.
No, well, I mean, the point is that it's not owned by Sony. That's the point, Cygnus. We're not, you have to just look at it that way. So, but I mean, if you're a Sony fan, I'm not going to tell you to not buy Sony because you
No,
like
I mean,
all the,
yeah, we're not telling you that. We're telling you the state of Sony,
just
so you can
yeah,
be
you should be
concerned
critical of them more. I mean,
exactly. That's the thing. Just like
I don't
when
get it.
Xbox was
Weird.
there, people had to be realistic about what was happening to them, whether it was fair or not. You still had to
Yeah.
be realistic to the fact that this was the situation they were in, and this is what they had to do to get out. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, but the thing is, you know what? I don't think it would matter anyway if they were critical. Sony will do whatever they want.
they don't care. They're not.
They don't care. Yeah.
Yeah.
Microsoft has an open ear usually, but not Sony. But I mean, they're just working off an old model. That's all. And I don't think it's late for them to turn around, but it's just late for them to really matter.
They're not going to catch up. I'm gonna tell people that now. People act like, all they gotta do is throw their games on PS Plus. I'll be laughing when I hear that. Do they know what Microsoft actually did to put themselves in this situation? They did way more than that stuff. They future-proof themselves too. This is something Sony has not done yet because they can't even do all that at one time. They have to take one step at a time. They're just trying to migrate their games to other platforms right now. That's it.
Yeah, I would too. Like Cygnus just said, I want Insomniac to do more Marvel. I think they should. I don't want Marvel. Yeah, that would be smart. But they don't have to do Wolverine.
No, they don't. Honestly, let them be a little creative. I would like to see Insomniac get to their creative bone again. That would be nice. See, I'm not
like Sunset Overdrive.
We're not saying
this that game
because we just hate those studios and all that stuff. But we don't see a good end if they continue on in this way. And the market is changing in such a way that they're just not in a good position right now. We're going to have to see how the things they try work out. But I'll put it this way, Cygnus. They're never catching up with Microsoft. Don't even assume they're going to do that because they can't do that. They're beyond anything they're going to catch up with Microsoft. So there's no competition there. What they need to do is make the moves that they have to in order to stay afloat and get profitable. That's what they have to do, like really profitable, because they need a lot more money coming in.
Yeah, ahead, I think they're going to stay profitable. It's just a matter of it me thinking if it matters. You know what I mean? Like viable enough for them.
Right.
Because to stay in the game it costs money to run a new generation. Like everybody thinks, they're just going to do another generation. When you read their articles on not just Sony but Microsoft, they're like. It's a pain in the ass to release a new console.
It is
because they're taking a loss, and they're not going to do that anymore. I think, because they're probably going to have it at over 500 for sure for the new consoles, probably 600 at least. So,
you talking about Sony?
Both. I think both of them are going to do this because it's so expensive.
I think
it just makes no sense to keep selling it at a loss.
Well, we got to see that, but
we got to see it. No, I agree. I mean. We don't know if they'll do it or not. I'm just guessing because the market, the way that they have to plan it and all that, they're putting up so much upfront money.
They are
billions and billions and billions of dollars.
But who's in a better position for that though?
Microsoft for sure, because they can take the loss. So, but that's my point. Sony is getting to the point where to keep playing in the game like the way they're doing it, it's too expensive.
Exactly.
Microsoft also they take that stuff and then they apply it into other areas. That's another thing that they do. Sony's problem is that they're a Japanese company and they're very operatic in that sense, right? They're never going to change.
Well, I think what they're trying to be like Nintendo now. It sounds like, like the way they're saying, because they're talking like if you go to their website, I saw somebody made a point that he went to their website and they were showing all third-party games that are coming out, but they're proud to show the good games. They don't care because it still looks good that it's coming to PlayStation. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
But if you're like a console warrior, when you look at that, it's like, why are they doing that?
Yeah.
It's all third-party games. That's on Xbox as well. But Sony doesn't care because they just want to be. If they're going to sell this much consoles, they want to at least advertise the best games wherever it's coming from.
Right.
Except Xbox, but actually, I think
they're not really selling the Xbox games, but the Xbox games is doing good despite that. I mean, God, I mean, most
Well,
of them.
Sea of Thieves is doing well.
Doing very well.
It
But
sold more than 1 million. Yeah,
did it? That's not bad over there. That's not bad.
that was early too, so it might have been more now.
Yeah,
So
that's not bad. That's a for such an old game, and then for such
see,
a game
yeah,
like that they're not used to. I think that's pretty good.
see, that's what I mean. Games like that, I never knew were popular. Like Sea of Thieves, I didn't know was popular until I
It's
went to
fun.
Twitch.
It's fun to be your own
Yeah,
pirate and attack other ships and stuff. That stuff is fun.
yeah, it's just it's like one of those game like open world craft, but there's no crafting in it, so it's
No,
really
no
just an open
crafting.
world.
You do have story beats in there. You can follow quests and different
Yeah,
stuff like that.
hmm
Yeah,
yeah, I have about like 40 hours in it, but I
yeah.
didn't go through all. I did a lot of the gold quests, the
Oh, okay.
merchant, but there's a lot of stuff to do in the game, but it's like it has its own rhythm, like
Yeah,
it's like stop and go, and
yeah.
it's really a chill game too, because the
A
water.
beautiful game.
Yeah,
I
it's a
mean,
beautiful
oh my
game,
gosh, it's so beautiful to look at.
but
What
I just
game?
did Sea of Thieves.
Oh,
I just
See,
didn't think it would be that big, though. That's what
yes,
surprised
it's
me.
a big game. Yeah,
Like
it's a
3 years ago, I was like, "Wow, I didn't know it was this big."
yeah.
I was kind of surprised it sold well too on PS5. To be
I'm going to
honest.
share something for Cygnus. 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Here's Cygnus. This is one way I think you guys can survive.
Insomniac was also like multi-party too for a
they
while.
was at one point before
Yeah.
they got owned. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here you go, Cygnus. This for you.
Honda, Nissan, Mitsubishi. Whoa! 3 companies are merging.
Yeah.
Holy shit! I didn't know about that.
That's
Thank you, Donald.
crazy.
Thank you.
Is that
Thank you,
recent? When did that come out?
A couple weeks ago.
Oh, yeah, I think I saw that.
So thank
Like,
you. Thank you, President Trump, for that.
Isn't Sony helping in making a car though? They're helping in making a.
No. So my point being is this is the way that they can survive Cygnus. They're gonna have to merge with Nintendo.
No, that's true. Who knows? Maybe Sony Nintendo merge.
Yeah. That's what Japan would do. They
They
wouldn't.
should.
I mean, that would make more sense to me.
It would
I
make
agree
more
with that.
sense.
I agree with that. Yeah.
It might be good for both of them.
It would.
And then-
yeah.
And then it saves us money. We don't have to buy both consoles.
That's true.
Just buy one.
Just you said just by one.
No,
Console
really. I would rather just buy one PlayStation, Nintendo, and Xbox than buying 3.
That's true.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
No, thank you. Console
I
market.
think- I know you want Sony to die.
No, there's unique things about Xbox that I like, and like I said,
No,
earlier
I don't-
in the podcast, like Sony.
Yeah.
Sony doesn't do any innovation. Cygnus console market is still
Yeah.
huge, and PlayStation wants to stay king of that market.
They're not
Yeah.
going to.
Thank you.
They're not going to. They're
Yeah.
not going to be out. They're going to be more recognizable brand.
Yeah, but they're not going to have the games.
They're not going to have the games, and they're not going to make the type of revenue.
I mean-
Xbox is going to be making the big revenue. Like they're going to be everywhere that
Well,
people can avoid.
I don't. Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I know what Cygnus likes because he likes a lot of the Japanese like JRPGs.
Oh, he
and
likes
anime.
that. Well, he's in the
Yeah.
right place then. He's in the
Well,
right
come
Yeah.
on over to Xbox.
Those games are bigger on PlayStation.
We got like 10 JRPGs right now you can be playing.
No, we can. No, Sony. I mean, Microsoft's getting a lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I
the
just
big
bought-
ones.
It
Yeah.
will turn around. That's turning around already. We don't seen a lot. I done bought a lot.
Yeah, I mean,
I
but
just bought
Octopath Traveler 2.
do you? How many JRPGs do you guys play? I can't play more than like 3. or
I
4 a
used to
year.
play them all the time, but
I
as
used to too.
I
yeah.
switched to Western RPGs. I just been
Mhm.
getting more into those now. So like I'm looking forward to see how Evolve turns out.
Yeah.
What's that one from Pearl Abyss? I'm looking at that one as a high one on my list. I would like to try.
Yeah.
when that
That's
drops-
more Western though. Yeah.
Yeah, it's more
Crimson-
Western, but it looks great, man.
But it looks
Oh,
great. Yeah, it looks
that's-
awesome.
Are you talking about Crimson Desert? Or?
Yeah, Crimson
yeah.
Desert. Yeah.
Thank you. I could not remember that to save my life.
That looks really good.
Really good. I can't.
Is it coming out next year?
It's
Supposed
this
to be
year,
this
right?
year.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
I played.
this year.
Yeah, I mean this year. Yeah, because I played Black Desert a lot for a
Did
while.
you? Oh, okay, that's
Yeah.
cool. Yeah.
I have like
yeah.
200 hours over it. Yeah. It's the same engine, but it's like updated. It's a really beautiful engine because it's one of the few engines where it really feels like the real world.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah.
Because you know how some games, it has like a big big map, but it's not like to scale.
Yeah.
This is one of those games that does. You know what I mean? When you
They
see
do what
like
Bethesda do. But that
Exactly.
Bethesda is very good at doing large but properly
especially in
scaled
Starfield.
game.
Yeah,
Yes, Starfield is so. I just can't believe sometimes that Starfield doesn't get the recognition it deserves.
yeah.
It does a
People
lot
have
of
to
things
play it.
right.
Yeah, it did a
Yeah, you got to
lot.
play
Yeah,
it. Yeah, man.
the
It's so fun,
shooting.
man. Yeah, it's so much you can do with that game.
Yeah, the
Like
quests are funny. They're funny
they are,
characters in
yeah,
it.
they are, yeah.
So that pisses me
Let me,
off though, because they
let me
got
read
so
this to
much
Kima
cred.
real fast.
Okay.
PlayStation fan base can't get it through their thick heads that cancel sales does make enough that console sales does make enough money.
Exactly.
I
It's a
agree.
loss. Yeah.
Cygnus says to be king of the console market, your console has to dominate that
No,
market.
it doesn't.
And third
Oh,
party
the king of the
publishers
council.
follow you.
Because
Uh, I'll
Cygnus,
say this, Cygnus. Oh, go ahead.
they're not even making the money Microsoft is making.
Yeah, I was about to
They're
say.
already not
I
going.
think money
Yeah.
is the. It's not. It's money's the key to being the to dominate the market. If I'm being honest with you.
It's like you can buy all the used cars in the world, but you'll lose all your money. You know what I mean?
Right,
If you try to sell the
right,
used.
right.
Microsoft's doing the smart thing. Sony wants to do the same thing too. They're not.
They
They're
do.
seeing the.
They
Yeah.
want to be where Microsoft is right now. I
Yeah,
mean,
but they don't
they're
have.
Yeah.
following after them. You
But they
know,
don't have the moolah.
yeah, and
Yeah.
it's going to take them so long, and it's unfortunate for them because the market is changing, and I don't think they have enough time to catch up. That's why I say I don't think they're going to catch up.
They're gonna just ride on what they do as they always do. But I think they're gonna realize if they don't get like a huge money, because they're like Ubisoft, like they're Ubisoft and Square are kind of like the worst case scenarios of them in the
Yeah,
future,
yeah,
because that just shows you really do need a money maker.
you do. Yeah,
You can't, and although Sony's bigger, obviously, but still, you can't keep going through this business making like big AAA games, selling only like 1 or 2 million,
yeah,
or
it's
even
bad.
5 million. Like I heard, like people were disappointed in Spider-Man 2 sales. It was like
I heard
they
that
were
too.
expecting 20 million, 15
Yeah,
million, and it wasn't.
it sold less than the first one, right?
Yeah, it did,
Oh wow.
which is bad. I mean,
Yeah.
that looks like a big budget game, and they didn't.
And the extra cost because that's not their IP, so
Yeah,
you have to factor all that in there too. So
I think
my nephew was playing God of War Ragnarok on PC, and he told me, he says like halfway through the game, he's almost finished with it. He says it feels like it's like rushed, like there's like
oh,
they didn't fit, like feels like so like they didn't have enough time to finish the game.
well, I think
That's what he told me.
it started out as a DLC from what I heard, and that they expanded
Oh,
it
that's
to a
true.
full
Yeah.
game. So I think that's what he's feeling in the game.
Yeah, because that's my point, because they can't keep up with this content that people are demanding.
Right.
It's hard. It's just their games that they have to make are not easy, so
No,
they're
that
burnt out.
cinematic
Yeah.
games, it takes a lot of work. You can see the work in it. Look, I give
Yeah.
credit where credit's due. Even if you don't like a game, you can
Yeah.
see the hard work and stuff that goes into those games and stuff. I'm not saying I don't because I haven't played any of those games, but I can now. I mean, they're all on PC. I could before I had a PlayStation. I was never other than The Last of Us Part One and Until Dawn, I wasn't attracted to any of those other games, so I just didn't play them.
On
But
PlayStation, yeah.
yeah, when I had a PlayStation, those are the only two games I ever played.
Yeah, I don't, because I've always seen their game, like those their big games, they're kind of like Ubisoft games but watered down to me. Or
Okay,
they're
yeah,
just different. They're not
yeah,
I, they're writing, like the writing in those games are kind of like they overdo it in my opinion. That's just me
okay,
though, because some people love it. I don't like.
yeah.
I like Last of Us 2 a lot because of the graphics and then the animations.
Right. It
But I
looked
thought
good.
this, yeah, but the story was really cheesy. It's like everybody has to be like like everybody's a lesbian in that game. Seriously, it's weird. It's
Yeah,
like, come on,
yeah, like she is, and then you got
you have to be
an,
different. Yeah,
another lady that looks like she is. I'm not sure she is. I don't
she's.
know.
I thought she was trans. I thought she was a man turned into a woman, but she's a female that just worked
She's a
out a lot.
legit
That's
female.
Abby. I like
Yeah, the
Abby.
one with
Abby, I
all the
like more.
muscles. Yeah, I thought she was a trans character too. She's not. She's a
No, she's
legit
not. She's a
woman.
woman. It's a girl.
Wow. Okay.
Because they do a flashback of her. So I played that. That's actually
I
my
haven't
favorite
played that
PS4
game.
game. Yeah, that and
Yeah.
Days Gone. But the story in it is so soap opera. It's like so cheesy.
Okay,
Like they,
I actually saw somebody play Days
it's worth
Gone. I
playing.
thought that was
Yeah,
good. I thought Days Gone was pretty good for,
yeah,
especially for Ben's first outing. Now
yeah.
that's a game I would buy if I had to.
Which one? Days Gone?
Days Gone. I actually like
Yeah,
the way
it's
that
on
looked. Yeah.
PC. Yeah, that's probably a game that actually would do better on PC. I mean, on Xbox, I think, because
Yeah.
it's more
Yeah.
shooter. Yeah. But anyway, my point is that their games are really like lavish. Like they spend a lot on little things, like
Mhm.
minute details. I can tell. You can
Right.
tell. They're
Right.
really good, but it's like sometimes when I'm playing, like it's like it's sometimes they put more into like little things that I don't think really matter because
Okay.
like there's one area in Last of Us 2 and I'm like you only go through it like once and it's like it's like a slot. You know how they have like the in Call of Duty they have the levels where you have like a turret and then you just like shoot stuff on the turret.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah.
They have that too in a lot of those in a lot of their games, and it's like, but you only go through it for like 5 minutes, and it's like you could tell they put so much little detail on stuff you're not going to see for a little. Like,
Okay.
why are they doing that? It's so stupid.
I
But I
think it's just
commend
the
them.
quality. That's the quality
It
standard they
is,
want to
yeah,
be at. Like you do realize that Theory did the
yeah. Ninja
exact
Theories
same
too,
thing, man.
exactly.
Yeah, they did the
But see,
same.
the advantage of Ninja Theory is that game. It's like you're walking most of the time, where you're
Yeah.
so you get to admire it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is a big difference, and it looks better too. So
It's gorgeous, man. That
yeah, it's
like
gorgeous. Yeah.
it
Same
was
with
times I
indie.
was
hmm
confused, like when to actually use the controller because I didn't even know when to do that.
I gotta
in
finish
in
that game.
Ninja
I'm only
Theory, man.
halfway.
In Hellblade 2, because I was like sitting there and I'm like, why is she just standing there? It's already transitioned out of the
Yeah,
cinematic part, and I'm like, oh, this is the game.
yeah.
And I was like, oh, let me move her. Yeah, I
Wasn't it
never.
your game of the year?
It was until Indiana Jones came out.
Indiana. Yeah.
It was my game of the year until Indiana Jones came out.
Did you finish Indiana Jones?
No, I haven't finished
Not
that
yet.
yet.
Okay.
I did finish Hellblade 2 though.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
But did you get pet? Where are you? Are you in Vatican or?
I'm early, yeah, because the reason why I'm falling into the problem that I do in Starfield,
Oh,
these
that's
darn
okay. No,
games.
no, don't rush it. I was just curious
I'm
where you're
trying
at.
to get every secret thing.
I finished.
So go ahead, go ahead.
I finished Vatican in 21 hours.
Oh
And I didn't
wow.
even finish it. There's a lot of stuff I didn't do. My point is, I spent a lot of time in there too.
That's what
So
I'm doing, and I'm contemplating whether I should just move on because I'm so stuck at the Vatican. Because every time I do
yeah,
something else opens up. Two more things opened up when I played the Vatican. I said,
exactly.
"You got to be
It's
kidding me!"
it's like that in Egypt too. When you get to Egypt,
Oh my
you're
gosh,
gonna
you
do
kidding?
stuff, and they're gonna be like, "Oh, I should go collect stuff for the museum." I'm
Oh
like,
my
"Oh
god.
my god,
I've been trying to collect these darn little bottles forever. I've been
it's the
trying.
same."
I found most of them, but it's a few I can't find. So that's what's taking my time. But I've been contemplating. I'm like, I need to move on in this game. I'm like stuck
Yeah,
in this because I'm trying to
you
do
can go back.
everything.
Yeah,
Oh, you can. You can go
you
back.
could replay the levels from like a certain point. I think. Yeah,
Oh.
they
Oh. Okay. Okay.
because they know that people won't because they tell people like they recommend that you play at your own pace. Like so, if you want to go with the whole main story.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I
Yeah,
want to move on, but at the same time, I get into that problem with Bethesda games too. Like
yeah, same thing.
I get
It's
caught up, you know.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy it because I
Me
want
too.
to
Me
reward them.
too.
Yeah, because it's so much better than I thought it would be
I
because
know
I
it
thought I was
shocked
expecting
me.
something completely different. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm gonna buy the regular game because I bought the $30 upgrade, but I'm
I
just
did
gonna
too.
I'm gonna buy the whole thing. I
Yeah,
want to
I'll
own
buy
it.
it eventually. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm gonna wait till the
maybe
price
not
drop a little
70.
bit.
Same here. Same here. Probably like
Yeah,
$40,
yeah,
30.
yep.
Yeah, I mean they got money. I'm not.
Oh yeah, I mean we've
Yeah,
given them the money for that. That game is already
for
paid
Game
for.
Pass. Yeah,
But yeah, but buying it, people forget that you can own the game if you want to. It's gonna always be on Game Pass, but I
yeah.
like to own my games, so I do still buy them whether they're on Game Pass or not.
Well,
That's
here's
it.
what Cygnus says. For example, Tencent makes the most out of the console market, but they're not considered king of that because they don't have console. You got to be the lead platform to develop for.
Um,
That's changing though, Cygnus,
that's what I'm trying to
because
see. Yeah, go
yeah,
ahead, Google. Yeah.
yeah, because looks what happened to Square. Microsoft's big enough that they matter. And it's all. And this is the thing. If you develop for Microsoft, I'm talking about Microsoft because it's Xbox and Windows.
Yeah, right.
Because Xbox is pretty much like Windows. They did it on purpose to
Yeah,
develop. So if you're developing for Windows, you have to develop through DirectX,
that's
which is
right.
what is
Yeah,
exactly for Xbox. So
exactly.
they try to make it as simple as possible. If you're going to do one or the other, you're going to do both. So and nobody's skipping PC is what I'm trying to say.
Nobody's gonna skip PC.
Yeah.
So
So
yeah,
my point being that they will cross most. I'm 95% of the people will develop for Xbox as well.
yep.
And there's still
And,
30 million. I mean, it's not like
and
it's
that's not
small.
small because who would turn their back
No.
on that? That's why I said science is so stupid. And then uh, that's another thing. If they drop that hybrid console that we're talking about,
Yeah.
in my opinion, you combine. Look, this is Microsoft wheelhouse. Like I've always given Sony credit. They
Hmm.
know how to sell hardware. They know how to deal with the hardware.
Yeah, they're
Not
good
that
at
Microsoft
marketing.
doesn't, but they're just a little better at because
No,
they have
Sony's better for sure.
they've had a longer history with it and all that, and I give them credit where credit's due. But they can't hold a candle to Microsoft when it comes to software. They can't hold a candle.
Hmm.
And they own the PC market in that they create the operating system for those games to run on.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Microsoft
So
has all the infrastructure too, like all the.
all of it. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's
there's
huge.
no way, just like I gave them credit over Microsoft for the hardware that they develop and how they know how to not develop, but Microsoft know how to
Hmm.
develop hardware, but that they can sell and all that. Sony's very, very good at that distribution and stuff. But this is Microsoft's wheelhouse. And you're
Hmm.
not just like, I knew Sony dominated where they were good at and where their strengths at.
Hmm.
Microsoft will dominate where their strengths at. I do not think for 1 second Sony's going to outdo Microsoft when it comes to software. They're not going to do it.
No,
And
no,
and when you look
they're
at
already not. Yeah, it's already
they
over
can't
in a
even hold a
way.
candle right now because they're just that good. Their engineers is often like from what I heard with game science and that Wukong and all that.
Hmm.
They I don't know how true this is, but if game science is struggling and all that with certain things and this is their first game, most likely a PlayStation not only gave them money or they could have even just gave them help. They could have sent their engineers. If that's the
Hmm.
case, then I'm like, what kind of engineers do Sony have? Because had Microsoft sent their engineers, that thing would be running like butter. They have excellent
Oh
engineers
yeah,
in the
I know what you're
entire
saying. Yeah,
industry. They get the top of the top. Okay.
yeah.
Because they
What?
do everything from servers and working on they work
Hmm.
for governments. They got stuff that work in the medical industry. They have to understand their stuff inside out. So
Yeah, the rumor is that Sony is good at just for PS5. That's it. And but
they used to be good with hardware and like other stuff
no, I
too.
mean
Yeah.
like how they have their guys to go out to ship a game to help with the games. They only focus on PS5. That's it. Whereas Microsoft will try to help them get the game as good as possible
Right,
for a
right,
lot of systems,
right, right.
which is a
So
big
people
deal.
people don't
Yeah.
give Microsoft that credit. Like you
Oh
think
no,
they're
they're
gonna
of
lose in
course
their
not.
own turf? They ain't gonna lose in their own turf.
And now and this is the thing, they're going whole hog in UE5, and that's the future
Yes,
for
yeah.
like big graphics.
Yep. Yep.
They're already getting all the talent,
And
so it's like
they got the best studio in the market when it comes to UE5 in the coalition.
Coalition. It's pretty much X Epic. It is
Yeah, it
X
is.
Epic.
It is X Epic.
I never, yeah. My old job, I knew people that. Well, I knew my coworker. She was married to a guy that worked at Epic when I was
Oh,
there,
okay.
and so she told me a lot of stuff about Epic. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
She worked with an artist there, but she told me about like a lot of games before they came out. This was around the gear. This is like late 2008,
Oh, okay. That was early
and
on.
so yeah. Oh, this is the time when they were doing like Gears 2, Gears 3,
Oh, okay.
and then that was at the time when they got that company that did the Polish company. People Can Fly. She was saying there's this.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
She's
Okay.
like she told me she's you know what PCF is, right? I'm like, what's that? She goes, that's I can't tell you. She like always tell me like these little stuff. Like
She was
I'm
gonna do
like,
it
why are you
anyway.
telling me this? She's like, I know you're a gamer. I'm like, yeah, because she would like joke about like games that I didn't nobody knew about. And I was like, really?
Oh
Yeah,
wow.
yeah.
He
And I
had his
met him. I
own
met the
little
guy too
insider.
in the bar. Yeah, we went out drinking. He was a cool
Oh,
guy.
oh, okay, that's nice.
Yeah, but yeah. So the point is that that company, because they were talking about when they split. They took a lot of people from like PCF, People Can Fly, and anybody who
Oh,
worked on Gears
on
as a
Gears, yeah,
contractor. Yeah.
yeah, okay.
So a lot of those people do have a lot of epic, I mean, Unreal Engine experience.
You're
They
right.
got a lot of people, yeah. And even after that, yeah, they're top, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, look at
Coalition.
Gears 4.
In my
Hmm.
opinion, nobody gets better. And now they did a heck of a job
Outside of,
training Ninja Theory because what they
mhm,
did with Unreal Engine 5 is like, oh my
that's
god,
amazing.
with a low budget. My good, a
Yeah,
lower budget because like my gosh, those people are wizards over there. But the coalition helped train them. You best believe they did that
yeah,
right. So but yeah, so the coalition, you don't get better than them. They were the
yeah,
first ones to start working on Unreal Engine 5. And when Epic needed somebody to show off their case, they went straight to the coalition. That's who they went to.
yeah.
So you don't get better than them.
They're gonna make a horror game. That's awesome. Can't
Ooh,
wait. Do you know
really?
that? They're
No, they
did that
doing that?
the ones who did, yeah, that was their next game. It's like but I think it's gonna be a big game. I think it's gonna be like Resident
Oh,
Evil type game.
oh,
Uh,
real? Whoa! You know what? When I think about how they did the Gears franchise and how at times it feels like it
oh,
was
I'm
really.
talking about Hellblade people,
Oh,
the
they
Ninja
making a horror
Theory.
game? Oh wow,
Yeah,
that's gonna be
that's their
different.
next game. Well, I
Hmm.
think it's a side project, but I think it's gonna be a full on project. That's my guess. I don't know.
Interesting. You know what? It was elements in Hellblade 2 that felt like horror. So I
It
can see
does,
that
yeah.
they
Even the
could do
first
it.
one, yeah.
Yeah, they actually got a talent with that because there was some parts that was creepy.
Do you like RE, like Resident Evil?
Yeah, I love that franchise. Yeah.
Oh yeah, so that's what I mean. I think they can do a great
Oh, I can't
Resident
wait to
Evil
see
game.
what they do. I can't wait to
I
see.
know, it's gonna be awesome.
And
Speaking
they,
of like Texas Chainsaw's on sale for $10. Wow.
oh my gosh, it's the type of game I don't usually play. It's like similar to Dead by Daylight, right? That's
Yeah,
what they
it's a
yeah.
funny game though. It's really funny.
I've seen people play.
It was
It's a
on Game
great
Pass.
game.
Yeah,
I'm just terrible at those guys. I'm so bad at it. You know,
I
I'm
like
like,
playing the bad guys 'cause you chase these
oh
people
man,
around.
I get too scared. I try to hide somewhere and run, and so I just don't do good.
I know, and they make him. If you have the chainsaw, there's like skills where if you rev it, then you speed up, and then
Oh,
they can
okay.
hear it louder. So like if you're running from it, it's scary because it's like, "Ah."
Oh wow, that's nice. It's got to be fun to be the killer though.
Oh, it is. It's awesome. It's a good game. I might get it for ten
Oh,
bucks. I don't know.
looking
It got
good.
out of it left Game Pass like months ago, like in
Oh yeah,
August.
yeah. It
Yeah.
doesn't surprise me it went to Game Pass because you know the multiplayer scene is hot is really good on Xbox.
There was a yeah, it was really popular when it was on Game Pass the first 2 months.
Oh, awesome,
Yeah.
awesome. And limited production. Where have
Yeah.
you been, young man? You told me to get ready for us to do
Oh
get
yeah, it's already five.
the end of the year thing, and you didn't do it. I'm spanking you the next time I see. You. I couldn't really go off on Zinc because I was trying to figure out what you and Hebot was talking about. I was like, what is this? I thought it was about like Black Myth Wukong. You guys was like way off. uh, so I really couldn't get in on Zinc. I had some
Yeah.
things I wanted to say to him. He's always talking crap, you know. I told on you too, Zinc. One day I know he's gonna listen to this in hindsight. Zinc, I told on you to Ray, so he knows that you're trying to take me to court.
Yeah, he was on earlier. Other Zinc was on.
Yeah, he was. I
Oh
saw him a
yeah.
little bit and then he had to go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he had to go.
I didn't
Oh,
get a chance
Cygnus
to
says
talk to him.
yeah, he says Cygnus also says also the business of counsel is to sell as much as possible to harvest 30% to all third party publishers. The more you can sell, the more 30%. Yeah, of course. That's they rely on that. Yeah, for sure.
Hmm.
But they have to
But
sell those games.
they have
And
to sell. That's yeah. There you go.
that's
You
the
got to sell
problem.
games.
Like new games don't sell as much, so they're getting less and less of that. Is what we're saying. That's why Microsoft's so big on Game Pass. Duh. So, anyway, I
Unlimited
mean, we
stuff.
get it. We both get it. I mean, we all get it.
Yeah.
That's how I mean, Sony makes money, but
Sony has a
it's
different
harder.
model. Okay, that it makes more sense, Cygnus, when you understand. Sony has a different model. It's not working
He
for them
knows.
very good
Yeah,
right now. It's working better for Microsoft. Microsoft's model is not a failure. It's working for them. They're making a lot of money. But But Sony's gonna have to make that old model work for them if they're gonna stick in it.
Yeah.
It works for Nintendo because Nintendo is doing their thing. It won't work forever because the market is changing. In my opinion, if Nintendo doesn't grow beyond the console, they're gonna be in trouble too. I've
Yeah.
said this many times.
I think Sony's probably gonna buy one more, not something like Bungie, but not Bungie, obviously, but something like that. They
They
have
need
to.
to, and this time make a smart
Yeah,
purchase.
they
They need
have
to get
to.
somebody who already has something that they can make money off of, and
Yeah.
they'll be one step to better. I hope because Bungie was a terrible purchase.
Well, we'll see. I mean, the big test will be Marathon.
Yeah,
Marathon and
they better hope Marathon is the next Destiny.
at least get it to, if they can at least get it to Helldivers, I think they'll be happy with that. But that's
That's
hard to do. Yeah.
that's not on the scale. Despite people always like saying what they say about Halo, Halo makes a ton of money in
Oh
merchandise.
yeah, yeah,
It makes so much. People still play a lot of Halo. If you get into a
yeah.
Halo
They're
match
still.
right now, you ain't gonna be waiting long. Halo gets
I just
played
paid
a
for
lot.
one. I paid for one season pass. It's like $8, something like.
Yeah,
It was on
yeah.
sale
They call them
because it had some cool
operations now,
skins.
right? They call them
Yeah.
operations. Yeah, yeah.
What's cool about Halo is you can just buy them whenever you want. They don't.
Whenever
They
you
don't.
want. Yep.
Yeah. You don't have to end it, and then you just continue it whenever you want. And they give XP easy.
That's
You just
cool.
have to.
Yeah.
The best way to do it is just to play like 4 matches a day, and then you'll by the end of the month you're done with it. You're done with the
Okay.
game. Yeah. But you have to keep up with it. That's the thing.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's like you don't have to pay anything. You just have to pay $8.
It's a good model. And see,
It
they've
is. It's a
tested
great
that out.
model.
They've tested that out with Halo Infinite. Now moving forward, whatever the next game they do, they'll
Hmm.
know now how to do it. See, people don't like to give well, formerly 343, now Halo Studios, they don't give them the leeway to know they never did a gas game before. So now they've
Yeah.
learned a lot
This
from
is
Halo
good.
Infinite.
Exactly. This is good experience because
Yes,
it gives you how to like manage the teams to
right,
make content
right,
month in, month out,
right, right.
to schedule like, what's good for like 2 months, 90 days. Because
Yeah,
if you play COD and all those games, there's like I hate that word cadence, but it's true. There's like a schedulized way to make money
right.
that people they'll pay because want the game to keep going. It's just like MMOs. You know how when you played an
Exactly.
MMO,
Exactly. Yeah.
they have the mounts you can buy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, which MMO did you play? You said you
Oh
used to play
gosh,
her.
I played what was that? It was
Did you
called Perfect. What was that game?
Oh,
I played
you played that? I know which one you're
yes, I
talking about. It's
did.
the
Back in
Korean one.
yeah, it's like it's called Perfect something. I played that for
Perfect World. Yeah.
yes, Perfect World. I played that.
Hmm.
I played what else? I played some other MMOs too. I
Did
played
you play WoW? You didn't play WoW, did
I
you?
never
World of
played WoW
Warcraft.
though. Yeah, I never played them.
How about uh did you play like Champions or any of these superhero ones or no?
No, I never played those. I
Star
did get
Trek?
into I did play one that was similar to GTA. It was called
Oh, I know what you're talking
you
about.
know what I'm
Yeah.
talking about, right? Like yeah, if you in the MMO scene, these games sound
Hmm.
familiar. I
It's
know a lot
still
of
out actually. I know what you're
is
talking
it?
about. I forgot
Oh
the name of it.
wow. It's been a while since I played. Yeah, I used to drive in cars, run over people.
I
We
played that
had
for about
fun.
a few weeks. Yeah.
Yeah, you could play as a cop or
Or the
the
bad guys.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
And boy, we used to get some people chasing after. I used to go in with a group of people. We used to all play together and stuff. And we all you have your own cars. You can
Hmm.
paint your cars however you want and all that stuff. And you had these different missions that you had to do. And yeah,
It's like an open world payday in a
yes,
way.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes. It was like
Kind
that. Yeah, but in the real people be driving the cop cars and stuff. And boy, that
of.
used to be that kind of was fun. I ain't gonna lie, that was fun.
It's like GTA basically. Yeah.
It's very similar to GTA. It's very
Yeah.
similar to that. Yep. And I played that for a while. I played different MMOs, very different from
Did you
the
play Guild
mainstream.
Wars? Guild Wars 2 or no?
Guild
Like
Wars.
that's the
What was
fantasy
it?
one. Oh,
No,
okay.
I didn't play that one. I don't believe I did. I don't
Oh,
know. I
okay.
played a lot
I
of them.
played a ton of that. Yeah.
Did you? You played Guild Wars? Okay, yeah. It's
Yeah,
a
Guild Wars
million
2.
MMOs out there. It's so many.
I
Um,
I used to do that's used to all I used to play for about 10 years
did
from
you? Okay, yeah. Off and on, kind of like that.
off and on for each one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would play one and then stick to it for like a few months. But the biggest one was probably Guild Wars 2.
Okay,
I
that
played
was a
that a
big
lot.
one though, because I heard about it.
Yeah, it's still out now. I still play it. I
Oh,
play
that
it with
thing's
my
still out.
nephews.
Oh
A
shoot,
couple of my nephews play it, so I play with them every once in a while.
oh man, that's good. It's still running. That's really good.
Yeah, the second one came out 2012. That's a long time ago.
Oh
Jeez,
gosh,
it's
yeah.
crazy.
I don't
But
keep
yeah,
up with the MMO scene anymore, but I did at one point.
yeah, it's kind of broken now.
Yeah.
I think because everybody's seen everything, so like all the types. So it's like the big ones are just like all these Japanese gacha game types.
Oh geez, I'm glad I'm
Like
out the scene then.
yeah, like that new one that just came out. It's called Descendants, I think.
Oh, I've heard of that one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it has everybody looks like a supermodel, the guys
Yeah.
and girls. It's so
Yeah,
stupid. I
everybody.
played it for. It's a beautiful game, but it's like
Yeah.
the levels are so generic. It's like, come on, it's like it's okay. I mean, I can see why some people play it though, because they collect all the characters'
Yeah. Yeah.
skins. Yeah.
Let me read Unlimited because he's going off on here. He needs
Oh
to
yeah.
respect, okay?
Oh
he
yeah.
said
He's like, why are we still on?
he said 5 hours in. I'm starting at 6:48. If you follow, I don't know if
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, it says
okay.
5 hours and you all got a bully
Yeah.
Sega.
There we go. You got bully Sega forever when you're ready to end the show. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Gotta hold a gunpoint, hold them
Yeah.
at gunpoint to get them off here. We gotta
Yeah.
bribe them and stuff. Like we'll cut off a foot if you don't end the show.
But that's why I like this show because it's like so freeform.
It is. It is. I
Yeah.
love it. Yeah. And let's see. He says on the next line.
I watched the text. Yeah. Sega
Sega.
Forever better be paying overtime doing 5 hours on a Sunday.
I want
That's
my
true.
money, Sega. I want it. Oh shoot! Yeah, we slave labor here, Unlimited. I just want you to know that we slave labor here.
For a Sunday game, yeah, the last week is
Oh,
today. Yeah.
He said he watched the Texas game and ate dinner. Oh, that's what happened. The week that we were supposed to do the show. Is that what you're talking about?
Oh, about about the Texans game.
I think so. I think that's what he's talking about. And
Oh, I think he meant that he did all this stuff and we're still live. Watched the whole football game and ate dinner and we're still on.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I didn't even know how long we're on. What time is it? What time did we start?
Oh gosh, this thing has been
Oh,
going
5
for
hours,
5
10
hours.
minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Holy shit. Yeah. Time passes.
Hey, can I give you guys a message? I'm passing the message on to you. Help me. Trapped here. Okay, let's read the next one. It said an hour in Hawaii is 6 hours.
6 hours.
Yeah, he figured it out. It's getting there.
Yeah, so it's like 1 o'clock there, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. And then he says, I'm skipping because he said hi to 2 man. And I'm skipping to 6:55. He said, is Sega Forever even there? His kids are at karate class today. He just let Dia and Poe take over.
For the last 15 minutes.
Yeah,
20.
we are slave.
We should get Cygnus on to be the only. As much as I get annoyed with him trash talking, but he does make points about yes, just so because I want to hear how he talks. He might be able to say more than just the same.
Yeah. I know he just looks at this all as fanboy, but it isn't. We talk about realistically what we see the industry is going.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but that's true though. I mean, those are the arguments that he makes are the very pop. Like some of them are real arguments, but
some are just some are you can tell they the fanboy sites he's been visiting, but other ones is
exactly
like Sega and Forever and I are never gonna like the fact that Phil lied to us. I know how he feels about that, but we never gonna like that. Me and him, we agree on that. So, but we don't sugarcoat that.
I don't. It's more like he didn't lie. It's more that he didn't know where it's going probably at that
just
time.
Shouldn't have said something, because it misled a lot of people, and it made us into liars. Because when you go to Phil is the source, right? Now he might have found out something might have changed. I'm not doubting that, but
No, I know what you mean. Yeah, I don't like it either. I'm still kind of pissed at it. It's annoying. It's only because the ponies are annoying about that every day.
Yeah, they just can't let you enjoy the platform you want a game on. I don't know what it is about this.
Yeah, it's not the point. It's more the media. That's what bugs me the most.
Okay,
you can't avoid that if you're into gaming. You'll see the splash page and it'll say,
Yep.
"Oh,
And how
Microsoft
biased
is the
they are.
one." You heard the other news too about the movie TV show. That TV show they're making a big deal because they didn't want to do. We
Yeah.
wanted to do Halo Master Chief. I'm like,
Well, why
no.
can't you just do a
Other
Halo
shows
story?
didn't agree either. What?
Yeah. Why couldn't they just do a Halo story? It's a million stories in Halo they could have did.
Oh no, yeah, but I mean they were making a big deal out of it. I'm like, well, they probably didn't like the story. Who knows? I don't
Yeah,
know.
I mean they have a right to say no. It's their property. If you don't give them a like, if the story you're telling they don't like it, then come up with something different.
Yeah, but
It's
the whole
like,
point was that they had a list of people that didn't agree as well, but they had to focus on Xbox only. That's my point.
yeah,
I mean, I actually wanted to see a Halo, not
I did
exactly
too.
Halo.
Halo or Doom guy, I would have
It
watched
didn't have
it.
to be Master Chief though. I want to see a Halo
It could
Universe
have
one.
been,
That would have been
hey,
cool.
do Reach or do ODST.
Reach, yeah, do the
That
Spartans.
that would have been fantastic if they
Yeah,
could have did something like that, but they didn't do that. They
no, they
went
didn't do it.
through
Yeah,
a crossover, and I'm like, I can understand why they don't want to do that because look, what if some people are
they're
watching
just
that don't know the stories and all that? I think they don't want to.
it's cheesy in my opinion. Yeah.
It's nothing. It's fan
Well,
fiction
it could
stuff,
work. Yeah, it could just. Yeah, you're right. It's fan service. Yeah.
And I just think that it just okay. You don't get the Doom guy versus Master Chief crossover. Okay, fine. Just think of
They
it's
could do it.
other stories that you could have pulled from, especially Halo. Halo got
Yeah.
a billion stories, man. You could pull from.
I just. Yeah, I think they probably didn't do it because it's short notice, and they were gonna get. They would probably want to be able to do the story. What they? I'm just guessing because it's like.
It doesn't.
Yeah, because they framed it like Microsoft said no and don't please stop bothering us, but
they let them have what was the Outer Worlds? They let them have that.
But that but I think that was another company. But the point was that I read the article, like an article that, and they had a whole list of other developers, even Sony developers said no.
They said no, right?
Yeah, so then they put like most of their whole articles, everybody, because then it popped up everywhere. Microsoft doesn't want to do Halo Master Chief.
They jump on any negative Xbox.
That's my whether this story is good or not doesn't bother me. It's more that they blew up the news like as if it was a really
And let me read limited to catch up with these.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. He says Two Man says second forever tap on the pan 2 times if you can hear it. You guys are too much. Okay. Unlimited says we're going down Unlimited. I don't give Phil a pass online. I can't call out Sony. I can't call out Sony for years, then all of a sudden make excuses for Phil. That's what gaming media does. There you go.
What was the lie? The one that the only 4 games, right?
Is that what you're talking about? Flat out and said that he was asked directly. It wasn't no wiggling room or nothing. He was asked directly about
the 4 games,
whether it was going
to that's right. Yeah,
and he was asked directly. They asked him about Starfield and they asked him about Indiana Jones.
Yeah,
he asked about each one and he said they were going to be exclusive. So that's the only reason why I thought it was, because I never thought Indiana Jones was going to be exclusive. I thought, oh yeah, that's going to be
yeah. I think I know what you're saying. Yeah, I remember that. I gotta go back, but yeah.
So
I think he didn't know then. That's my point. I don't think he.
That's why he shouldn't have spoke on it if he didn't.
Yeah, so that's because he's not the type to. He wouldn't lie. He just wouldn't say anything,
right?
Or say something else.
Well, it made him into a liar. I don't think he did that.
I know what you mean. No, I agree with you. I'm just I'm not I'm trying not to salt. I'm just saying I see it from his point of view.
I do too. I see it.
It's just,
you're
right.
He won't do that again. I honestly think he won't do. I know he knows that some people.
He's the type that would jump on a step for nothing.
That's his own fault because he's been tiptoeing around the issue for the longest time. He just should have came out and said what they're going to do. He knows.
Yeah, but he doesn't. My point was that we don't know if he knew. That's my guess.
He knows.
It's hard to argue.
At that time, this was like, wasn't that like February?
What, the month? I can't remember.
Yeah, it was like February, and then the announcement was like in August. That was like 6 months later. So.
Look, I mean, he doesn't get a lot of wiggle room.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's up to him. Is what I'm saying. Completely him is what I'm saying.
He doesn't get a lot of wiggle room, so he shouldn't. Look, dude, like I said earlier, just come out and just tell us what you guys want to do.
No, I agree. Yeah, I mean, we already know now, knowing what happened, that we don't know what's going for sure. So
No, yeah.
we
So
can't.
if he was honest with that from the beginning, then it wouldn't have been. This is why I think the it's not that the games are going everywhere. I think people who want to make the choices of where they want to end up gaming, it's going to happen no matter what. And that goes for PlayStation, that
Yeah.
goes for PC, it goes for all different groups, right? So
Hmm.
that's why if some of the console people end up on the PC and that gives some growth to the PC, okay, then so be it, right? That's what people are doing now. They're kind of settling in where they want to be, and because the market is changing, and that's going to dictate where people end up at.
Yeah.
But I think that Xbox just should have come out with it and just let it. And then yes, they're going to lose some people, but then some people like that Eli guy will adopt the console and adopt the ecosystem because they like it. So I just think that you're going to have movement, migration around, but it's natural because the industry is changing, and we don't really know what it's going to look like at the end of all things. But
Yeah.
that'll dictate where we
I.
end up at.
You know what I really think is going to happen? It all depends on Sony for the big games to go there.
Oh, okay.
I mean, like Elder Scrolls and Halo or any of those games. It'll
If
depend on
if that
Sony.
stuff go over,
They're
then
going to stop at a point. I think
they
they've stopped. Yeah.
if that stuff goes over, they save Sony because they'll make it no reason for you other
No,
than
no, I agree. I'm
you
just
know
saying. I'm guessing that they can't. They know that. They know what we're thinking about.
yeah.
So they have to make Sony at least give in something, at least a couple games or
Yeah, but
exclusive. You know
that's
what I
but
mean?
that's
I'm
why
not me personally. I don't care. I'm just saying.
that's the whole point of my that's my point of this whole podcast, right? Is they don't need to
Yeah.
do any of that. You don't
No,
you
no,
don't
no.
need
I know that. We know that. We don't want them to do it. I'm not.
to,
I'm
not
just
want.
saying.
They don't need to.
No,
They
they don't.
absolutely
I
100%
completely.
don't need to do any of this stuff, right? They don't, right? But they again, this goes to the point of him lying, right? But they tiptoe around all of this stuff,
But
right? And they try
yeah,
and play nice, and they do all this double talk. Because what's going to happen is there's people that absolutely we're still in 2025, and they still don't get a fair shake. I can go on Bing right now and do an Xbox search, and the first couple stories will all be negative.
it's gonna always be like that. You have to expect that.
You
So,
So
gotta wait for the
what I'm
yeah,
gaming
saying,
media to
what
die
I'm
out because a
saying
lot of
is
them grew up on
it's
PlayStation.
gonna
what I'm
take at least a
saying is
few.
that's a point of contention still. It's 20. It's not 2013. It's 2025.
But you
Right?
you heard what Digital Foundry did this year, right? They
I hate the
voted
Joe.
their.
I hate the Joe Foundry.
No, I know too. I don't.
So no, no.
My
But
point
that
is
being said, it's like
that's like a turn. That's a basic. That's still a
no,
sign.
I don't care, dude. They've done that before, right?
No,
So
I
what you what
know.
they
I'm
need to
not.
do, we're in 2025, right? They need to stop doing this because at the end of the day, the people that hate them and don't support them will not support them and will still hate them.
We'll never.
And then who they're
No,
gonna
we know
lose?
that.
Who they're
Yeah.
gonna lose? Wait, let me finish. Who they're gonna lose is the people that actually support them.
No, I
That's the
know. I'm
problem.
not arguing with you that.
Yeah. So I'm not arguing with you. I'm giving my point.
No, no,
Okay.
no. I know, but I'm saying that. No, I trust me. I want them to do everything exclusive because they got. I think they should sell more. They deserve to sell more, but they can't sell more unless they play hardball. I think
They,
they know that
I
now.
think they
I think
need
they're going to
to.
find out more in the next few months that if they don't play hardball, they could lose more sales.
And here, that's the problem. I don't want them to
So
have to
I
be.
think they're going to hit a point. This is what I think. If Sony doesn't do shit, at least concede, because I think they are, then they're going to ditch this whole thing and then they're going to go exclusive again. I want them to.
Well, the
So it
reason
all
why.
depends really on Sony how they handle it because they know Microsoft knows that if they do that and like they put all Xbox's big games to PlayStation, whether it's 6 months or day and date, it doesn't matter. Just that people know it's going there fully. It looks bad. They know that. They're not stupid. So they have to at least have Sony do the same. At least it doesn't have to be the same number of games because they don't have that much
They
games
don't have
now.
as much, yeah.
But it has to be at least one big game, whether it's Spider-Man or I don't personally. I don't want them. I don't really care.
I don't care.
It's just
I can get access to those games on PC,
yeah.
so I
It's
don't.
more just a sign because people. It is true. You're right that they don't. People see it as like a sign of weakness, and that everybody knows that, and it sucks, but it's true. Because then people still think even if the games aren't going to PlayStation, which are some are still not going to go to PlayStation, it just has that, everybody knows that it has that feeling of like, why buy an Xbox if I just play on console? I can just get a PlayStation and play their games. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
That's it. That's everybody knows that's what it feels like. That I mean, that's the mentality that some people have, but
Well,
in reality, most people don't care.
I
I mean,
see it on two sides. I understand, like money wise, they raking in on the money. They like
yeah,
falling into money beds, man, because of how much they're
it
making.
is
However,
exactly.
there's a balance to everything, and if they put everything everywhere, there. I mean, I
Hmm.
know that the ecosystem is great and all that stuff, but we still like if you saw that Eli
It's just
guy.
a brand name. Yeah.
If you see that Eli guy, yeah, it just becomes a brand. And unless you have a history with that brand, you have no reason to get on it. If you're getting all the
Yeah.
games, then you don't, even though we know Game Pass is better, even though we know you get so many benefits on being on the Xbox side, they won't ever know because they don't know anything about it. And then they got Sony has the media on their side, and they have, they very, very good at messaging, way better than Xbox is. So
Oh yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, but they are,
What
because
would
it's
you?
still people that don't even know what Game Pass is. They don't. I don't
So,
know how, but they don't.
so which games would be you would put untouchable?
If a
Sega or
This
in
is how
you.
I would break it down. If a game
I'll
has
tell you what
a
I would.
Okay, I would say if a game has a history, already a player base built up in other places, then it goes everywhere. Because why?
Hmm.
I want to continue to make the money that game can generate.
Yeah.
I don't
There's
want to
one
cut
game I
that off,
wouldn't though. I
right?
would block one game. I would
Okay,
not let Elder Scrolls be on PlayStation.
no, I would use that as my draw because you can
Yeah.
use that just like Starfield is
Plus,
nothing
it's always been
compared to Elder
Xbox.
Scrolls.
Yeah.
It's nothing compared, and in my opinion, yes, although Elder Scrolls is everywhere, they
Any
they have,
RPG does not go to PlayStation. I would
but
not let any
they can't
RPG.
put everything everywhere, right? So they bought too many publishers. They're gonna have to pick some, right? So
Yeah. No, I know.
you want something that's going to still generate people to come over to your platform, and they're going to be a big game, a legacy game, something like that, where a lot of people have a lot of history. I
Mhm.
ain't gonna lie to you, if I had GTA, I'd do it with GTA. That you only have to do that one, and then
GTA.
yeah, if I had it,
Oh,
yeah,
if we had it, yeah, for
yeah, if
sure.
we
Yeah,
had it, I would
because it
do
makes so
it,
much money.
because it would help me if I need that growth. And I don't have other. I would do it with that title. I wouldn't do it with everything, but I would do it with that title. All you would need is one title like that can
Yeah.
push a lot of people into your ecosystem. Once they see it, once they're inside the ecosystem, they'll understand once they're there. But as long as they have no reason to be there, then they won't understand. They're just going to think you're another PlayStation.
Yeah.
They're going to look at it from the prism that, oh, Xbox is like PlayStation. So many people think Xbox is like PlayStation, and they're nothing alike. In my
Yeah.
opinion, they're nothing alike. Those two consoles
Oh
and
no,
their
they're not.
ecosystems are nothing. I was on PlayStation. I'm telling you, it's different. And so,
Oh no, I was on. Yeah. No, I
yeah, you was
agree.
on
They're
PlayStation too,
different.
so yeah.
I had a
But a lot of
PS5. I
people,
sold it.
I didn't have PS5.
Not solid. I gave it to my nephew, but
I saw the writing on the wall with the PS5. I was
I.
able to glean
Yeah.
that before I said, yeah, I don't think I'm doing PS5. And then I said, let me check out Xbox. I never owned one, and I wanted to own a console.
Yeah.
And I looked at that, and I'm telling you, man, when I found out how Game Pass work and how you can play their games on the PC and the console and all that, that was it. That was all that it took. But I couldn't get a console right away, so I was using PC Game
So
Pass in the beginning.
Cygnus says he expects one game a quarter going to PlayStation. I don't
So
think
okay,
that
let
much.
me address this. This is the problem right here.
That's what
Exactly.
I mean. Exactly.
That's
It's like
exactly what
these
you
guys expect everything now.
Well, no, it's a bigger problem than that for me, right? This is the
Right.
narrative we always talk about.
Exactly. No, I agree with you. It's
So,
obnoxious.
so I'm gonna tell you one problem that Xbox is gonna have, and this has happened with Disney, right? And
Hmm.
one problem that they're gonna have is that people won't care. Okay, and that's a bigger deal than people not buying your games, because when people don't care, especially people that's invested in your brand for
Hmm.
over 20 years plus, when they don't care, dude, it's over for you guys. That's
No,
the
I know what you're
reality.
saying.
I'm not
Yeah.
talking about a I'm not talking about a Tim Dog temper tantrum or a crap gamer flip flopper, right?
Right.
No, you're right. You're right. I
Xbox.
agree.
I'm speaking. Let me speak to Phil. But to Phil, if you ever come across this, right? What I'm telling you guys, if you guys do that, there's going to be an apathy that sets in within this community. I can speak for this because I would be the same way. Why should I
Yeah.
go and spend my money? And I'm not talking about getting rid of my Xbox. I have over 999 games,
Hmm.
right? But I'm telling you something that really fast and easy that Disney Plus has learned is that people don't have to watch their content. Like I don't have to buy your content, right? I could just play the content I have now. And if people that are outside of the ecosystem are more important to you, then let them buy the games. Because that's what people are doing for us right now. People that are on the
No,
Xbox
yeah.
side that expect the brand to do well, they're buying the games, right? But if you're trying to tell the guys that are supporting you guys that you're just the same as everybody else, then what's the point of me buying your game day one, or even downloading your game day one and
So so what's your limit? I mean, when do you stop?
If the
stop buying?
Trinity goes over,
That's what I was
is there a
asking.
limit?
That's the question I was asking. What games are untouchable, or what? When do you say no? That's I'm done.
Every
I'm
game
being
was untouchable.
serious.
I'm being serious
No, I
because
know,
every
but I'm
game was
saying
untouchable.
like okay, so we know Doom's going over, right?
Yeah,
In
yeah.
Indiana Jones.
Mhm.
Those are the two ones we know now.
Also Outer Worlds too.
And Avowed, yeah.
Avowed?
Is
I
Avowed?
I didn't hear about
No,
Avowed.
no, not Avowed. Outer Worlds 2. Yes, it's Outer Worlds 2, um, Indiana Jones, and Doom.
Doom, right?
That's already a lot for
And
me. That
COD, we
pisses
know
me
that
off. But
COD
I mean,
has
it is what it is. But what would make you like I'm done with Xbox? Not done with Xbox, but you know, like what you just said. You said you'd stop buying to make a point because you don't think it's
It's
worth
not.
it.
It's not buying to make a point. It's buying
I
because
get it.
there is
My.
no there is no.
What do you
So
think? What would? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
okay,
Because I would think twice too for some games. Yeah.
no, because it's not Xbox anymore. Is what is my point.
Yeah. No. No. I know.
A lot of people that buy into Xbox buy in it because it's the Xbox brand. See, the PlayStation side doesn't have any of this problem. We have Cygnus right here. Oh, honestly, Cygnus, I'll be honest with you, and no hate to you, but I think you guys are on the verge of being gone. I'll be perfectly honest with you, but I give you guys credit, man. I'll give you 100% credit. I don't care what situation Sony is. They could be on the corner begging for $1. You guys will still be like, yeah, but it's still better than Xbox. They're gonna kick Xbox ass this year. I'll give you guys that, dude. You guys never falter. You're always on point. You always stay on message.
Yeah. He's just trash talking. That's
No,
trash
no, no.
talking.
But
What
I'm
he
saying
just
that's the
did.
community that they come
no.
from.
That's the whole community.
That's the
It
community
doesn't
No, I
matter
know
what
they're
happens
they're
to Sony.
shitheads. They're
So I
fucking. I
always will
don't hate
credit.
them,
I
but
always will credit
they're taught to
PlayStation
do that.
for being that,
That's their
right? Because
attitude.
that's something. This is why I told. I was talking to
It's
Gogo
not gonna
earlier.
be.
Xbox does not have a fan base. They just don't. Right?
Yes,
Everything
they
with
do. I'm a
Xbox is
fan.
transaction. Everything Xbox does is with transaction. Right? So the little group of people that you have supporting you guys, right? If the Trinity goes over like Dea says, and we know what that Trinity is, right?
Yeah.
Halo,
Halo Gears or Forza,
yeah. If any
and
one
I
of
would
those people go
Elder
over,
Scrolls now.
right,
Yeah.
that would be bad.
Elder Scrolls might go over though. I
I
don't
know
think.
I might, but
I
that's
think everything's gonna go over pretty
personally
much.
I'm not gonna do anything different. That's just me, but because I'll just probably not even be here anymore. You know, with you guys, I'll be just done with console war. No,
I'm
I'd
not.
still be on to
I'm not
talk
even
games,
console
but
warring because I don't think
you
it's
know what I
too
mean. I
boring
would
to
just
go
wouldn't
on.
be involved as much. I mean,
Yeah.
this is partly just for fun. You know what I
Right.
mean? But
Right.
I do. I really just hated that it's such a good product and it's
It's
shit
not
on
even
every
being
day.
looked at. It's not. Nobody's.
Yeah, it's fucking annoying.
They're not
It's
adopting it,
Yeah, but
and there's no
that's
incentive for them to
yeah.
adopt
but
it.
So
It's
that's
I
like
also also Microsoft's point is what I'm saying,
no,
right?
but listen. Well,
They're allowing
let me just say, yeah. Let me just make my point. So if it's so bad for them, then they should just leave. I'm being serious. They should just leave because the market, the way it's going now, it's fucked. It's fucked, in my opinion. It's really bad. I, I, nobody's buying, and it's getting worse every year because people don't need to. I don't need to. I don't. I could literally stop buying games for 2 years and I have enough to play as long as the servers are up. You know what I mean?
hmm
That's how bad it is. It's so if they're not serious about it, they should just end it. My opinion. But I don't. I still think they can do fine. I think they're fine. It's just more about how much they want to make. And I think Sony doesn't give a shit anymore. They're even worse off because I don't. When you hear what they say and what games they're making remakes and fucking
I
it's
know
remakes and fucking
that's
the same
bad.
games. They're
Yeah.
not doing shit.
because they
No,
can.
And no, you're
they
not.
can't though.
My
They're not
point is
really
that it's
making
bad
no
for the
money.
market because
Yeah.
that type of game, the type of games that you guys we all love, they're so expensive, but nobody's buying it.
Yeah. Yeah.
My nephews don't even care about the games. They're like, I showed them Indiana Jones over the break, and they're like, "Oh, it looks cool." And then they're like, the one they liked was Stalker 2, actually. But the
Stalker
rest
2
of
is
the games
good,
are
yeah.
like, yeah, it's okay. They're like, yeah, because they're just it's a different generation. So those type of games aren't so popular. That's the point. Even
Sony's,
JRPGs, they're like that. They don't know what the hell that.
Sony's not gonna change, and nobody challenges.
No, they're not. That's why they're gonna lose money.
They're already losing.
That's my point. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of. I don't want to get down on it because I know we're kind of like being a little emotional because
It's not emotion, dude. It's all principle.
What's
right?
I
Everything
understand.
I do on my channel is based off of principle. That's the only reason we're having a discussion about.
No, but you sound pissed
I
off.
don't want.
I mean, you know what I mean. I understand, man. I'm pissed.
I'm not, dude. It's a principle thing for me. It always is.
If I was emotional,
you would know. Okay.
I'm not. I'm agreeing with you. That's my point.
Right. So what I don't want to happen is like in another year, we're gonna have the same discussion again, which we probably will.
We will.
Oh, yeah,
well, I think we're gonna find out by the end of this year for sure where they're going.
Where they're going, yeah. They can only
because one big game will either no big game will go through, or it'll just be more keeps leaking, and you just have to expect one or the other.
Well, Xbox can't keep us. Look, they pretty much
they can't. Yeah.
There's no red line, so they say every game is.
They've already told us this, yeah. So,
but once they drop one of the Trinity, that'll let us know.
That'll let us know exactly.
That'll let us know everything.
You do what you want to do.
People can make their decision on what they're going to do. Because I'm just saying that I believe PlayStation is following suit with that, and they're just doing it slower, and they're also doing it in a hidden way. The way they drop. Like how Death Stranding ended up on Game Pass and now available on the platform, and how MLB and all that stuff. I don't believe
they released those. The Predator game too. Someone was telling
the Predator game. I don't believe for 1 minute. Sony, I think, is backhanding a way to get that stuff to Xbox gamers. I that's what I believe. I think
they do. You were right. I think they're talking with Microsoft because they know. I don't think it's as bad as we think between the two. Like, I think they have to keep a face up, but we'll know because I think in this year, if Sony does a lot of shitty money hats like last year,
do more money hats. So,
well, what did they say? Which ones? Like, if they do like something like Final Fantasy again, I'll be like so fucking pissed off. I'm already done with Sony anyway, but
yeah, same. By the way, I'm buying Final Fantasy. It's on PC. I don't know if you know.
Well, for PC is different. I'm not gonna buy a PlayStation.
Yeah, it's on PC. As I know you like Final Fantasy.
See, that's bad though. I mean, I don't want to hate PlayStation, but they've been such shitheads, and their fan base is such shitheads. I don't want to deal with it. They're fucking annoying.
And by the way, Xbox gamers here. This is not including sickness, but Xbox gamers, you gotta understand. Sometimes you guys think that PC is your pure enemy, but we get burned by that too. Sony blocks games from coming to PC too, by the way.
Yeah, they do.
We miss out on games too because of those money hat deals, and so it's been times I wasn't able to get any game.
Oh, they pissed off a lot of PC gamers. Yeah.
Yes, that's why they don't like them, and so yeah, it's been times I could not get a game whether it was on PC or Xbox. So I know what the Xbox gamer is going through, no matter what, whether it's Xbox or whether it's PC. I know.
Yeah.
So they money hat from PC too. They don't want anything but anywhere but on their platform. That's not the way a market leader behaves. It just isn't. And because you
I don't even think they're a market leader, but yeah,
that's the quote unquote. I don't believe they are either.
That's what Cygnus is saying. Yeah,
Cygnus thinks so, but I don't believe so. Because
Cygnus is the typical pony. He's the typical pony.
If you can't sell,
he's just very passive aggressive in his trash talking.
If you can't sell the software, it doesn't matter how much hardware you got up there. You can't sell the software, and they can't sell the software until they can prove it to me. They can't sell the software.
Wait, Cygnus, what game? We got to get this guy on. What is he talking about? What fucking big game they're hinting at? Who told you this? Those media people already hinting this upcoming Xbox showcase will reveal something big for PlayStation. Okay, Cygnus, what would you be feeling if God of War was going to come to Xbox? That could happen in this day and age. We don't know.
Have a heart attack. They'll
I hope
you
it
know,
happens.
the hypocrisy
I don't
will
even care
spill
about the
over.
fucking game. I just want it to happen just so they
Yeah,
can
I don't
fucking
either.
die.
Personally, I don't care because like I said, if I wanted the game that bad, I could have bought it when I
No,
had
but
it. You know,
that's the type of talk I hate. I can't stand that shit because it's like they just do that to be like fucking like, oh, it's just trash talking. That's all it is.
I personally don't like it when a
What?
certain segment of the gaming community is treated like low class. I can't stand it. I'm a person that I don't like these elitist kind of moves that get made and then treat some people better than others. I can't stand that in life,
Well, that's the
and I can't
media.
stand that in
Yeah.
the gaming industry. I don't. That's a trait. No matter what you put, I don't care if a person is poor or whatever. I don't like that. I've never liked that. And
No, it's
when I
yeah.
realize is that it's harming people that could just get access to games that developers too, but gamers who just want a game and might be interested in the game, but they can't get it because everybody wants somebody on one platform. It's ridiculous. I mean, and they just get treated like low. Like the ponies don't let up. They just don't. Like you had kids that was happy that they got an Xbox for Christmas, and the disgusting stuff that some of these people were saying about these people was just unbelievable. And I'm like, you can't even leave kids alone. These kids are just enjoying a video game. So what is not the one you pick? It's like I'm sick of this attitude in the gaming industry, and this is the one thing that ticks me off more than anything.
No,
I
I
want all
agree. I
people
agree with
to
you
enjoy
totally.
that. I'm just sick of that, and the ponies don't make it better. Oh, you on poverty? You guys are poverty welfare or something. They call Game Pass, whatever. That gets under my skin because they act like everybody has the same amount of money. Everybody can afford to spend the way they do. It's just arrogance. And then it turns out these same people, guess what, are using Game Pass. Same people, because
Nah,
somehow they're playing all the games when they
yeah.
drop, even when their early access drops. How are you doing that and you on PlayStation?
Well, there's
You know,
some there like Cygnus is like he's like one of those JRPG Sony. They have everything. It's
I
like all
don't
their
even.
games are the best. You know
I
what I mean?
don't care. I don't even care what he
No, my
plays.
point is that yeah. So the point that I'm saying is like they have this already in thinking that it'll never end. Like this is
Yeah,
gonna
it's
go
it's
on
ending
forever.
now, and we see
It's
when.
ending now. That's my point.
That's the point. There's
It's
no
not going
Sony is
on. It's
never
not going to be the
ever going to
same.
displace Xbox. They're never going to do it. It's never going to happen. And let me cover Hebot real because he's got a lot here. Let me cover him real fast. First, wait, Mr. Kima says he said this is Mr. Kima at 720. He said, "King of the servers, are you? King David of Iron Lord say that there will be a price increase on games in 2025."
What again? For
Wow.
who? Mr. Kima for who? For both or for just Xbox PlayStation or PlayStation? Mr. Kima saying that, and then now Cygnus is saying E-Day and Fable are coming to PlayStation. Ugh.
What is he? You're gonna have to let me know, Mr. Kima. That's
I
gonna be
don't. Where does he
interesting.
get that?
I don't know. I didn't hear about that. He said King David said that.
Yeah,
Now
he
he
said it
now
on his.
Yeah,
He said it,
I was also
he said it
jumping
on
to
his
Cygnus's.
podcast.
Yeah,
Mr. Kim, King David said on his podcast. I watched that podcast. Right,
okay.
it's basically the law of diminishing returns, is what it
Oh,
is. Because it's
if
costing them money.
if that
They want,
happens, then a crash is coming to the market. I'm
yeah,
saying. I'm saying.
yeah,
I
that's
don't
they charge
bad.
more
disagree.
money.
It's already here, in my opinion.
We ain't crashed yet. You ain't. If you
No,
remember the past,
I know what
we
you
ain't
mean. It can
crashed
get
yet.
really bad.
It's
No,
gonna
but
be
I
a
mean, they
whirlwind.
fired so many people
They
already,
have.
and
They have.
nobody's
Yeah.
making money. All these companies are not making that money. When they
Yeah.
talk about okay, let's just think. Look, when you talk about Pal World and a freaking multiplayer only PlayStation game that they didn't even give a shit about being the top sellers of the year after COD, that's a bad year.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. It's true. Pal
Pal
World
World and
versus. Yeah.
Helldivers 2 were the top
Yeah.
sellers. And
Yeah.
even Sony doesn't even own Helldivers 2. They just
No,
own
they don't.
publishing.
Yeah.
So and Microsoft doesn't own Pal World. So
They
that tells you it's a bad effing market.
But at least Microsoft did have one game that get out of
Yeah,
there.
but Microsoft's making money because they have COD and
They
Minecraft,
had
games like
COD, yeah,
that.
and
All the
Minecraft
other
is
games, yeah.
constantly making money. I don't know how that game does it.
Yeah.
But
But my
okay,
point yeah.
go
Oh,
ahead.
go ahead.
Okay, I was gonna read from Hebot.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. You can continue.
Okay, at 722 it says the difference is Indiana Jones is making money, which proves certain games will make money as long as it's good or people want. I believe
Yeah,
they could have drove a lot of people to their console with Indiana Jones. There was a lot of people interested with that.
I
Um,
agree.
Hebot says at 724, Predator, MLB, Death Stranding are IPs that don't belong to Sony. That is the only reason why those games are on Xbox. They don't, but I also believe that I'm telling you, I really believe Sony was behind some of that to backhand get some of those games on the Xbox. I could be wrong, but that's a hypothesis of mine. All right, Cygnus say,
He's
um,
just trash talking.
those
So
media
annoying.
people are already hinting this upcoming Xbox showcase will reveal something big for play. We'll see. We'll see. Okay.
We'll see.
Wait,
Yeah.
what media?
I don't know what
He's
he's
saying
talking
he
about.
said later Paris, Jez, and others hinting Gears, E-Day, even Fable.
Oh my gosh.
If Gears go, then that breaks the Trinity, and then yeah, that's when you start
Yeah.
to see
If Gears, especially Fable, why would they get fucking Fable? They didn't do
Fable has
shit for
never been
that.
on those consoles. That
It
Fable
hasn't
has
been on
never been there.
PlayStation at all. Yeah.
Yeah,
Why would they
so
fucking get that?
I don't know. I don't know.
Fucking ass.
It says he bought at
They better
726.
not.
It says, yeah, but if PC gamers have no
I wouldn't
problem
be
buying
surprised.
expensive PC upgrades, then it should be hard. It should not be hard for a PC gamer. What are you talking about, Hebot? To go out and buy a console that is what they're not going to buy a console, Hebot,
Why is he going back in the PC
because
argument?
they're on the platform they want to be on. You're not going. It's just like
Yeah.
I don't expect the Xbox guy to get on the PC. I'm okay with that. I don't know
Or
why people can't be.
PlayStation.
I can't.
Yeah.
The reason why I have console and PC because I always did it, but that's not everybody. But I don't know.
Like, yeah, don't you know there's like, isn't there some games that play better on PC for you? You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, some
shooters.
games do. Yeah,
Or
yes.
certain, for you,
For me,
per
I
person.
can't play shooters on console.
Yeah, exactly.
I
Same
learned how to
here.
play them on I never played Halo until much later. I learned
Hmm.
how to play first person shooters on PC. So it's so ingrained that I can't undo it. So it's like I feel comfortable when I'm using a keyboard and mouse. It's just better for me. So but I don't understand why you expect people to go to a new platform. They don't look if they have access to Game Pass PC and they're paying into it that way, that should be sufficient. I don't
Hmm.
understand why they have to buy a console. Like, why do you want them to abandon the platform they're comfortable with and you don't want to do that? You're not talking about being a PC gamer. I
Hmm.
don't understand that, Hebot.
Yeah, he's just.
I don't understand why that point is being made. Is he acts like they're not paying for stuff. I just hate that assumption. It's like he doesn't really know PC people enough to say that. He makes it seem like we're stealing everything and all this. I hate that. I don't like when people make me feel that way. I've supported gaming most of my adult life. Beyond that, really, but most of my adult life I've supported gaming. I don't want nobody to
Yeah.
come tell me to my face that just because I choose to play on PC that somehow I'm less than. I don't want that.
No. Yeah, I
So
think I don't know what his argument is really. I don't get it.
I think I understand what he's trying to say, but I disagree with it. I have not seen that PC gamers don't want to pay for games and like they don't pay for new games. They do. Guess what? They supported Wukong. Wukong made a lot of money, whether it was from
Oh,
China
I
to
see.
PC gamers. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? They support certain games, sure. They may not support every Xbox game or every PlayStation
He's
game, but
saying.
you know.
Yeah, he was saying that if PC gamers can spend so much on a PC, then they should have no problem buying a
That's
console.
not
They
true.
do.
I save to get my PCs. I budget.
Yeah.
Okay. I
No, but
don't
I mean,
have that money to drop
yeah.
like this and that.
I mean, of course, yeah. I mean, it's expensive, yeah, but
Very
it's
expensive. Yeah.
yeah, not. You don't have to spend like really expensive is
No,
like
you
over.
don't. You
You
don't.
don't
I
have
I
to.
do it so that my PC has longevity.
Yeah.
And
So
but and I find that the quality is better. When I used to get lower end PCs, I didn't like the quality of
yeah,
some
I
of them
mean, you don't.
back in the day. But but I get higher ends. But just that's my choice. I'm not saying everybody needs to, but I save and I budget and I set my money aside over a period of time, and then I
Most.
buy my
Yeah.
PC. That's how I do it.
Do you care about exclusives though that don't come to PC? Does it bother you that much?
No,
No, it doesn't. We're more PC. I
because
mean, I
Xbox
don't
had
care.
plenty. Xbox had plenty, and I
Yeah,
didn't even I was actually buying Xbox stuff and I didn't even know it was Xbox stuff. I'm
there's
being honest with. To me, a game is a game. That's how I look at
exactly. There's very few games where I'm gonna be like, oh, I really need that game, and if I don't get it, I have to get. It would have to be like 5 or 10 games
There's
at
a
the
few
same time.
games that
Yeah,
I might have nostalgia over. Some Sega games,
yeah,
maybe
maybe Elder
stuff like that.
Scrolls, but
Elder Scrolls
yeah,
would be one, something like that. But it's
for
not
me,
most of my
yeah,
gaming. Now the reason why I care about the Xbox platform because I want them to do well. That is such a
same
great
here. Yeah,
product. It's such a great ecosystem. I don't want them going away. I want them to make the money they need to stay healthy in this tough environment. So I want them to do well. But am I doing this for their exclusives? Did I get into their ecosystem because they're exclusives?
hmm
No, I didn't. I did not do it because of the exclusives. I did it
there's
because
like,
the ecosystem
yeah,
is great. It's great. I can't
it
praise it
is.
enough.
It's still good. Yeah, I
So
mean, they're not going anywhere. I
they're
mean,
not. Yeah.
I was saying that if it's so bad for them that they can't even like put up a fight when they need to, if they have to, then just
Xbox
leave.
at any time can do it.
But they won't.
They won't do it. They just
Yeah,
choose not to. So hey, look, if Xbox has to
that's
crash and burn to learn, then let them crash and burn.
then
They're
let
like,
them crash it.
hey,
Exactly.
they like a
It's just
kid.
like just
You
don't give up all the good games. Yeah,
Yeah,
just
well, they
hold
gotta
some
have something to
fucking
look. It's about the health of their brand. They got to draw
yeah.
some people to they. Like I understand you putting games elsewhere. That's okay, but you got to have some games for your brand, and
Yeah.
you shouldn't pimp out like Master Chief and
I know
Halo.
what they're missing.
Please,
I don't care what that they're missing these games, but those Sony type games, they should get at least one or two. I understand why people want
right.
them
I
because
understand. Yeah,
they fucking love those
Xbox gamers
stupid
don't
shitty
really
games.
care about the. But yeah, I think they
You know
still
what I
be
mean,
happy.
right?
Yeah, I get it. I
Yeah.
get it. Yeah, they
They
don't
need that
really
open
care about that.
world effing. But see, those games are dead now.
They
Nobody
kind of
cares about
are.
those games.
They nobody
Yeah,
really buys them, but
nobody
I understand. It's
cares.
it's the point. It's the principle of it all. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna read Hebot's next one. He says the biggest difference also with PlayStation releasing their big titles on PC, Sony releases those games a year or two later, which makes the PS console and more true. And that's something that
Yes, we know
easily
this, but you're explaining what we know already.
they can
Yeah.
easily do that. Xbox can easily do that.
Well, I
Maybe
don't
that's a
care, but the others, yeah.
I I don't care about exclusives just for the sake of being exclusives. I only care about exclusives so that the brand doesn't get damaged and that and that Xbox can be viable. They got, if they want to grow the market, they may not care about the market. I don't know. But I'm just saying that that's why I care about it. I don't care about it that I don't want other people to play. Honestly, I want people to
I know
play all games. I want them all
yeah.
to be available to everybody, right? If you want to know the truth, I would love for
Well,
everybody to
that's
play everything,
yeah.
even every PC game that's never been on console. I was happy for the Xbox gamers that was getting Stalker. I was really happy about that because I had experienced that game years ago, right? And
hmm
and I was happy that, and I still am happy that they got that game. So
hmm
that's why I want people to have as many games as they want to get their hands on. That's what I really want. But if everybody's not playing by those rules, then you got to do certain things to keep yourself healthy. That's all.
Yeah.
That's it. Other than that, I don't care. um, okay,
I
he
think they
buys.
know this. They just gotta be careful with the games that they put
They
out
gotta
there.
be careful because they
Yeah.
can damage their brand, and that's the delicate balance they have to
Yeah. So
walk.
if they don't really give a shit about it, then I completely
Then
I'm
we
like
can't.
with
Then we can't.
they
You know
can't
how?
expect yeah.
Yeah,
They
you
can't
can't
expect
expect us
fans
to
to
do it.
care.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so he says this is an argument that Sony fans are using for their point.
Oh, so he's
They
saying
use a lot of stuff though. I mean that's a dying brand. Nothing is gonna change that until they change it. Right now they're not doing good, and I don't care what anybody says about the matter.
most
PlayStation is in a bad place,
I can
and
tell
until
you how PC gamers thinks because I 5 years ago I wasn't thinking about stuff like this. I could tell you exactly.
I
Like,
wasn't either. I just looked at games as
you know
games.
what I mean? Yeah, I'll tell
Yeah.
them. Okay, go.
Okay, I'm speaking about a PC gamer complaining about buying a game. Okay, I don't know who you know he bought. Maybe you know a lot of sleazebag PC gamers. I just don't
No, I'm
know.
not gonna lie. I do pirate, but I don't pirate. I pirate to test sometimes to see if
Some
it runs well.
pirating is not all bad. I'm gonna explain how
Yeah,
how pirate that my friend uses. He has
yeah,
games that he owns, right? For instance, I've
yeah.
explained this before. He owns a Switch and he buys every Pokemon game known to man. He buys it. He buys a lot of stuff off of Switch. Okay, he's a PC gamer, but when he's on the go and all, he loves the Switch, right? So he has these games, but sometimes he actually enjoys playing the game, and he doesn't like when it's it's still, he's used to the fidelity of his PC, right? He what he'll do is he'll pirate the game, because Nintendo is so tight, they don't even let you play the game online and all that. They don't do that. So like on a PC and stuff, they'll go after anybody who has it. So he'll do it, and so he can play on his PC when he wants to, but he owns his game. He pays for them the moment they're going to drop. Sometimes he pre-orders them, so he actually do own his game. He does not do a game he doesn't own, but he does it for flexibility. Like sometimes he wants to be on his PC with it, and he'll mod it and do fun things like that with it. Something that Nintendo just won't allow him to do. They're too controlling of the games and stuff. So that's the good uses of being able to get the game. Now the only reason he pirates, he said he would buy it if Nintendo would make it available on there, but they don't. So
no, they
he
don't.
wants to be able to play it there, so he has no other choice, right? He owns the game, but he wants
do the same.
flexibility with it, right? So that's the only person that I know. If you're talking about people just stealing games left and right, I know of people who have done it. Not personally, but I know of it. But I don't do it because I like to own my games, and I do want to support the developers, especially since I get involved with a lot of early access people too. And you get to know the developers on a personal level. You might even be able to help contribute to and I want them to have the money for their hard work. So I don't do that, but the majority of people I know don't do that. They buy their games. They may, now I will say they don't buy every game.
The older you are, I think people do it less for sure.
Yeah, more money access you got and all that, and but they're not stupid gamers either. They do wait for sales. They don't buy every game just the moment they come out. They're smart, careful gamers, because you can get it costs a
burned.
Lot to be a gamer. Yeah.
$70
that's
is
another
nothing.
thing too. PC gaming, sometimes you can get a game and it be broken at the time of launch and all. So you got to be careful. We don't have, like, until Game Pass came around, you didn't have the luxury of being able to try a game
or Steam.
out.
Steam is awesome.
Steam is good. Yeah, Steam.
You can get a return under 2 hours.
They got a really good return policy. They do.
Yeah.
Way better than Sony's, because that's why I had a problem.
Sony doesn't have one.
but yeah,
Sony's so bad. They just suck.
They're like at the bottom as far as service, because I don't think they do, like, that's what caused me to leave. That was the last straw for me. It was when they gave me a hard time refunding a clearly broken game that the whole industry was talking about, and that was Cyberpunk 2077. Everybody knew it was broken on the consoles and stuff, and they wanted me to be stuck with a broken game, and I had never ever refunded a game before. I said I was done with them.
Yeah.
And that was it. Okay, Cygnus, I'm gonna go to him real quick.
What does he say?
He says ABK gave Xbox the third-party blueprint, and since they
making the most, they try to turn Xbox into ABK. What?
Well, look, he's talking about like Xbox is following after ABK. No, they said they were always going to do that. That it sped up their plans. So they wanted to do this in the first place. It was just part of their plans.
Yeah, but he said that they're still going to be exclusive games. They never said they're done with exclusives. Until they say that.
They haven't, but with Xbox, you just have to wait and see. In my opinion.
No, I know, but there's going to be games that are not going to PlayStation regardless.
Well, Starfield still ain't over there, but it's still people believing that's going to go. Now, if it goes like 5 years later or something, I don't care. I mean, at that point, who cares at that point? Nobody's going to care about that at that point. Okay, let's see. Okay, he says
2 years is a long time. Yeah,
that is a long time. That's a long
for
time.
Gaming. Yeah,
it is. It's at that point you ain't going to be able to make much.
That's what Sony does a year. But he was making that point. T-Bot was making that point that he's basically saying that ultimately, consoles, we need like PC players. Okay, he says typo a game being exclusive or only available on a console. The console has to be exclusive on console because then there is no point in buying that console. The console is only meant to play a game first and foremost. So in order for Xbox to stand out over the other consoles, if not, it will not attract other gamers. So you're saying they need exclusives. Yeah, that's This is the argument we've been having every week on
Yeah, we
all
don't
these.
disagree with
Yeah,
that.
we don't
They need, but
disagree. I
see,
mean,
you're pitting Xbox against the PC, and I think that's, in my opinion, the growth is going to be on the PC because that's a lot of
it
areas that they can
is.
span. And so I think Microsoft is PC. You don't see it like that,
Let me
but
just.
it's
Yeah,
that same architecture that they use. They should expand where they're strongest. They're strong in the PC
it-
market. You want to know how many other people wish they could do what they're doing there? Honestly, if they had gotten to that early, they would be the Steam. They would be Steam right now. They didn't do that. I always thought Microsoft would combine the two, but they took so long to get to that point that Steam
yeah. That.
stepped in and all of
But I
that.
like Steam. Yeah,
I
but I know
like
what you
Steam
mean.
too. It's not about liking Steam. I'm talking about had they had forethought about combining their PC with
Oh, for
their
sure. Yeah,
console with the PC, they would be Steam today. They would be Steam.
they
It
could
wouldn't,
have. Yeah,
because Gabe is a former Windows guy. He worked for Microsoft. You understand? They
yeah.
could have done that, but they took so long combining console with PC that now they're never going to outdo Steam. They will have to buy them at this point, because Steam has just got such a foothold. But I'm just saying, I believe that Microsoft could have been the Steam of our time if they had stepped on that at that point in time. But
They could
but
still. They could just buy Steam.
they ain't never gonna be Steam. They have to buy them. Yeah, they ain't never
That's what I
gonna
mean. They
outdo
could
them.
still buy them
Yeah. So
or merge.
or something like that. They have to do that though. Yeah.
Yeah, let me just say this about PC gaming because
Okay.
I don't
Go
think you
ahead.
guys know I'm really a big PC gamer. I've been if you go to my site and see
Mhm.
what games I play, I have a lot of Steam. I have like over 1,500 games, and
Okay.
that's just on 2010 or about before.
Mhm.
From like 1991 to like 220 to now, I probably have triple that.
All right.
And even I used to have tons of boxes of PC games. So
I
I
did
know,
too. I used to buy them
yeah.
physical.
So
Yeah.
I'm just saying I know PC gamers because I still go to the forums every once. I just don't go as much now because a lot of these guys are older and they just stick to certain games.
Yes,
They
true.
only play certain games and that's it.
That's
So,
it.
but I
Yeah.
know how they are, and they do not give a shit about this stuff. They
They
don't
don't.
care.
They don't.
But they love their games, but they love games that are not what are on consoles. And that was what I was that's all I was telling Hebot, that there's a ton of young gamers now that are like that. They like games like Pal World. Hidden like then what's that one? The one that came from Sony. That's not a typical game. That's a PC type game because it's an open world
Cooperative
roguelike
shooter.
cooperative shooter. Yeah, and it
Yeah.
has sim like
And
elements because they model the bullets.
yeah.
How the you have you played it?
No, I haven't, but my
Yeah,
friends
how that
play
was.
it. They was
I
trying to
think
get
it's
me to
good,
buy
but
it.
I think it's incomplete. It's getting
Yeah.
better because I have it, but I only paid like 10 hours. But
Okay.
it's like a PC game because it simulates. It kind of has a simulation aspect because
Okay.
the bullets will ricochet and you have to call in like strikes and stuff like that. And you have to
Okay.
put in codes. So it plays very much like an old 2D, but they made it 3D and it feels different. It feels
Okay.
good if you're
Yeah.
into that type of game, and a
And
lot of PC gamers like that. So
yeah.
my point is those are certain games like Balatro, that was the one that got popular. That's the one that
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
people will say, "Oh, I play PC games," and there's a ton of those types of games on PC right
It
now.
is. Yeah.
Every month there's a new big game, and some of them stick long, and then some of them they grow to be big. Like Among
Yeah.
Us. Remember
Yeah.
Among Us?
Oh, Among Us. Yeah, that one. Yeah, it was
Yeah,
around, but it at one point it just kind of blew up then.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's the mentality on PC. It's kind of like a hip place for a lot of young people
Hmm.
because there's a lot of different games that are fun that are not normal. And it's not about graphics, you know.
No, that's the thing I do notice that
Mhm.
people think that because people pay a lot for high-end PCs, not everybody does, by the way.
No, they don't. Yeah, they still
But
play Counter Strike. I
they
mean,
do. That's what I was gonna say. They will play
that's my
games like
nephews
that.
play that. Yeah.
I played Counter Strike. I'm haven't recently, but I got my friend and I, we got in there and we was playing Counter Strike. And it's I don't
I,
know what it is, but
yeah.
the games are fun. They just was built fun.
Well, it's more because it's the feel of the shooting in that is that it's more you have to be precise, so it's like it's very high skill based compared to like
Mhm.
COD for as a shooter. So some people like that because it's like it has a wide range of skill levels, whereas COD you can get good and then you get good, and then you're in that pool, and then you can do well enough where you can get a KD of one or above. Like
Oh,
me, I don't think I'm a hardcore, but I can play COD and hold my own. I can't do that with Counter Strike unless I really devote time to it.
yeah.
Anybody. So that's why it's popular. It's a very high skill based game, and there's a ton of those on PC.
It is
Like
a lot of them.
like the soccer game, the car soccer game. One of
Yeah.
my nephews played in high school playing that game. He competed in that game playing it online. And this is the thing that kids like. They like all this shit. They like I don't think if you don't know that, I mean it's kind of hard because I know a lot of people who play console, they only know console games, but they don't understand that like games like a game like Terraria that's on console,
Yeah.
that's like a huge
That's
game on
huge game
PC.
on PC, man. Like
Yeah, like
I couldn't even tell you the
Factorio. Yeah,
hours I had in that game.
you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, so there's
Yeah,
a
I
ton, like
got that game.
Satisfactory.
Yeah,
Yeah, I have Satisfactory and I played that and it's really good. So those
very
type
good
of
game.
games are
Yeah.
popular on PC, and that's why people are going to PC because they use some of the big ones will come to console, but it's like years. It could be a year or two. So in a way, it is kind of like an exclusive. You get to play these games before anybody else does on console. But the people don't see it like that way. That's my point. They only see it because they see it as more like, oh, PC already has these games. I don't have to wait, or it's not coming to console anyway, so I might as well get a PC because I like those games. And they come
Oh,
and
I
that
see what you're
it's like
saying.
Farm Simulator.
If they get a taste of some of those PC
Yeah,
games and they like it, then they might say, "Okay, I need to get a PC to play more of these games." That's what you're
more
trying to say.
exactly. And there's a huge number of these games, like Lethal Company. You ever heard of Lethal
Oh,
Company?
I know about Lethal. I own. I think I got. Didn't I pick that game up? I think I
Yeah,
might
that's a
have picked that
huge
game up.
game that
It
was
was
big
cheap when
last
I got
year.
it.
Do you know what it's like a horror game, right?
Yeah,
Remember?
it's like it's not
It's
the
like a
best looking game, but it's it's an original game because I had never seen a game quite like that one.
yeah, it's like so
Um,
you go on group runs on
yeah,
planets and
yeah,
you have to pick up all this junks.
and it's
Because you probably
dangerous
play with
stuff
your
in
friends,
there.
right?
Yeah, yeah.
With the co-op.
I think I bought that. I sometimes forget because
Well,
my
my point,
Steam
yeah, it's but see,
library
that's
is
like
so
such an
big.
obscure name. But if
Lethal
you know
Company.
PC
Yeah,
gaming, it got big, got
it
huge. It
did.
sold
It
over
got real
million.
big.
It sold
Yeah,
like 5 million.
yeah. That
So
thing
my
was
point is,
big.
these games are huge. It's more than that now. There's Sons of the Forest,
Yeah, the
you
Forest.
know,
I've seen that.
and I'm
Yeah.
not even touching strategy games because some of those strategy games now are on console, and because Microsoft wants to put them there because they want to grow those markets.
Right. Right.
That's why they're putting those games on, and I like that. But it's hard because instead of what happens really is that it doesn't make people buy the console; it makes people buy a PC. If
That's
you
that's
notice,
that's what the problem is, and I think that's where Hebot's issue is that they're
so like
not
if you want,
incentivizing the growth of the console. It's fine.
no, they are, but it's just how the market is. Yeah,
Well, they're not really incentivizing it. They are
they're
with
putting the games on it.
services. No, they're not with the games because the games are pretty right now with the uncertainty in the market and with
Hmm.
the games going out everywhere and with whether or not this is what they mean with the messaging being all confusing, it's not helping console market. I will concede that. But
No, you're
uh
right about that. But I mean that they make the games for it because that's money spent to port. They don't have to do that. They don't have to make Microsoft Flight Simulator
no,
for
I'm not
console.
talking about those kind of games. I'm just talking about in general. I understood Hebot's
Yeah,
point about the console and how Microsoft is not really incentivizing the console
exact.
strongly. There it's actually
But
falling
that's
onto PC more because of the messaging, in my
you
opinion,
know,
it's messaging and
but
it's
that's not
also
about messaging. That's my
no, but
point. It's because
I understand your point. This is my point. It's just different, So I'm trying to say that I believe it's messaging, which is, people believe all the games are going everywhere. So now, unless you like that Eli guy who didn't know anything, he was just a casual who
who's
didn't even
Eli?
know that the games wasn't going to even come to PlayStation, that they were coming to PlayStation. So he bought an Xbox. But
Oh, the guy that was
yeah, he
yeah.
bought an
He's
Xbox because he thought Elder Scrolls would not be on the PlayStation. Now people are telling him, "Oh, it's coming to place." They don't know. It hasn't been announced yet, but
well, he's just covering just because for sure it's coming to
his
Xbox no matter
wife
what.
did.
Yeah.
But had he listened to these people, he wouldn't have bothered because
No,
They're,
you're right.
they're
Yeah.
making it seem like that stuff is all but assured that it's going over. That's why I mean by the
No, they don't
confusion in
know.
the message,
Yeah.
because that has not been officially announced, but you would think it would. It was, because the way people are talking out here, they're carrying the narrative, and Xbox is losing that narrative in that it's just getting
Yeah.
all mucked up. Whether they're trying their best or not, it doesn't matter. It's just getting all mucked up. And then, so in that sense, do I believe it's hurting it? Yeah, because I'm telling you now, I saw countless people say, I better get an Xbox for Indiana Jones, because man, I can't miss out on that game. They were all, it was some people that wasn't even gamers that said they was gonna get the Xbox
It's
to play
it's
that.
one. It's a big game. It's gonna have to be a few games more.
Yeah, but
That's
my
all.
point is
But
they
it,
lost those sales. They did, because those
no, they
people,
did. No, I agree. Well,
yeah, they lost it.
having Game Pass, you lose sales already because on PC and porting games to PC already, you lose people already.
Okay, we gotta wrap it up, because
Yeah.
yeah, he
Okay.
said that in there. So
No, the whole point is that what I was going to say about PC was just ultimately that they don't care. Nobody cares because they don't think about it in terms of if what's going to survive or not. They just want to play the games they like.
no, and they
That's
shouldn't,
all I'm
because
saying.
they're not playing on console. So that's not
No,
good.
they do. But it's just
They don't. They're like casuals. They don't. They're not following the news and all that. So I know that's what
no,
you're
but some of
trying
these
to
people are not casual. No,
They're
I'm trying to make a the point would be
casual in the console. They just play whatever games they like in the console, but they're mainly in the PC space. That's what you're trying to
no
say?
because you can't port all these games to console. That's the point. Because that's why I was going to say finish with that when people go to console to PC is because like say a game like Stellaris, that's on
I
console
know
right
about
now.
that. Yeah, Stellaris.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's one game, but there's like 20
It's
others like
it
it
is a
on
lot more
console,
games.
PC.
It's like
So
tens
what
of
happens is if
thousands
you
of
get
games.
like so now like Baldur's Gate 3, that's
Yeah,
totally a PC game.
yeah, it is.
It's so much better with mouse and keyboard.
Yeah,
But that doesn't attract you to console RPGs. That attracts you to PC RPGs. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're
But
saying.
I'm
That
not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying that's just how it is.
the PC games, because they kind of, yeah, that people are getting a taste of these PC games, and so it's
The
kind of
num
drawing. It could be attracting
and
people over there to PC. That's what
yeah,
you're
when I
saying.
say 70 million daily, that should give you pause. That's daily. That's not how many people are playing on it now. They have over 200 million accounts, 250 million
Yeah, it's a
accounts
lot.
now.
It's a
So
lot.
the daily players are 70 million. And then the active is still over like I think it's like 7 million sometimes. That's at the same time. So that's dwarfs consoles completely. Now that doesn't mean they make more money. I get because the numbers have shown the money is still well. Actually, PC surpassed consoles until what's it called again? Until um, the pandemic. Because once the pandemic came, then people started buying consoles again,
They did.
big
Yeah.
time. It
Yeah.
got a big bump,
Yep.
and they exceeded their revenue now. But it's going back to the same model where it's PCs going again back up. So I'm not saying consoles are dying. I'm just saying just be aware that's the market we're in because people don't understand how. I'm not saying you or I'm just saying in general. They don't even the media they don't effing get it because they're like they were late to games like Lethal Company. That game was
It
already a
was.
big,
It was
not just
already
Lethal Company.
big.
Any Among Us was already a year
It
old when it
was.
was like when
Yeah.
they were talking about it like a meme from all these effing stupid gaming media, and they're still slow. They don't know what they're talking about. But Balatro I got in February. That's an old game.
Yeah, it is old.
Yeah, so
Sorry, guys.
Vampire Survivors I got.
I'm gonna
You
have
know,
to wrap up the podcast. Sorry.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and go. I'm sorry, we couldn't get to all of your posts. And
Yeah.
I'm
So
just gonna make this quick. And so
no worry, but I'll do just a one-on-one with you later.
yeah, so that way he can get everything out of his chest. I know he has a
Yeah.
lot. He has way more stuff, and we can't be
no,
just.
I mean, let me just make a final point because I don't get to say because I'm not on here all the time. So PC is huge. It's not. This is not me like saying it's better or it's no because I still like console for a lot of stuff, but I prefer PC for a hell of a lot of games because it's better for me. And I'm not alone. There's a ton of people like that. They know that Microsoft and Sony know this. Even Nintendo knows this. Some people don't even have to buy a Nintendo. They just emulate it on their computer. That's the market we live in now. So it's not easy. It's a shitty market for consoles. I think they have to play it very. They have to. I think Microsoft's doing the right thing with subscriptions, because if subscriptions don't work, now they are working, but if it doesn't work in the long run, then I don't know what's going to happen.
Okay, yeah.
That's
Did you
it.
want to say anything?
No, I'm good. I've said everything I had to say. I will leave off
Yeah.
a Google post statement, and all I say is this: that I do have a lot more hope for Xbox, but it
Oh
does.
no. Yeah.
They are treading on unknown territory, and they do have to tread carefully. I don't believe that they can just do whatever they want and not have consequences in the decisions that they make. They are more than just one market. They are in multiple markets, and they have to be very careful to balance those things out. But with that being said, I'm very excited for this year as far as gaming is concerned, and I hope next time we can talk about a much more positive subject. So
Yeah, but that's the point. It's like every week it's like some bullshit to deal with. You
Yeah.
know what I
So
mean?
shout out to the chat for being here. Really appreciate it, guys. We had a lot of people in. I know this lasted really long. Appreciate you guys sticking with it. I know some of you guys are gonna watch it on the replay.
Mhm.
Shout out to Limited and everybody. Dude, I saw the comments, dude. I was just I'm trying to watch those. I'm trying to do different stuff right now. But yeah, I like the 6 hour time difference thing. That was a good comment. But yeah, shout out to everybody and Xbox on the channel. We out.
bye.
Okay, take care. Okay, bye.